Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3558. The extreme palace wasn't as glorious as Lu Yin had imagined, and it wasn't even as tall as the spirit tree. However, this was where Xianxia ruled over the entire spiritualized universe. This place was the closest to Xianxia. Lu Yin recalled the 37 years that had flowed back in time. That invincible figure had single-handedly slaughtered the above-heaven sect, causing the xuanhuan universe to go silent. Lu Yin had been forced to reverse time and use the choice that fate had given him. He had simulated his battle with Xianxia countless times, but he had to admit that he was still not Xianxia's match. However, it wouldn't be easy for Xianxia to defeat him either. They were finally going to meet. This was the first time Lu Yin had met Xianxia after that 37-year battle. Even though they had fought many times already, Lu Yin had turned the spiritualized universe upside down just for this moment. Lan stopped and looked back at Su Shirshir. Brother Su, Lord Xianxia wishes to meet Third Master alone. Su Shirshir frowned. Alone? Lu Yin looked into the distance, his gaze piercing through the clouds to see a familiar pair of eyes. Sure. Su Shirshir was worried. Be careful. Lu Yin shrugged. I'm here to help Xianxia. Xianxia won't kill me now, right? Lead the way. Lan smiled and led Lu Yin towards the extreme palace. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived at the extreme palace, which was filled with the architectural style of the spiritualized universe. He also met Xianxia here. That face, those eyes, that aura. Lu Yin would never forget it. Xianxia had led the above-heaven sect to its peak, even surpassing its previous era. He had defeated the Eternals and unified the xuanhuan universe. It was during that golden period that Xianxia slaughtered his way over, dying archaic city in blood. He massacred the above-heaven sect, his every move unstoppable. His strength was firm and powerful, his boulder foundation unshakable, the sequence particles difficult to disperse. He represented the limit of strength, massacring the above-heaven sect. If not for the fact that he had been forced into despair, Lu Yin might not have chosen to reverse time. Wu Jiang set off for the spiritualized universe. He was already prepared to fight to the death with this person. This person was invincible. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of footsteps approached as Xianxia walked towards Lu Yin. With each step he took, the universe grew even more silent. The clouds in the sky beyond heaven descended, and the spirit tree stopped swaying. The beautiful maid stood by the side, and the sun beast trembled slightly. Far away, across half of the spiritualized universe, the 100-grass region, above Wu Jiang, the primogenitor walked out. He opened his eyes and looked at the sky beyond heaven. His vast aura connected with the sky beyond heaven. He was warning Xianxia. Xianxia stopped 100 meters away from Lu Yin, and his lips curled up as he looked in the direction of 100 Herb Realm. A familiar aura. It's that person who suppressed the xuanhuan universe. He then looked at Lu Yin. Do you know that during the battle in the xuanhuan cosmos, I would have killed everyone except for this person? This person has witnessed my invincibility and suppressed the entire xuanhuan cosmos. Leaving him alive would have represented the limits of the xuanhuan cosmos in the future. As long as he exists, no one can surpass me. He is the progenitor of your xuanhuan universe, but he is also the cage of your xuanhuan universe. Lu Yin met Xianxia's gaze. Using the cage as the boundary between heaven and earth, what is inside and what is outside? Xianxia laughed. As expected of someone who has comprehended the way of karma. You see things differently from others. Do you think that he can expand the cage and imprison me instead? Lu Yin's lips curled up. It's not a thought but a fact. Otherwise, why would you be worried that the xuanhuan universe would send someone to scheme against the progenitor and ally with the traitors of the xuanhuan universe to deal with the above-heaven sect? Even so, you still can't suppress the xuanhuan universe. Xianxia clasped his hands behind his back. You are very confident. Is this where your confidence comes from? My confidence comes from you, Xianxia. Me? Are you really not attacking me because of the little spiritual universe? Lu Yin asked directly. There was no need to hide anything. He was competing with Xianxia in this universe. Xianxia smiled at Lu Yin. What do you think? Nonsense. Master Grass, Xianxia suddenly said. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold as he stared at Xianxia. Xianxia sighed. I don't mind telling you that I won't attack you because of Master Grass. To me, you who have comprehended the way of karma, must be eliminated. Even the threat of the little spiritual universe cannot stop me. Then his eyes turned cold. Especially when your comprehension of the way of karma deepens. During the battle at the Jade Water Palace, you walked too far on the way of karma. This is very dangerous. Unfortunately, Master Grass needs your comprehension of the way of karma to break his own limits. Otherwise, boundless would not exist. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he stared at Xianxia. Master Grass is the ultimate pinnacle? Xianxia turned around and walked to the edge of the palace. He looked into the distance. The spiritualized universe said that the ultimate pinnacle was made up by me. Do I need to explain? No one is qualified for me to explain. Master Lu, you are the first. Master of the Xuanhuan universe, I'll give you time. I'm sure that you can achieve eternal life, but your future is already set. Even if I let go, you can't escape from Master Grass. He smiled and continued, the comprehension of the way of karma can make you who you are, but it can also destroy you. Lu Yin looked at him, unable to tell if he was telling the truth or not. Sounded like that. Master Grass had a karmic chain, which was the conclusion that everyone in the Xuanhuan universe had reached after analyzing it. It was reasonable for Lu Yin to use his comprehension of the way of karma to break the chain. Master Grass was far stronger than Xianxia, so there was no problem for Xianxia to listen to him. Was that so? If I surpass you before Master Grass can use the way of karma to break free and kill you, will you still be so calm? Lu Yin slowly asked. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin. You can't do it. You purposely told me this to force me not to cultivate the way of karma. That way, I won't be able to help Master Grass break free and give myself a way out. Similarly, if I don't cultivate the way of karma, I won't be able to surpass you, Lu Yin said. Xianxia nodded. Smart. He had attacked the Xuanhuan universe because Lu Yin cultivated the way of karma. Otherwise, he would not have thought of restarting the Xuanhuan universe so quickly. As long as the goal was achieved, the method was not important. Because Lu Yin was worried about Grandmaster Grasshopper's breakthrough, he had no choice but to stop cultivating the way of karma. Otherwise, if Grandmaster Grasshopper succeeded, he would also face death. This was an open scheme, and Xianxia had not disobeyed Grandmaster Grasshopper's orders to attack Lu Yin, which had allowed him to achieve his goal. Aren't you afraid that Master Grass will attack you? You're obstructing him, Lu Yin retorted. Xianxia was calm. Eternal Realm cultivators think differently from ordinary people. They believe in fate, and no matter what the process is, they will always believe that they can achieve their goal. You and I are just part of the process, and we won't affect the outcome. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Xianxia smiled at Lu Yin. To be honest, I admire you. Once your cultivation improves, I'll definitely have a good fight with you. Unfortunately, I don't want to participate in this. Lu Yin stared at Xianxia and fell silent for a moment. He then slowly walked out of the palace and looked up. Although it's not big, if I carve words here, they can still spread. He then raised a hand and pointed at the palace. Xianxia remained calm. In the distance, Lan saw this and her expression changed. She shouted, "Stop." She appeared in front of Lu Yin, her eyes filled with killing intent. "Third Master, what are you trying to do?" Lu Yin naturally replied, "Carve words." "How dare you?" Lan was furious. She was a completely different person from when she had received them. Lu Yin pointed at Xianxia. Even he didn't care. "Who do you think you are?" Xianxia smiled and clasped his hands behind his back. The Extreme Palace is the Extreme Palace, and Xianxia is Xianxia. Xianxia can change, but the Extreme Palace will never change. She belongs to the Extreme Palace. Lan's eyes flashed with killing intent. 36 Xiaosang. Around them, figures appeared one after another. 36 spirit spell cultivators turned into spirit treasures and formed a spirit treasure array that instantly protected the entire Extreme Palace. Lan stood within the array and stared at Lu Yin. "Third Master, the Extreme Palace does not welcome you. Get out." Lu Yin raised his hand and placed it on the spirit treasure array. It felt like a source box in his hand. Even Lu Yin felt that Big Goldwing's body was a bit troublesome and difficult to break. However, the array in front of him surpassed Big Goldwing and was enough to withstand attacks from Xianxia. Not to mention, Lan had taken out the foundation of the sequence. Savage? "Woman, I don't think you'll live much longer. Is this necessary?" Lu Yin teased. Lan's eyes were cold. "Please leave the Extreme Palace. Let him chase me away. He invited me here and I haven't burned Xianxia yet." Lu Yin pointed at Xianxia. He didn't know if Xianxia was telling the truth or not. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't find the reason. He could only challenge xianxia's bottom line. This pool was too muddy. If he didn't stir it up, he would never know what was hidden underneath. Xianxian could be considered the first person under immortal life, and he could restart the small spiritual universe at any time. However, he had not done so, and he had not shown any special respect for Master Grass. Lu Yin had to force this person to reveal his true intentions. Whoever tried to stop him would die. He felt that he hadn't tormented him enough. Bang! There was a loud explosion and beyond heaven shook. The clouds dispersed, revealing the extreme palace. Many maids looked over in surprise. In the distance, Master Su's expression changed. Were they fighting? He hurried over. Lan's eyes flickered as she stared at the spirit treasure array in front of her. It was cracking, and around her the 36 xianxias all spat out blood. Lu Yin's palm was as black as ink, and he struck out again. Scram! Bang! The spirit treasure array shattered. Lu Yin didn't hold back this time, and his strength surpassed that of the battle in the spatial abyss. He directly knocked the 36 xianxias unconscious. Lan pushed the savage desolate towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin blocked it with a single palm, and the savage desolate expanded to protect the extreme palace. A majestic amount of echelon particles poured out, covering the sky. Get up! Lan shouted. The 36 xianxias were awakened, and they struggled to get up. Their clothes were stained with blood, and they used their echelon techniques again to resist Lu Yin. Xianxian just watched. The savage desolate tried to push Lu Yin away, but Lu Yin stood in place and blocked the expansion with a single hand. Around him, the starry sky in his heart was released, and boundless power circulated, constantly pressing down to resist the savage desolate. Beyond heaven shook. The sun beast's eyelids twitched. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3559. The surrounding space rippled, and the spirit seeds on the spirit trees were shaken. They fell off and floated up, scaring the maids into hastily collecting them. They couldn't let so many float out at once. Su Sherdao rushed over and was stunned. Third Master, are you crazy? Stop it. Lu Yin raised his head. I said that I would carve my name in the extreme palace. No one can stop me. Su Sherdao was stunned. Was he really going to carve his name? Since ancient times, how many people had been able to enter beyond heaven? And how many people had been able to enter the extreme palace? This third master was too ruthless. You should give up. The wildlands and the 36 xianxias are said to be able to resist the attacks of the 7 great sang skies, Su Sherdao reminded. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he struck out with his other palm. The wildlands and the 36 xianxias particles surged towards the palm and were borrowed by it. Lan's pupils shrank. What kind of palm technique was this? It could even borrow the particles of the wildlands. Xianxian's lips curled up. He had seen this palm before, and it was interesting. The development of the Xuanhuan universe was full of unknowns, so it should be kept. Perhaps it could be used to create an interesting power. Lu Yin's palm struck out, and the 36 xianxias spat out blood once more. Their particles were constantly being borrowed by Lu Yin, and he didn't need to forcefully break through the wildlands' defenses. Once the particles were taken away, they would be destroyed from the inside. With Lu Yin's palm technique, he could completely break through the spirit treasure's defenses, but it would take a lot of time. The Extreme Palace's protectors focused on defense and ignored offense. No matter what method the opponent used, it would be child's play if it could be broken through so easily. The 36 xianxias coughed up blood and their injuries worsened, but with the Wildlands Foundation in front of them, they wouldn't fall so easily. Su Sherdao's voice rang out in Lu Yin's ear. The Foundation is my spiritualized universe's treasure. Countless powerhouses have poured their blood and sweat into it, and it's hard to break through. Are you sure you want to waste time here? To be honest, there must be other powerhouses within the Extreme Palace, but I don't know whether they listen to you Xianxian or protect the palace. If this drags on, even if you carve your name in the Extreme Palace, it won't mean much. Lu Yin's palm pressed down on the spirit treasure. Do you know what Duke's method is? Su Sherdao did not understand why Lu Yin brought up Duangong at this moment. I don't know. It's very mysterious. It's like a spiritual treasure's technique, but it's not. Give me one, how should I put it? He hesitated. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Spiritual treasure, the way to evolve. Su Sherdao's eyes flashed. That's right, we both used the killing intent of the spiritual treasures. We needed to set up a spiritual treasure array, but he took it and used it. Too strange. Even my grafting flowers onto trees wasn't that easy. I relied on countless years of experience in spiritual treasure arrays and my spiritualization talent to complete it. Duke's spiritual treasure cultivation time definitely wasn't as long as mine. I'm very surprised that he could do this. He created an unprecedented method. Lu Yin's gaze turned serious. Was he the one who founded it? Master Su shook her head. I don't know. Other than him there's no one else. He's the #1 heavenly master of Imperial God Mountain. Lu Yin kept thinking back to Duke Ming's methods and he thought about it for a long time. He wondered if Duke Ming had created another path. Royal God Mountain was the small spirit universe, which was the 4th universe outside of the 3 universes. It was not impossible for Duke Ming to create another universe, but if he had, then xianxia would definitely be aware of it. If Duke Ming had not successfully created it, then who could it be? Lu Yin guessed that it was most likely xianxia. Xianxia had unparalleled strength, and he might have dabbled in spiritual treasures. Lu Yin was also the #1 heavenly master of origin arrays in the Xuanhuan universe. Xianxia could also do it. This thought occupied Lu Yin's mind, and he desperately wanted to verify it. Duke Ming's methods were too shocking and he could not understand them at all. He had to take this opportunity to take a look. As he thought about this, numerous sourcebox arrays appeared in the space around Lu Yin's heart. Before going to Spatial Abyss, he had specially secluded himself in a heavenly city and used Master Su's grafting flowers onto trees as inspiration. He had placed many sourcebox arrays in the space around his heart in preparation for the battle at Spatial Abyss. Unfortunately, he did not have the opportunity to do so. After that, when he was in the Southbound Realm, he had studied Scroll 16 because of the commotion it had caused. At the same time, he had stuffed more sourcebox arrays into his heart. He did not know who these sourcebox arrays would be used against, but they would come in handy one day. Now he finally had a chance to use them. Against xianxia, these sourcebox arrays would be meaningless no matter how many of them there were, so they could be used here. First, there were the ancient swords. Giant ancient swords slashed out from the space around Lu Yin's heart, heading towards Savage and 36 xianxias. Lan's eyes trembled and she suddenly looked at Master Su. Xianxia also subconsciously looked at Master Su. Master Su spread out his hands and retreated a little, as this had nothing to do with him. The ancient swords slashed down one after another. No one knew exactly how many sourcebox arrays Lu Yin had placed in the space around his heart. He had deliberately rolled his die and entered the time-stop space, combining his experience and abilities as the #1 heavenly master of origin arrays in the Xuanhuan universe. When Master Su saw the ancient swords appear, he knew that Lu Yin had succeeded. He had reached the level of grafting flowers onto trees. There was a limit to grafting flowers onto trees, 999 ancient swords. What about Lu Yin? Did he have a limit? Of course not. No matter how big or small the space around his heart was, it was still a space. Lu Yin used his limitless strength constellation as his sourcebox array's killing intent. The reason why it was called limitless strength constellation was because it was limitless. As long as he had the time, Lu Yin could fill the entire space around his heart with sourcebox arrays. Against xianxia, Lu Yin was naturally useless in terms of absolute power. However, aside from the difference in absolute power, Lu Yin was confident that he could use the sourcebox array in his heart to bury the entire spiritualized universe. As long as he had enough time, he would become a universe of his own. The heavenly Tao of Karma. Above, the God Investiture catalog was the heavens. Below, the general appointment platform was the prison. The land stretched across the sky, the stars revolved, strange phenomena spiraled, and the array concealed one's tracks. The blue sky heavenly palace was on the outside, and the wordless heavenly book was on the inside. There was the mortal world, there was flowing light, there was karma, there was time, there could be billions of living beings and there could be endless karma and destiny. Fantuan exploring the book, this was the space around Lu Yin's heart. He represented an entire universe. Even xianxia could not clearly see the entire space around his heart. Lu Yin could not defeat xianxia, but it would not be easy for xianxia to defeat him either. The ancient swords continued to slash down. The wildlands released even more particles, and the 36 xianxias turned pale. They all stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. Could this person be comparable to the 7 great xianxias? They were confident that they could defend against the 7 great xianxias with all of their strength. Lan stared at Lu Yin. Third Master, since you have become xianxia, then Zenith Palace should represent the spiritualized universe. What you are doing is disgraceful. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'm from the Xuanhuan universe. Lan wanted to say something but she could not find the words to say. This person was from the Tianyuan universe, and she did not know why Yu Sang-tian had acknowledged him as Sang-tian. This was not her concern, but this person still wanted to carve words in Zenith Palace. She could not even call him disgraceful. Lan had never felt so sullen before. No matter who it was, even someone as arrogant as Emperor Wu, they would still show respect to Zenith Palace. This person was too arrogant, but Yu Sang-tian did not care. You can't break through the wildlands. Retreat immediately, Lan shouted. More and more ancient swords slashed out, causing Lan's heart to palpitate. This was grafting flowers onto trees, and it was definitely Master Su's grafting flowers onto trees. Master Su's sect was famous for their ancient swords, and they could use grafting flowers onto trees to reach the peak of their power level. They could rival Sang-tian, but even Master Su's sect did not have that many ancient swords. Hundreds of ancient swords had already slashed down, and the array that had turned into a spiritual treasure began to cave in. Brother Su, are you going to rebel against Zenith Palace as well? Lan shouted, glaring at Master Su. Master Su was helpless. What does that have to do with me? I didn't do anything. Lan gritted her teeth. That's grafting flowers onto trees. You're the only one in the spiritualized universe who knows how to do it, and you're passing it on to an outsider. Master Su was speechless. You're mistaken. Lan was furious. Yu Sang-tian looked at the space in Lu Yin's heart. Grafting flowers onto trees? This kid was too much of a threat. If not for this, Yu Sang-tian would not have allowed this kid to live. He looked in the direction of the 100 Grass region. This kid could not be killed, but the others could do as they pleased. The ancient swords were endless, and the 36 xianxias were constantly coughing up blood. It felt like they would collapse at any moment. Not enough, still not enough. Even if he crushed the 36 xianxias, he still could not break through wildlands. Then he would continue. Scroll 16. The lonely figure of a cold mountain looked back and pointed. This was Scroll 16. Heaven's hand had been painstakingly set up at Southbound Realms headquarters, and Lu Yin was confident that he could defend against powerful enemies. Lu Yin had also spent a lot of effort to learn it, and he had crazily filled the space in his heart. A lonely figure, a cold mountain, and a finger descended. This was the style of an expert, and Scroll 16's finger was indeed very powerful. However, if he used it one finger after another, the feeling would immediately change. Outside Zenith Palace, a pile of ancient swords slashed down, and then the lonely figures of cold mountains appeared one after another. They all glanced back and unleashed finger techniques. It was strange no matter how one looked at it, as if a group of peerless powerhouses had appeared. The feeling of arrogance had completely disappeared. Countless finger shadows descended, directly stunning the 36 xianxias. Lan pressed her hands against Wildlands and looked at the countless pairs of eyes in shock. They were clearly so cold that they should have been unique in the world, but there were so many of them that it made one's scalp go numb. Even Yu Sang-tian was stunned. What was this? Su Shidao's mouth fell open. How could this be? It felt like it had been replicated. If this figure was still alive, he would probably be angered to death by this scene, and his image as an expert would be completely destroyed. Below Zenith Palace, as the countless finger shadows descended, the tomorrow beast suddenly opened its eyes. Its enormous eyes instantly locked onto the countless people in the spiritualized universe, and it let out an earth-shattering roar. Yu Sang-tian's expression changed and he disappeared. This moment was a nightmare for countless people, as they stared at a pair of eyes that could cover the entire world. Was that Tian's gaze? It was so large, sinister, and terrifying as if it wanted to swallow them whole. Lu Yin looked down and the tomorrow beast's roar made his heart palpitate. This thing was not weak. Su Shidao's expression turned grave. Was this a joke? That roar had actually made his vision blur. In Beyond Heaven, the 100,000 maids had all fainted, and the remaining cultivators had all collapsed. Lan was shocked. The tomorrow beast. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3560. Lu Yin struck out with a palm and Savage sent Lan retreating. Every step she took was filled with blood as her spirit treasure defense was shattered. Lan glared at Lu Yin. You want to start a war with the entire spiritualized universe? Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. I'm also Sang-tian. He then lifted his foot and took a step forward, passing through Lan and appearing in front of the Extreme Palace. Lan wanted to stop him, but she was powerless. She couldn't stop him on her own. 36 xianxias had all failed in the Wildlands. Unless she used all of Extreme Palace's power, it would be useless. But that wasn't a power she could mobilize. Only Yusang geniuses could do that. The outer sky was connected to 36 parallel spacetime, which meant that it was connected to 36 domains. If the outer sky was in danger, all the powerhouses in the 36 domains would unconditionally provide support. They could give up everything and gather at the outer sky. Unfortunately, this wasn't something she could decide. Only Yusang Tian could decide. Extreme Palace engraving words was disrespectful. Why didn't Yusang Tian stop it? Lu Yin appeared in front of the Extreme Palace and raised his hand, allowing him to inscribe words. At the back, Su Shidao's heart was pounding. Were they really going to carve words? What was he going to carve? What was Yusang Tian thinking? Are you not going to stop this? Lu Yin raised a hand and touched the wall of the Extreme Palace, about to carve some words. That's enough. Stop. Mistress Su said. Lan looked at the sky. Yusang Tian had returned, and the sun beast had gone back to sleep. Lu Yin turned around. I thought you really didn't care. Yusang Tian said calmly, no matter what, this is my territory now. If you want to carve your name here, you can do so without me. Lu Yin looked at Yusang Tian. I don't have the ability for now. Then let's go back. We'll come back when we're strong enough. Yusang Tian didn't mind. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Then it's not as simple as carving words. Yusang Tian didn't care. Threatening someone with a possibility that will never happen is the pitiful behavior of the weak. It's also very childish. Lu Yin smiled. It's not a threat. It's a notice. Master Su stepped forward. The commotion is big enough. If it continues, the spiritualized universe will be overturned. It should be related to Sang Tian. Yusang Tian looked at Lan. Lan put away Savage Wilderness and took out 2 white ribbons, flying them towards Lu Yin and Su Shidao. Lu Yin accepted it. The ribbon was very ordinary and light, almost like a cloud of mist. Su Shidao tied the mulberry sky knot skillfully and looked at Lu Yin, like me. Lu Yin imitated him and tied his mulberry heaven knot. He then released his hand, and his mulberry heaven knot flew into the sky. The Master Su Sect's mulberry heaven knot also flew into the sky and slowly burned away until it disappeared. At this point, Lu Yin was finally recognized by the spiritualized universe and the imperial mulberry sky as one of the 7 great mulberry skies. If there really is a supreme pinnacle, you and I would have already been seen by him. Master Su sighed. Lu Yin looked up. Was this the Grandmaster of Grasses? Yusang Tian's voice rang out. If you become Sang Tian, you will be able to oversee a region. Su Shidao, you have made the land of Mulberry Heaven the realm of spirit treasure. Naturally, you should guard the realm of spirit treasure. Lu Yin, the place where you reached Mulberry Sky is known as the 100 Herbs realm. However, the 100 Herbs realm is located in the center. From now on, you will be overseeing Spatial Abyss. If you become Sang Tian, you will naturally protect the spiritualized universe and will not retreat in the face of battle. The spiritualized universe has 2 strong enemies. One is the consciousness universe, and the other is the heaven's origin universe. Our goal is to restart the 2 universes and lead the spiritualized universe on the path of eternal life. Master Su could not help but look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin. He was as calm as Sang Tian. Sang Tian can mobilize the spiritualized universe's resources to benefit the spiritualized universe. Sang Tian continued. One last reminder. If you are defeated by an expert, you will be stripped of your Sang Tian position. Lu Yin looked at Sang Tian and asked, what about Sang Tian's position? Sang Tian calmly replied, it will also be stripped. This position does not allow for a loser. The 2 of you may leave. Not long after, Lu Yin and Master Su left Sky Beyond Sky. After they left, Sky Beyond Sky announced that Bao Qi and Yi Shang were officially stripped of their Sang Tian positions. They were replaced by Lu Yin, the 3rd head of Dayu Villa, and Master Su of Spirit Treasure Association. This news did not cause much of a stir. Everyone knew that they would succeed Sang Tian, but they did not expect it to happen so quickly. Now, the entire spiritualized universe could not understand what Sang Tian was thinking. Dayu Villa had clearly violated the rules and provoked Sky Beyond Sky. The 3rd head had even declared that he would carve his name in Sky Palace. Moreover, they were from the Tianyuan universe. It was somewhat inconceivable that they could succeed Sang Tian. Many people went to Sky Beyond Sky to ask Sang Tian. However, there were also many who said that Sang Tian's actions were a show for the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe. The spiritualized universe's goal was to restart these 2 universes, and this goal would not change. Besides that, the cultivators of these 2 universes could join the spiritualized universe and even succeed Sang Tian. This move was to make the spiritualized universe even stronger. Regardless of whether they were hostile towards the spiritualized universe or not, as long as the two universes were restarted, they could only be spiritualized creatures. For example, Wu Wei, one of the 13 celestial phenomena of the consciousness universe, was now the protector of the intent realm. Most cultivators agreed with this statement, and the proof was that Lu Yin had not carved his name in Sky Palace. He had declared that he would carve his name in Sky Palace, but he had not done so even after going there. This meant that he had reached some sort of consensus with Xianxia. There was an explanation, but it also brought about a crisis for many people. If the cultivators of the consciousness and spiritualized universes could compete for Xianxia's position, then it would be even more difficult for them to succeed. For this reason, the spiritualized universe's mindset had changed greatly when Lu Yin succeeded Xianxia. After Lu Yin and Su Shidao Xianxia not burned, their images appeared at an unknown location. Another person? It's becoming more frequent. Did something happen? It shouldn't be, but it's indeed happening too frequently. Let's investigate. After all, the young master is still there. When Lu Yin returned to the 100 Herb realm, the first thing he did was to gather resources. With Xianxia's authority, he could gather spirit seeds and make reasonable use of them. Xianxia had the authority to gather resources, and he could even gather resources from the 7 major powers. Lu Yin had his eyes on the main chamber of commerce. He did not care about the main chamber of commerce, the school of arts, or whether the Zhikong realm had joined forces to deal with Xianxia. He only wanted spirit seeds. The 100 Leaves and 4 Horse Merchant Guild were doing business to earn spirit seeds, and Lu Yin was tyrannically collecting them. No one dared to openly oppose Xianxia's authority. Lu Yin's words brought trillions of spirit seeds to the boundless expanse, and they piled up like mountains. Lu Qianni and Su Wangtian were stunned. This was especially so for someone from the spiritualized universe like Kai Keqing. When had he ever seen so many spirit seeds? Even the main chamber of commerce would feel the pinch if they wanted to take out so many spirit seeds. However, compared to the entire spiritualized universe, this was far from enough. This was only the first batch, and the ones that could be taken out were all under pressure. Lu Yin did not just have to focus on the main chamber of commerce, but also the 36 filaments, the 7 major powers, and even the Beyond Avalon. He felt that that tree was not bad and should be uprooted before he left. Now that no one was targeting the boundless expanse, and Lu Yin had become Xianxian, there should not be any accidents before the day of the sacrifice spirit. He spread out the experts of the boundless expanse and used Xianxia's name to gather as many spirit seeds as he could. He would only do so after crossing Xianxia's bottom line. One figure after another walked out of the boundless expanse and spread out in all directions. The 8 Willows and Yi Yao's deaths were still unknown, and the mastermind behind it was very well hidden. Their goal was to let Lu Yin see the relationship between the main chamber of commerce, the gate of arts, and the wisdom sky domain. If Lu Yin could see it clearly, who would benefit the most? No one. He really could not find anyone who would benefit. First, the wisdom sky domain did not want their cooperation to be exposed, especially to someone from the heaven origin universe like Lu Yin. They were more willing to let Lu Yin fight Xianxia while they reaped the benefits. Secondly, Xianxia could not possibly be the beneficiary. What was the point of letting Lu Yin see this relationship clearly? With his strength, he could sweep through the 7 major powers. Unless the entire spiritualized universe worked together, there was nothing that could threaten him. Using Lu Yin to eliminate the powers that opposed him was one of the reasons why he had allowed Lu Yin to do as he pleased. If Lu Yin could see through the wisdom sky domain's plans, he would not act against the gate of arts, which would be disadvantageous to Xianxia. Who else could it be? Heaven's hand had almost been destroyed, and its intent had nothing to do with this. It had also been beaten to a pulp. Was it the myriad beasts' border? It had nothing to do with the myriad beasts' border. They had consolidated their spiritual molts, and besides wanting to create another Xianxia, they had nothing to do with the other powers. Perhaps Wu Huang wanted to replace Xianxia and have Lu Yin work with the wisdom sky domain to deal with him? That was the only possibility. However, it did not seem like the myriad beasts' doing. At the bow of the boundless expanse, Lu Yin looked into the distance. This had been the starting point of his cultivation after he had lost his memories. Now, it had accompanied him to the spiritualized universe, and perhaps it would also be his final destination. Outside the boundless expanse, there were people from the Dayu Villa and outsiders moving about. There were many women who had been waiting for Yushan to be released. Yushan had been hanging at the bow of the boundless expanse for a long time, and Xianxia had not mentioned him at all. Lu Yin had almost forgotten about him. Yushan's injuries had long since recovered, but he could not escape. Lu Yin approached Yushan and said, "I went to the realm beyond Avalon, and your chief master did not mention you at all. Are you sure you are his disciple?" Yushan was hanging from a tree in a sorry state. When he heard Lu Yin's words, he said plainly, "It is already a kindness that master brought me into the sect. I should not have troubled him even if I were to be killed or captured." Lu Yin praised, "You have backbone. Why don't you take me as your master and I will teach you something? For example, strength?" Yushan stared at Lu Yin. "The boundless expanse will not exist for long. I understand my master." Lu Yin nodded, "I understand him too, but you can't understand me. There is no need to understand. As Xianxia's disciple, you can do whatever you want in the spiritualized universe. Why do you still stay in the 100 Herb domain and guard its former glory?" Lu Yin was curious. He did not understand why Yushan, who had destroyed the 100 Herb domain with a single sentence, was praised by Xianxia and was accepted as a disciple. He should have stayed at the realm beyond Avalon, so why did he stay in the 100 Herb domain? The 100 Herb domain was already destroyed, and if he stayed, it would only make him seem narrow-minded, as if he had been staring at the past. This was not the style of the second on the White Soul list, Xianxia's disciple. Yushan did not answer. "What do you care about the most?" Lu Yin suddenly asked. Yushan looked at Lu Yin, not understanding what he meant. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3561. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked into the distance. "Those girls are waiting for you, but you're not worried about your current situation. Are you sure we won't kill you? When I went to outer sky, Xianxia didn't even mention you. Now that I'm telling you, you're not surprised at all. Plus, you've been staying in 100 Herb domain as Xianxia's disciple and attracted so many girls, exposing yourself to so many people. Don't you want to cultivate in peace?" Yushan remained silent. "Your actions are very strange, so strange that it makes me curious." Lu Yin looked at Yushan again and pointed his finger. A karmic spiral shot out and pierced through Yushan. Yushan's gaze turned cold. "What did you do?" Lu Yin looked at the karmic spiral and shot out a karmic thread from Yushan's head. He kept using the karmic spiral to pierce through Yushan, wanting to see what he was thinking. The karmic threads collided, and Lu Yin saw a portion of Yushan's life, but he couldn't find an answer from it. He didn't know Yushan and he didn't know anyone Yushan knew. The only person he knew was Xianxia. Lu Yin retracted his hand and said, "Let's make a guess. You stayed in 100 Herb domain, and you were so calm even after being hung in boundless. You were trying to avoid Xianxia." Yushan's pupils shrank, but his expression didn't change. Lu Yin continued, "I don't know the reason and I don't know if you're trying to escape boundless, but at least it's true that you stayed in 100 Herb domain. So I've decided to let you go." Yushan was shocked. "You're letting me go?" Lu Yin smiled. "I captured you to provoke some people in the spiritualized universe. Frankly speaking, I wanted to stir up trouble. Now that I've become Xianxia, there's no point in stirring up trouble. Aside from Xianxia and a few others, no one else will bother me. You've lost your value, so of course I can let you go. Not only will I let you go, but I'll also announce to the public that it was Xianxia who spoke. I'm giving him face since you're his disciple." Lu Yin looked at Yushan. "How is it? Aren't you happy?" Yushan stared at Lu Yin and slowly said, "Really? Of course. All right, then I'll be leaving." Yushan's power rippled as he broke free from the tree's branches and floated in the air, ready to leave. Lu Yin did not stop him and instead turned to look into the distance. Yushan stared at Lu Yin. "You really want to let me go?" Lu Yin frowned. "Shut up. You're worthless to me now." Yushan's silhouette flickered, disappearing from boundless. After Yushan left, Xuanhuan rubbed his nose as he walked over. "You've gone too far. He ran away." Lu Yin didn't care. "It's just a guess. If he ran away, then so be it. We can catch him whenever we want." Xuanhuan rolled his eyes. "Senior, please make a trip to the Heavens Craftsman domain." "What?" "Collect the spirit seed." Xuanhuan blinked his eyes. "You're going to collect spirit seeds again? Or are you mobilizing resources in the name of Xianxia?" Lu Yin smiled. "Of course, the more the better." Xuanhuan took out the star map and looked at it carefully. "The Heavens Craftsman region is very far from us, but it is very close to the heavens beyond. Where can you transfer the resources to?" "It has nothing to do with distance. I Lu Sangtian need resources so I can transfer them. Su Wangtian laughed heartily. Domineering. I admire your attitude. Alright, I'll go. Alright, what if they don't give it to you? You're saying that they want to provoke Sangtian? Yes. In the spiritualized universe, provoking Sangtian is a serious crime. Then don't blame me for making a big deal out of it. Bring out the spirit you used to trick Big Sister. Su Wangtian was speechless. I didn't trick her. I've explained it to her many times. I kicked her down so that she wouldn't die in Immemorial City. Lu Yin patted Su Wangtian's shoulder. You can explain this to my sister when you go back. I don't believe you anyway. Su Wangtian sighed deeply. I don't know if I'll have the chance to go back in this lifetime. Forget it, I'll just work hard. With that, he walked out of Boundless. Lu Yin looked at Su Wangtian's departing figure. Go back? They also wanted to go back. That's right, who doesn't want to go back? Yu Lao's words kept repeating in his mind. Joining forces with the two universes to restart the universe of consciousness, allowing the people of the spiritualized universe and the heaven's origin universe to reach the eternal realm. The spiritualized universe would definitely surpass the heaven's origin universe in terms of the number of eternal realm experts. Eternal life was already the limit, and there was no point in the spiritualized universe destroying the heaven's origin universe. Even though the heaven's origin universe would forever be suppressed by the spiritualized universe, the people of Boundless could return, and the heaven's origin universe could be preserved. If this was true, would he be willing to do so? Or would he really lead the people of Boundless to fight the spiritualized universe to the death? Would he fight for a future that would allow the heaven's origin universe to surpass the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin didn't know either. There were too many unfamiliar things here and too many lies. This wasn't home, the heaven's origin universe was. He also wanted to go back. After a moment of silence, Lu Yin exhaled and his gaze turned cold. He seemed to have made a decision. Celestial Victor, Ancestor, head to the Intent Realm and gather resources in the name of Lu Sangtian. Lu Yin's voice resounded throughout Boundless, causing everyone to look up. Chui, head to the Wisdom Void Domain. Old Tao, head to the Heaven's Hand. Muzhu, head to the Great Ming Domain. Desolate God, Su Wang, head to the Allen Domain and the Cloud Crane Domain. Lu Tianyi, Li Shou, head to the Thousand Orchid White Domain and the Bo Fan Domain. Orders were issued one after another. Above Boundless, Chu Yi and the others walked out in all directions. They knew Lu Yin's goal, to collect and destroy the spiritualized universe's future. This was a good idea even if the results might not be good. Aside from a limited number of domains, the rest of the 36 domains would not be able to escape. Lu Yin wanted to gather resources and he wanted to see if Yu Sangtian would do anything about it. He wanted to know Yu Sangtian's bottom line. Was it really as he had said? Was it because he was afraid of Grandmaster Grass? Lu Yin suddenly hoped that Yu Sangtian would deal with him. At the very least, he would be able to see through Yu Sangtian's bottom line. Not long after, a figure walked onto Boundless. It was Yushan. He hadn't gone far, nor had he been gone for long. He had been watching from a distance. Lu Yin stood at the bow of Boundless and saw Yushan. Looks like I guessed right. Yushan's expression turned ugly. You don't just have strength. Lu Yin laughed. Thanks for the compliment. Yushan was bitter. Let me go. You're very confident. Lu Yin shook his head. Wrong. I'm not confident. It's just a guess. He was very serious. You have no value. If you leave, then leave. It doesn't matter. Yushan mocked himself. I'm second on the White Soul list, but I have no value in your eyes. That's right. You, the third master of the Dayu Villa, defeated many masters in the spiritualized universe. Those spiritual primes and bitter adepts avoided you. Why would you care about a spiritual cultivator like me? He looked deeply at Lu Yin. Based on your guess, not only did you let me go, but you also announced to the public that you were giving face to my master. You forced me to go to the outer sky to thank my master, so I had no choice but to return. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Reason? Yushan paused, exhaled deeply and sat down. I regret it. I regret using the 100 Grass region as an example. Back then, I knew that my master hated the 100 Grass region. After much consideration, I came up with a person and a word to show my master. I made the right bet. With my reputation as a genius in the spiritualized universe, and with that person and a word, I was successfully accepted as a disciple by my master. At that time, I reached the peak that every cultivator dreamed of. Under my master's guidance, I even learned the transformation of the 9 heavens. Everyone in the spiritualized universe was envious. Actually, I had a senior at that time. Lu Yin looked up. Yu Zhong, first on the White Soul list. Yu Shan nodded. Yes, first on the White Soul list, Yu Zhong. He's dead. He's been dead for a long time. As second, you could have become first, but you insisted on being second. Because of this, you attracted many people's admiration. I have to say, your hypocrisy is very good. Lu Yin praised. Yu Shan shook his head. I'm not being hypocritical. I really don't want to replace my senior. He was very good to me. You should know that although my master taught me the transformation of the 9 heavens, my senior was the one who taught me. But my senior died. I don't know how he died, but before he died he mentioned it. He looked up at Lu Yin, his eyes filled with deep fear. If he died one day, it might have been my master who did it. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. So you hid in the 100 Grass region? Yu Shan nodded. I don't know why my master killed my senior, or how he predicted it. Anyway, my senior warned me that I didn't want to follow in his footsteps, so I hid in the 100 Grass region. At the same time, I attracted those women to expose me in front of others to avoid being killed by my master. I know that with my master's methods, he could have killed me silently, but I had no choice. This was the only way I could fight for my life. He looked at Lu Yin, his eyes filled with resentment and helplessness. If you let me go, I could have continued to find a place to hide. But you had to announce to the world that you let me go because of my master, forcing me to go to the realm beyond heaven to meet my master. Otherwise, countless people in the spiritualized universe would blame me, and I would have died in vain. Third Master, you're really ruthless. Lu Yin shrugged. Don't say that. It was just an experiment. I haven't told anyone yet. Then why did you block Wu Zhang's path? It doesn't mean anything to you. Yu Shan replied seriously, it does. Achieving Xianxia is also a path. Master can kill my senior at will, but if my senior becomes Xianxia, then it will be different. Xianxia's status will be different. This was true. I blocked Wu Jiang and did my best to improve my image and make friends with everyone. I hope that when I fight for the position of Xianxia one day, there will be fewer competitors and more helpers, Yu Shan said. Lu Yin sneered. Naive. Yu Shan was helpless. I know that in front of the position of Xianxia, the so-called friendship is fake, but I had no choice. I could only do my best. After I was hung on the bow of Wu Jiang's ship, I heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the tree where he was hung. To be honest, the time I was hung there was the most peaceful time I've ever been since I found out about my senior's death. Even my master was apprehensive of this place. Although I suffered humiliation here, I didn't have to worry about death. Lu Yin looked at Yu Shan. You're really afraid of death. As a spiritual cultivator, you must have experienced many life and death situations. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3562. Yu Shan and Lu Yin looked at each other. I've experienced the unknown death and the pain of a blade hanging over my neck for too many years. Every year the pain and despair increased. I didn't dare to go to sky beyond sky. Even when I reached a bottleneck in Jiutian change, I didn't dare to ask my master for help. Otherwise I would have broken through to Spirit Prime long ago. Do you know what kind of pain I suffered? Lu Yin said, maybe your senior didn't die at Yu Xianxia's hands. Yu Shan shouted, senior wouldn't lie to me. Lu Yin frowned, are you sure? Suddenly he remembered something and blurted out, who told you that Yu Xianxia hated 100 Grass Mulberry Sky? Did you come up with the idea to deal with everyone in 100 Grass region? Based on your strength at that time? What was Yu Shan's strength at that time? He was at most a spiritual warrior, but he had dared to scheme against Xianxia's 100 Herbs domain. This was just like how Lu Yin had plotted against the only true god when he had just become an emissary. The gap was too great and it was unreachable. It wasn't something that an ordinary person could achieve with their wisdom and strategy. Yu Shan looked at Lu Yin in shock. I'm impressed. Third Elder, I'm impressed that you can think of this. My senior Yu Zhong was both my senior and the ancestor. Lu Yin understood. So, you're Yu Zhong's descendant? Yu Shan nodded. The ancestor had descendants before Yu Xianxia, but they didn't live up to expectations. They didn't have any talent for cultivation. Until I appeared, I don't know how many generations of the ancestor's descendants. The ancestor wanted to teach me, but coincidentally 100 Grass Mulberry Sky and Yu Xianxia didn't get along. He thought of a way for me to become Yu Xianxia's junior and obtain cultivation resources that the entire spiritualized universe would envy. Yu Xianxia didn't know about this. Lu Yin understood. No wonder Yu Zhong taught you so much and even warned you that he would die at Yu Sangtian's hands. Without this relationship he wouldn't have told you. Yushan nodded. Yes, without this relationship, why would he remind me? Lu Yin looked at Yushan. To Yu Sangtian, both Yu Zhong and Yushan were just ants and mortals. Yu Sangtian was like a god. Could mortals plot against gods? Of course. Yu Zhong had schemed against Yu Sangtian and successfully made Yushan become his disciple. No matter what the result was, he had already taken this step. Although Yu Sangtian had unparalleled battle prowess, he was not omniscient and omnipotent. Without cultivating karma and investigating, he would not have known the relationship between Yu Zhong and Yushan. And this relationship made Yushan take precautions, even if this precaution was laughable. He had lived like walking on thin ice until now, and finally, someone who dared to challenge Yu Sangtian appeared. Yu Zhong and Yushan were ants that couldn't resist Yu Sangtian, but Lu Yin was different. He was curious as to why Yu Zhong could predict that Yu Sangtian would kill him. There must be a reason behind it. Could it be related to the Little Spirit Universe? Yu Zhong knows about the existence of Little Ling Cosmos? No, if that was the case, Yushan would not have survived until now. For Yu Sangtian, the existence of the small spirit cosmos could not be exposed, even if there was only a slight possibility. What was the reason? Because he had cultivated the path of karma, Lu Yin was becoming more and more confident in his premonitions. He had a feeling that Yu Sangtian had killed Yu Zhong because Lu Yin wanted to counter him. Since you're sure that Yu Sangtian will kill you, then you don't have any psychological burden to deal with him? Lu Yin asked. Yushan suddenly looked up. No, that's courting death. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'll deal with him. Yushan stared at Lu Yin. I know you're strong, but my master's strength is unparalleled. Aside from the legendary ultimate pinnacle, no one is his match. The ultimate pinnacle was made up by him. He's invincible. Lu Yin frowned. He made up the ultimate pinnacle? Yushan said, my senior said so. He's very sure that the ultimate pinnacle was made up by Yu Sangtian. The ultimate pinnacle appeared in an era far before your masters. I'm talking about Yu Sangtian. Every generation of Yu Sangtian, especially the first, made up the ultimate pinnacle to make it convenient for him to rule the spiritualized universe. However, in my master's generation, there was no need for the ultimate pinnacle. He could rule the spiritualized universe himself. My senior said that my master's power surpassed all the previous generations of Yu Sangtian. He's the first spiritualized universe in history. There were some things that Yu Zhong and Yushan might know, but there were some that they didn't have the right to know. The existence of Grandmaster Grass was known to very few people in the Tianyuan universe. Even the primogenitor didn't know about it. Similarly, there were very few people in the spiritualized universe who knew about it. Why don't you stay in Boundless? Why are you still hanging there? Yushan looked at the tree in the distance and nodded. I'll continue hanging there. Don't worry. You're asking me to protect you. You should pay the price. Lu Yin said calmly. Yushan said, I don't have anything. You have the transformation of the 9 heavens. Yushan was shocked. You want to learn the transformation of the 9 heavens? Can't I? Lu Yin asked as he looked at Yushan coldly. Yu Sangtian's transformation of the 9 heavens had left a deep impression on Lu Yin. That unshakable power suppressed the entire Tianyuan universe. Yushan relied on the transformation of the 9 heavens to increase his strength. It was a powerful battle technique. Yushan said solemnly, you can't learn it. If you want to learn the transformation of the 9 heavens, you must first open the 9 heavens. Senior brother and I opened the 9 heavens with the help of our master. At that time, even senior brother couldn't help me open the 9 heavens, let alone you. Third head, I swear this is the truth. Opening the 9 heavens, 1 move per day, 9 moves combined into 1. That is the transformation of the 9 heavens. You can't open the 9 heavens yourself. If you want me to forget the transformation of the 9 heavens now, I won't be able to cultivate it again. I must ask Master to open the 9 heavens again. Lu Yin said, I believe you, but you don't have to worry. Just practice the transformation of the 9 heavens that you know. Whether you can learn it or not is my problem. Yushan didn't hesitate and directly used the transformation of the 9 heavens without hiding anything. Lu Yin could tell if he was hiding anything. Yushan really used the transformation of the 9 heavens and taught Lu Yin everything he knew. Unfortunately, Lu Yin used another skill. He saw through Yushan. Spiritualized universe cultivators used spiritual seeds to cultivate and were different from Tianyuan universe cultivators. However, they could still cultivate their inner world and ancestral world. The transformation of the 9 heavens was Yushan's ancestral world. It was divided into 9 and ascended step by step. This was done by xianxia. This wasn't a simple separation of the ancestral world. The 9 heavens were connected. Every day there would be a Yushan cultivating a move. When the sky was opened and this move was integrated, the transformation would be completed. Yushan was right. Without opening the 9 heavens, one would never be able to cultivate it. But how to open the 9 heavens? How were the 9 heavens connected? How was that move left behind? This was something Lu Yin couldn't see through. Yushan himself couldn't give an answer. For a few days, Yushan practiced the transformation of the 9 heavens. Lu Yin saw through every move but couldn't cultivate it. Yushan was helpless. That should be enough. Lu Yin looked at him. There is a price to pay for the boundless protection. This price is huge. Yushan said, I don't have anything. I tried my best to teach you the transformation of the 9 heavens, but you can't learn it without opening the 9 heavens. You can't blame me. Lu Yin nodded, I don't blame you. Then let's change the price. What price? Yushan didn't understand. Before he could react, he was pushed into the hell of the general appointment stage. Lu Yin wanted him to experience karma and recultivate the transformation of the 9 heavens. This was his experience. It didn't matter if he couldn't see through it the first time. He could do it again and again. This wasn't just related to Yushan, it was also related to xianxia. Lu Yin wanted to see if he really couldn't learn the transformation of the 9 heavens. Just as Lu Yin was learning the transformation of the 9 heavens, the spiritualized universe's 36 domains were in an uproar because of resource mobilization. In the Daliang domain, Sage Daliu went missing and the heavenly river was taken away. This caused the cultivators under Sage Daliu to either leave or flee. Of course, there was also a group of people who stayed behind. The leader was Sage Daliu's disciple Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang stared blankly at Mu Zhu, who was looking down at him, and said with a bitter expression, We don't have that many resources. Mu Zhu looked down coldly. Lu Sangtian is mobilizing resources. If you refuse, you'll be provoking him. Lu Zhang lamented, Master has been captured by Lu Sangtian. The heavenly river disappeared and most of the disciples left. How can we still have resources? If you don't believe me, you can investigate. Mu Zhu quickly left the Daliang domain and headed to the next domain. In the Alan domain, the water curtain sky had already been restored. The desolate god had returned with Su Wang to mobilize resources. The cultivators of the Alan domain were furious, but they didn't dare say anything. Lu Tianyi, Luo Shan, and the others arrived at the domain where the resources were being mobilized. Sir Victor brought the ancestor to the intent realm. The ancestor stared blankly in one direction. Was that an action? The alliance stepped forward, led by Xiao. Are you two from the Dayu villa? Why are you here? Sir Victor pointed at Xiao with his golden staff. Lu Sangtian is mobilizing resources. Quickly prepare a few trillion spirit seeds for us to bring back. The ancestor was stunned. A few trillion? Xiao was also stunned. Behind him, everyone from the alliance was stunned. A few trillion? Was this a joke? Since when did the intent realm become the target of mobilizing resources? Xiao said, Please go back and report to Lu Sangtian that there are no resources to mobilize in the intent realm. Sir Victor sneered, Are you provoking Lu Sangtian? Xiao stared at Sir Victor. We respect Lu Sangtian, but the resources in the intent realm are only for sentient universe lifeforms. This is the rule of the spiritualized universe. Please go back. How dare you? Let me see where you get the confidence to chase us away. As he spoke, Sir Victor's golden staff smashed toward Xiao. Behind Xiao, Master Feng walked out. Don't go too far. The golden staff ruthlessly pressed down on Lord Wind's head. His sequence particles were immediately scattered. He was shocked as he sent his consciousness blasting towards Celestial Lord Victor. Celestial Lord Victor faced Lord Wind's consciousness attack head-on. His body swayed a little, but he was fine. The golden staff brazenly pressed down, pressing Lord Wind into the ground. Xiao was furious. Stop. His gaze was piercingly cold, and his astral-level consciousness swept out, crashing toward Sir Victor. Sir Victor withdrew his golden staff, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. It was difficult for him to withstand an astral-level consciousness, but he was not defeated. As blood flowed, his aura suddenly rose and he activated the victorious battle technique. 100-fold Sir Victor appeared behind him, and he raised his staff again to smash Xiao. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3563. Xiao's gaze changed. This person had actually withstood his consciousness bombardment. Furthermore, this combat power was definitely not as simple as being at the level of spirit spells. Sure, Shio could use the rules to not get close, but this person did not use the rules of sequence at all. Were these the experts of the Dayu Villa? Any one of them could fight him? He was the #1 consciousness cultivator in the spiritualized universe. A cold glint flashed in Shirshio's eyes. No matter how much he feared Lu Sangtian, he had to fight this battle. Ancestor, she didn't interfere. She stared at the corner of the intent realm. On the other side, in the southbound world, Old Tao came again. Even though the Heaven's Hand was almost destroyed, Xian Men Faidu was still alive. The Heaven's Hand still existed. He looked at the headquarters of the Heaven's Hand and said, Lu Sangtian's order is to mobilize resources. Don't stand on ceremony. Give me a few trillion spiritual seeds so that I can report back. We're all on the same side. In the headquarters of Heaven's Hand, numerous gazes were glaring at Old Tao. This traitor. Before Su Wangtian could enter the Heaven's Craftsman domain, he was stopped. Stay away. Do you think anyone can enter the Heaven's Craftsman realm just because they want to? Outside the Heaven's Craftsman region, a male glanced at Su Wangtian with disdain. Not to mention spirit spell experts, even if a spirit primordial expert came, they would have to report first. Su Wangtian laughed. On his shoulder, the Star Toad's eyes widened. What an iron-headed guy. He still dared to offend the Dayu Mountain Manor? Then go and inform them that Su Wangtian of the Dayu Manor has come to visit. The man sneered, using Dayu Manor to threaten me? Let me tell you something. My Heaven's Craftsman realm isn't under the jurisdiction of any of the Mulberry Skies. We are directly under the orders of the realm beyond heaven. As for the Dayu Manor, we don't welcome you. Su Wangtian nodded, understood. If you understand, then scram. Little guy, have you eaten boogers before? What? Ugh. I, Su Wangtian, am here to bring Lu Sangtian's order. Gather resources. Heaven's Craftsman realm, hand over 1 trillion spirit seeds. Otherwise I will tear this place apart. Su Wangtian slammed his slipper on the ground, slamming it on the entire Heaven's Craftsman realm. In the depths of the Heaven's Craftsman domain, the little fatty was horrified. Dayu Villa? Who dares to be so impudent? A loud shout rang out as spiritual threads flew towards Su Wangtian. Su Wangtian's slippers slammed onto the ground of Heaven's Craftsman domain, causing the entire domain to tremble. The ground cracked open and extended into the distance. At this moment, spirit threads as sharp as blades attacked him. He held onto the slippers tightly and slammed them horizontally. With a bang, the spiritual thread bent, and a deep mark appeared on the slipper. Su Wangtian's eyes widened. A primordial realm expert. In the Heaven's Craftsman region, countless pairs of eyes looked towards Su Wangtian's direction. An elder stood in the starry sky with spiritual threads dancing around his body. His eyes were filled with divine prowess, and there was coldness and mercilessness hidden in the depths of his eyes. Someone from the Great Yu Mountain Manor dares to be impudent in my Heaven's Craftsman region? Su Wangtian sneered, Old thing, you don't want to interact with the outside world? I know that your Dayu Manor is not to be trifled with, but my Heaven's Craftsman realm is not afraid. Scram. Countless spirit threads shot out from the elder's body towards Su Wangtian, each of them carrying a heavy attack that struck fear into Su Wangtian's heart. He finally understood why Lu Yin had asked him to bring the Star Toad with him to the Heaven's Craftsman realm. It's your turn. The Star Toad rolled its eyes and jumped up. Its body turned from golden to colorful. It held the steel fork in its hand and had a skull around its neck. It shouted, Aw, old man, let's go. The pitchfork pierced into the endless spiritual threads and spun madly. It entangled the endless spiritual threads and exerted force. The old man was almost pulled down. He was shocked. Bitter calamity realm? Beast-shaped spiritual molt? Ancestor, that's the toad that follows Lu Sangtian, someone reminded. The old man became fearful. He remembered that Lu Sangtian had brought 3 giant beasts with him when he traveled through the spiritual universe. 2 of them carried the palanquin while the last one stood on his shoulder. On his shoulder was this toad. It was rumored that this toad had killed a powerhouse in the 10,000 beast territory who fought for the position of Lu Sangtian, but it was actually in the bitter calamity realm. Heaven's Craftsman realm, the world of spiritual threads. Yes, ancestor. Countless voices rang out as spiritual threads rose from all directions of the Heaven's Craftsman realm, forming a sphere that constantly expanded. It wanted to push the Star Toad and Su Wangtian out of the Heaven's Craftsman realm. The Star Toad stabbed out with the pitchfork, but it was unable to pierce through the spiritual threads. A chessboard appeared around Su Wangtian, and he placed his chess pieces in the air. The chess pieces shot into the spiritual threads, but they were constantly pushed away. He retreated step by step, but it was useless. The Heavens Craftsman realm developed spiritual threads to connect the 36 domains. One could imagine how many spiritual threads they had. The 36 regions were connected a long time ago, and no one knew how many spirit threads the Heavens Craftsman domain had left. Relying on these spirit threads, the Heavens Craftsman domain had nothing to fear. They even had the confidence to face Xianxia head-on. There wouldn't be several Xianxias attacking the Heavens Craftsman domain. The old man looked coldly at Su Wangtian and the star toad being pushed out. Go back and tell that Lu Xianxian I don't care how he causes trouble, but don't provoke the Heavens Craftsman realm. Scram! Su Wangtian and the star toad were completely pushed out, and they looked at each other. You're too useless. You're trash. Both of them spoke at the same time and glared at each other. What do? We can't report back. Too embarrassing. Absolutely not. Find help. Oh, I know of a guy who should be able to beat up the Heavens Craftsman realm. You know someone in the spiritualized universe? No, but that guy said that I looked familiar, so I held back. No one in the spiritualized universe can find that guy, but I can. Let's go. Alright, don't tell this to Luin. That brat is also looking for that guy. We can't let him find him. What? The two of them have some conflicts. Did you betray the Xuanhuan universe? Cut the crap. Just tell me if you want to do it or not. Do it. Soon the man and beast disappeared. Within the Heavens Craftsman realm, the old man snorted and returned. Forefather, are you alright? Isn't this too disrespectful to the Dayu manor? What's there to be afraid of? My Heavens Craftsman realm has endless spiritual threads protecting it. Even Lu Xianxian can't break it. The old man glared. Shut up. Is this something that you can say? Who told you that Lu Xianxian can't break it? Everyone quickly fell silent. The old man's expression turned solemn. Everyone returned in a sorry state. That Lu Xianxian doesn't have the face to come to our Heavens Craftsman realm. No matter what, he's still Lu Xianxian. If he comes, we'll invite Lord Yu Xianxian. Our Heavens Craftsman realm won't be troubled by a mere Dayu manor. From now on, the Heavens Craftsman realm will be sealed until the day of the sacrifice spirit. As you command, Forefather. As you command, Forefather. Above the spatial abyss, Chui arrived and looked down. It was as if he could see Luin fighting here. This battle had made Luin famous and allowed him to accomplish Lu Xianxian without any hindrance. He wondered when he would be able to fight again and let the Xuanhuan universe feel completely at ease. Not long after, Chui crossed the spatial abyss and arrived outside of the Inteliski domain. Given his personality, even if he had ill intentions, he would still act gracefully. However, he had another mission that Luin had given him, so he had no choice but to enter the Inteliski domain without asking for permission. Anyone who came to the Wisdom Sky domain had to pass through. Although the Wisdom Sky domain didn't seem to have any defensive measures, many people knew that it had a spirit treasure array. The other mission that Luin had given Chui was to challenge the spirit treasure array, Scroll 15. He hadn't forgotten that this spirit treasure array was so similar to the name of the Heaven's Hand Scroll 16. There must be a connection between them. Luin wanted to know if this array was arranged according to its name. If it was, then it would be terrifying. Chuyi's expression was cautious as he stepped into the Wisdom Sky domain. However, he didn't trigger the spirit treasure array even when he reached the reed marsh where Luin and the foolish old man had been boating. Are you from the Dayu villa? An aged voice asked. Chui looked over and saw a small boat emerging from the reed marsh. The foolish old man was sitting on it. That's right. Judging from your complexion, it seems that time is unforgiving. You and I are already old, but we still have to work for the young. The foolish old man smiled and gestured for Chui to enter. Chui smiled. I'm just a bag of old bones. If I can pave the way for the young, it will be worth it. He then boarded the small boat and sat opposite the foolish old man. The foolish old man and Chui had both lived for a very long time. Chui had lived since the era of the Above Heaven sect. Although that era didn't represent the oldest era of the spiritualized universe, the foolish old man wasn't the oldest master of the Wisdom Sky domain either. With their age, there was no need to delve too deeply into it. They were all old men. The foolish old man personally poured wine for Chui. I have a good eye for people. You shouldn't be just a spiritual prime. Chui replied, what's the difference between the primordial realm and the bitter adversity? It's just a threshold in life. Only by passing the bitter adversity can one step into eternal life. Aren't you tempted? It would be a lie to say that I'm not tempted. However, isn't eternal life the same as passing the bitter adversity? Chui retorted. The foolish old man paused and put down his wine cup. He looked at Chui in admiration. It's my honor to meet you today. Let's not talk about official matters. Can we chat for 3 days? Chui smiled. It's my honor. The entire spiritualized universe was in an uproar because of the Dayu Villa. There were complaints everywhere. Countless people contacted Xianxia and the realm beyond heaven, but they didn't get a reply. Xianxia aside, of the 7 great Xianxia, Wu Huang and the 9th spirit were still on their way back. Zhan Ming's attitude was unclear. Originally, it belonged to the Dayu Villa, and the plain sect was raised by Lu Yin. Who would go against Lu Yin? Unless Yu Xianxia appeared, no one would stop Lu Yin. And would Yu Xianxia appear for such a matter? Previously, when the Dayu Villa had violated the rules and provoked the realm beyond heaven, Yu Xianxia hadn't said a word. In many people's minds, Yu Xianxia had already established Lu Yin's group as a sign to attract experts from the Tianyuan universe and the universe of consciousness. Although this sign was a little arrogant, it wasn't enough for him to personally overthrow it. Some people guessed Lu Yin's plan, but it was laughable. Trying to collect and destroy spirit seeds to prevent the spiritualized universe's future was simply unrealistic. This was because once spirit seeds were destroyed, they would reappear. If they weren't destroyed, then Yu Xianxia would appear if the spiritualized universe's future was affected. This could only be described as laughable, or perhaps it was the struggle of the weak. Above boundless boundary, Lu Yin was still watching Yu Shan recultivate the 9 heavens change. He had expected the outside world's reaction, but he didn't care. In the intent realm, celestial surpassing star attacked wantonly. The golden staff was Xianxia, who was suffering unspeakably. Xianxia's consciousness caused Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle to constantly cough up blood as his head spun. However, Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle was the type of person who grew stronger the more he fought. Xianxia didn't have the strength to knock Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle unconscious. Instead, he allowed Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle to familiarize himself with his consciousness bombardment. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3564. Xianxia's spiritual prime realm cultivation had no advantage over Sir Victor. However, it was impossible for Sir Victor to defeat him. His consciousness was enough to make it impossible for Sir Victor to win unless he could break through his consciousness. Xianxia threatened, "I'll give Third Head some face and stop this battle. Otherwise, with my intent combined, my consciousness is enough to knock you out." Sir Victor raised his golden staff. "Come, let's see if you have the ability." Xianxia gritted his teeth. Intent. All of the intent realm cultivators consciously formed a spirit treasure array and anxiously waited for Xianxia's orders. They did not want to become enemies with the Dayu Mountain Villa, but the Dayu Mountain Villa had gone too far. Their intent realm was one of the 7 great powers, so how could they be mobilized? Even if they were mobilized, a few trillion was too much. Master Feng had never seen so many spirit seeds in his life. Sir Victor let out a deep breath that was like a dragon that crushed the void. It was terrifyingly powerful, and the intent realm cultivators shuddered in fear. However, there were also some who were envious, as this was physical strength. Third Head had used his physical strength to resist Wu Wei's consciousness, while this person had used his physical strength to resist the Alliance leader's consciousness. When one's physical strength was cultivated to the limit, they would be very powerful. They all wanted to cultivate their physical strength. Xianxia did not want to use his intent realm to attack, as he was afraid that Lu Yin would come looking for him. Yu Xianxia had not been able to protect the Qi family, so he would not be able to protect Xianxia. However, this person clearly did not want to give up, which made it difficult for Xianxia to back down. At that moment, a corner of the intent realm stirred up a storm. A terrifying consciousness swept out and covered the entire intent realm. Sir Victor looked over and his eyelids twitched. He could not withstand this consciousness. Ancestor Shi stepped out and faced the corner. He closed his eyes and a boundless consciousness soared into the sky to clash with this consciousness. Xianxia's pupils shrank. Was this a consciousness life form? His attention had been drawn by Sir Victor, and now he looked at Ancestor Shi. Ancestor Shi's consciousness was definitely not weak, at least not below Xianxia's. He was a powerful consciousness life form. "I've seen you before," Wu Wei's voice rang out. Ancestor Shi's expression was cold. "I know you as well. You're one of the 13 Celestials, Wu Wei." You really did go to the Xuanhuan universe, Wu Wei said. Xiao's eyes twitched. A consciousness life form in the Xuanhuan universe? Ancestor, she said solemnly, you have indeed become a traitor. Xiao, destroy her. She has brought the Xuanhuan universe and the consciousness universe together. Wu Wei spoke as a majestic will press down on the ancestor of the ancient era. Xiao didn't make a move. How should he put it? It wasn't surprising at all. It was reasonable for the Xuanhuan universe and the universe of consciousness to join forces. After all, both universes were targeted by spiritualized universes. Wu Wei's words only confirmed Lu Yin's suspicions about Qi Gong and Lu Yin. The beings from the consciousness universe behind Saint Daliu had planned everything. They had thought of a way to let Qi Gong steal the White Willow and lure Lu Yin to break through his intent realm and save the beings from the consciousness universe. This was something that everyone knew. The only change was that Saint Daliu might not have paid the price himself and left. Instead, Lu Yin had joined hands with the consciousness universe and let him go unconditionally. This made sense. The third head had long joined forces with the consciousness universe because of this life form. Perhaps Saint Great Yun's capture was just an illusion, and that person had taken advantage of the situation. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that he went to the Great Yun domain and coincidentally found Bai Lu? No, he had to report this to Lord Yu Tian. The alliance between the Xuanhuan universe and the universe of consciousness was no small matter. Xiao, what are you waiting for? Wu Wei shouted. The ancestor sneered, does he dare? Does he dare? Sir Do Xing said arrogantly. Xiao's expression was extremely ugly. This was forcing him, please stay for a while. This matter requires Lord Yu Tian to make a decision. Sir Do Xing raised his golden staff and smashed it down, hand over the spirit seed. Xiao was furious. This guy was crazy, intent realm attack. Streams of consciousness blasted towards Sir Do Xing. At the same time Wu Wei attacked as well. His starry sky level consciousness was as vast as an ocean, and the great sky-flaying disk pressed down on the ancestor. When the ancestor had left the consciousness universe, she had only been a sequence law expert. After arriving in the Xuanhuan universe, she had broken through to the primordial realm at the edge of the river of time in the mirage domain. Even so, her consciousness was still not Wu Wei's match. She could only barely resist the attacks of his starry sky-level consciousness. Her sword swept out, and a green sword chi slashed towards a corner of the intent realm. Her consciousness was not Wu Wei's match, but that did not mean she could not resist. She was the light-sifting sword sky. Her essence, spirit, and sword intent had forced the Lu family to cultivate the primogenitor scripture. She had undergone a metamorphosis in the Xuanhuan universe. This battle lasted for several days, but Sir Do Xing had not fainted. This was mainly because Xiao had not done much as he was contacting Sky Beyond. The ancestor was also fighting against Wu Wei. Wu Wei's consciousness suppressed the ancestors, but the ancestor used the power of the light-sifting sword Sky to counterattack. Wu Wei was unable to take her down immediately. Xiao's heart thumped. The Daiyu Villa had only sent 2 people, but it was already so difficult for them to fight the intent realm. Just how powerful was the Daiyu Villa? In the Cloud Crane domain, the desolate god and Su Wang had arrived. They had obtained the spirit seed from the Alan domain, and their second stop was the Cloud Crane domain. However, the Cloud Crane domain had not listened to them and had instead requested the protection of the Myriad Beasts domain. The desolate god had gone berserk and fought against the experts from the Myriad Beasts domain. Su Wang had also attacked. In the Bofan domain, the Zhan family had sent people to block Lu Tianyi and the Power Beast. The School of Arts had also interfered, but there was nothing they could do about it. The Bofan domain was right next to the School of Arts, and if they allowed Lu Yin to gather the resources there, the School of Arts would lose face. Most shocking of all, Meng Sang Tian had appeared in the Ghostfire domain. This news had shaken the spiritualized universe. Meng Sang Tian had disappeared several decades ago, and he had not appeared again. Even though several decades were not a long time for cultivators and could pass in the blink of an eye, the lack of news about Meng Sang Tian was still a cause for concern. He was Meng Sang Tian, not a mortal. And now Meng Sang Tian had appeared in the Ghostfire domain. Luo Shan immediately fled as he was not Meng Sang Tian's match. Furthermore, he knew that Meng Sang Tian's disappearance was related to the one true god. That was a powerhouse that made his scalp go numb. To the people of the Xuanhuan universe, Yu Sang Tian might not be terrifying, but the one true god was. Everyone in the Ghostfire domain knelt down and worshipped Meng Sang Tian. Meng Sang Tian stood there calmly. Not long after, Yu Sang Tian's voice rang out, Eternity. I am Ming Sang Tian. Where is eternity? He's gone. Tell him to appear and give him the position of Ming Sang Tian. It's not time yet. He asked me to tell you something. After a pause, Ming Sang Tian said, don't underestimate Lu Yin. Yu Sang Tian said calmly, help me tell him something as well. Kill Lu Yin and he will still be the master of the Tianyuan universe. I can restart the consciousness universe and let the Tianyuan universe go. Ming Sang Tian did not reply. Are you still yourself? Yu Sang Tian's voice rang out again. Ming Sang Tian looked up. Yes. They ate. Ming Sang Tian did not hesitate and handed over the foundation of the sequence, the 8. Although time had reversed, Ming Sang Tian's actions were controlled by the one true God, and he was not affected by the reversal of time. He brought the one true God to the spiritualized universe and did not appear in the spiritualized universe like Yi Sang Tian and the others. However, his memories had been affected, and the foundation of the sequence, the 8, had returned. During the 37 years of time reversal, the 8 had been snatched away by Lu Yin and refined in the cosmos of his heart. Now that the 8 had returned, Lu Yin wanted to make up for it. Yu Sang Tian did not know what had happened to Ming Sang Tian in the Tianyuan universe, and he did not know that the 8 had been snatched away by Lu Yin. However, even if there was a slight possibility, he would still take the 8 and use the 8's karma to devour Lu Yin. Everything returned to normal, and only Ming Sang Tian remained standing there with his head lowered. His lips curled up as he said, can't you tell? Things are getting more and more interesting. In the spiritualized universe, there was a place surrounded by red meteorites all year round. The meteorites were filled with magma, and no living creature could survive here. Even cultivators would take a detour. So Wang Tian used his spatial techniques to search for the star toad for several days before finding this place. Just this. So Wang Tian looked around. There's nothing here. The star toad rolled his eyes. Nonsense. If you can find it, how can it hide? With that, he leaped down and gestured for Su Wang Tian to keep quiet. The two tiptoed towards the highest meteorite. When they reached the meteorite, the star toad whispered, are you ready? Run at any time. Otherwise, if this guy goes crazy, both of us will die here. Su Wang Tian hesitated. Do we really have to take such a risk? I feel that returning to Wujiang to get reinforcements is not a bad choice. We're already here and you're still hesitating? The star toad was unhappy and looked at Su Wang Tian with disdain. Su Wang Tian was helpless. Are you confident? 70%. Then increase it by 20%. Where is the 20%? 20% is already here. They're on their way. The star toad's eyes flashed. Dancing butterflies? Su Wang Tian gestured for him to keep quiet. If they work together, it should be fine. The star toad nodded. It's safer. Let's wait. Suddenly, he felt that something was amiss. Wait, if we can find the dancing butterflies, why are we still looking for it? Su Wang Tian looked at the star toad. Don't tell me that you don't want to find it. The star toad stared at Su Wang Tian in a daze. He gripped his pitchfork tightly and glared at Su Wang Tian. You're cunning. Did that Lu brat teach you this? Su Wang Tian rolled his eyes. Do I need him to teach me this? I've lived for so many years for nothing. You left this guy's trail behind his back. It's obvious that you have something private to do. If I help you, it'll be beneficial for us. I'll tell that brat that it has nothing to do with us and I'll help you keep it a secret. The star toad gritted his teeth. All right, I'll remember this favor. Hee hee, I'm a good person. Su Wang Tian laughed. The star toad was speechless. He thought that he was the one guiding the star toad. Humans were too cunning. Another 2 days passed. The battle of wills had yet to end and the dancing butterflies had already arrived. The star toad saw them and stabbed his pitchfork into the ground. Old brat, come out and answer me. A pair of eyes suddenly opened from the ground. They were filled with rage and nervousness at being discovered. A claw reached out and clashed with the pitchfork. With a loud bang, the star toad was pushed back and almost flipped over. Who dares to disturb my rest? You're courting death. The one underground was xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's mortal enemy. He could not be found in the 10,000 beast border, but the star toad found him. The dancing butterflies were shocked. Xuanhuan? They did not expect the star toad to find Xuanhuan. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3565. It was rumored that Yu Sang Tian made up the supreme extremity to control the spiritualized universe. Yu Shan's senior, Yu Zhong, was also certain that it was made up, but only people with a certain level of knowledge knew that it was true. Although Elder Yu believed in the existence of the Supreme Extremity, he had never seen it in all these years. Lu Yin suddenly mentioned the Supreme Extremity and even implicated Yu Xianxia, which made him instinctively feel that something was wrong. You know where the Supreme Extremity is? Elder Yu asked with a different tone. Lu Yin said, so you believe in its existence? You said that Yu Xianxia would never be forced because of the Supreme Extremity? Elder Yu's eyes flashed. You don't have anything on Yu Xianxia, so he didn't attack you because of the Supreme Extremity? Lu Yin praised. Smart. Then we can talk on this basis. Of course, the premise is that you believe me. Did Elder Yu believe him? Of course he did, he couldn't not believe it. Otherwise, why wouldn't Yu Xianxia attack Wu Jiang? He understood Yu Xianxia too well. He had arranged the 7 great Xianxians one after another just to control the spiritualized universe. Before him, Xianxian could appear in Jikong domain, but after the current Yu Xianxian was born, he clearly stated that Jikong domain would not allow Xianxian to appear, completely ignoring the opinions of the spiritualized universe's cultivators. He was too overbearing. How could such an overbearing person allow Wu Jiang, an existence that violated the rules? How could he allow the Tianyuan universe to resist? It was nonsense to say that he did it to attract the Tianyuan universe's experts to join. Wu Jiang represented the Tianyuan universe's top experts, unparalleled. In fact, Jikong domain had been analyzing Yu Xianxian's weakness during this period of time, trying to figure out what Lu Yin had on him. But even with Elder Yu's lifetime of wisdom and experience, he couldn't find anything. Now that he heard Lu Yin's words, he understood that the weakness was fake. The one that protected Wu Jiang was the Supreme Extremity. At the same time, he also understood why the Supreme Extremity hadn't appeared for so many years. It was because he was in the Tianyuan universe. This coincided with his previous conjecture. The Supreme Extremity has always been in the Tianyuan universe? Lu Yin smiled, yes. What does it have to do with you? Elder Yu stared at Lu Yin. He had a terrifying guess. Maybe this person was the Supreme Extremity's disciple? Otherwise, how could he have reached such a cultivation at such a young age? As for the stance of the spiritualized universe in the Tianyuan universe, was it really important to the Supreme Universe? Lu Yin pretended to be mysterious. I don't want to talk about this. Anyway, Peerless Extremity has given Yu Xianxia a death sentence. You're not allowed to touch me, understood? The foolish old man took a deep breath and remained silent. What Lu Yin had said was true. Yu Xianxia hadn't acted against him because of his instincts, but also because of Grandmaster Qingqiao. Grandmaster Qingqiao wanted to use Lu Yin to break free from the restraints of karma. Of course, Lu Yin knew that things weren't that simple, but he couldn't find the reason. Actually, the reason why he told Foolish Old Man all this was because he wanted to tell Foolish Old Man about this matter so that Intelligent Void Domain could find a loophole in Yusang Heaven. It would be even better if they could find a loophole, but if they couldn't, then so be it. They could play around in the spiritualized universe as long as they could in the name of being supreme. To Master Grass, his value might surpass that of the entire spiritualized universe. Eternal Realm cultivators were invincible, but they were restricted. This feeling was more unbearable than anyone else. Grandmaster Grass had endured it for so many years, and he had long since had enough. As for Lu Yin, he still had to continue enduring this torture. Sometimes, Lu Yin's mind would constantly see the scene of Grandmaster Grass attacking. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yin would be sealed, making him unable to resist at all. He could easily defeat an ancient god with just a thought. The strength of an Eternal Realm cultivator was unimaginable. I want to know the exact situation of Peerless Extremity, Foolish Old Man said. Lu Yin nodded. All right, I'll tell you to prove that I'm telling the truth, but I have a condition. Do as you wish. The Intelligent Void Domain won't interfere, Foolish Old Man said. Lu Yin raised his head and looked into the distance. It's just a small matter. You can't do anything about it. I've never taken you seriously. These words were unpleasant, but Foolish Old Man didn't care. What's the condition? Lu Yin's gaze was heavy. I want everyone in the Boundless Realm to improve by 1 level, except for the Primordial Realm powerhouses. In the Intent Realm, the battle stopped, and Lu Yin allowed Celestial Champion and Ancestor Shi to return. Shirshio's expression turned ugly as he watched the two leave. Since when did the Intent Realm become a place where some people could come and go as they pleased? However, he was helpless against the Dayu Villa. There was no reply from Beyond Sky either. Alliance Master, even though we let them go, we didn't pay any price for it, Feng Shanren comforted. I heard that the Heavens Craftsman domain was defeated. The Cloud Crane domain and Bofan domain were also badly beaten. The Boat domain didn't even resist, and they took away more than 1 trillion spirit seeds. Shirshio sighed. Given Lu Sangtian's character, he wouldn't have stopped voluntarily. Someone must have interfered. Maybe it was Beyond Sky, Feng Shanren said. In the Cloud Crane domain, the Desolate God and Su Wang had also left. They had fought in the Cloud Crane domain, but they hadn't obtained any spirit seeds. However, the Crane Keeper was willing to give them spirit seeds. Now that the Cloud Crane domain had been beaten to a pulp, he regretted asking the Myriad Beast domain to step in. The gathering of resources that swept through the 36 domains came to an end. When they all returned to the Boundless domain, the number of spirit seeds they had obtained was enough to shock the Chamber of Commerce. This was a robbery in the name of Lu Sangtian, which had never happened before. Only a place like the Dayu Villa, which had repeatedly violated the rules, would do something like this. However, Beyond Sky didn't care. The Desolate God and the others had been holding back in the Boundless domain for a long time, and this battle was finally satisfying. The Foolish Old agreed to Lu Yin's condition, which was to raise everyone above the Boundless domain, except for the Primordial Realm. Powerhouses like the Desolate God and Lu Tianyi were also raised to the Primordial Realm. This was obtained by Lu Yin in exchange for information on Master Grass. To the Foolish Old, although helping the powerhouses above the Boundless domain wasn't good for the spiritualized universe, he was willing to pay the price for information on the Ultimate domain. There were many powerhouses above the Boundless domain, but as long as no one reached the Eternal Realm, they couldn't surpass the spiritualized universe. Even Lu Yin, who represented the peak of the Boundless domain, couldn't surpass Yu Sangtian. Lu Yin didn't hide the information on Master Grass, and he told the Foolish Old everything, especially the way Master Grass attacked. This made the Foolish Old fall silent for a long time. Lu Yin didn't know what the Foolish Old was thinking, but he knew that even if the spiritualized universe above the Boundless domain was more likely to seek death, and no one was certain that they would survive, it was still better than nothing. He had brought these people here, and as long as there was a chance, he wanted to bring them back. The spiritualized universe was filled with danger at every step. The Foolish Old, Yu Sangtian, and these people had plans that he couldn't see through, which made him uneasy. The only way was to increase his strength. A few months later, the Jikong domain announced that the Monolith Discourse would be held in 2 years. At that time, all 36 domains would be able to listen. Monolith Discourse? Lu Yin didn't understand. Yuan Qi explained, the Monolith Discourse is a form of enlightenment for the cultivators of the 36 domains of the spiritualized universe. It allows those who are on the verge of death to recite the Monolith Sutra. The cultivators can listen to the words of the sutra and feel the path of the cultivator. From there, they will know which sequence method is suitable for them. Some people are gifted and can tell when they have just stepped onto the path of cultivation. Some people can hear the path they want to take in the future, some break through bottlenecks, and some wait for the time to shed their spirit. Perhaps they can shed their spirit during enlightenment and obtain a gift or weapon. In short, this is a form of enlightenment for all cultivators. Chui asked, how often is the Monolith Discourse held? Yuan Qi shook his head. It's not common in my era because every time, it consumes the cultivator's life. After the discourse, the cultivator will definitely die. They are all old fellows who are nearing the end of their lifespans. Old Tao continued, the last Monolith Discourse was to celebrate Bao Qi's ascension to Sang Tian's position, and the one before that was to celebrate Meng Sang Tian's ascension. Yuan Qi nodded, ascending to Sang Tian's position is a major event, and there is indeed such a rule. The Monolith Discourse is celebrated throughout the world. Lu Yin frowned as he had still been schemed against. Foolish Old Man would definitely use the Monolith Discourse to help those on Limitless Star improve. Even if Lu Yin hadn't raised the conditions, the Monolith Discourse would still have happened. After all, there would be 2 Sang Tians at once, and it would be unreasonable to not have a Monolith Discourse. Lu Yin still lacked understanding of the spiritualized universe. But it didn't matter as he hadn't paid any price. Yu Sangtian knew about the Grass Grandmaster, and many people in the Tianyuan universe knew about it. Foolish Old Man would have known about it sooner or later. As for gathering resources, that was only the intent realm. The Cloud Crane region and a few other places had not succeeded, but the number of spirit seeds that had been gathered was already ridiculous. The next time would be before the day of the tribute spirit, as he would have to gather at least 2 times to cover his losses. Will the Monolith Discourse help many people improve their strength? Lu Yin asked. He hadn't told Chu Yi and the others about the conditions, as he could make the decision on such matters. There was no need to burden others. Yuanqi replied, "Of course many people will improve their strength, but the specifics depend on their own comprehension. The easiest way to improve their strength is for cultivators who coincidentally encounter a spiritual molt. Many cultivators who are unable to molt their innate gifts or weapons will experience a spiritual molt when they encounter the monolith discourse, and their strength will increase by leaps and bounds. This is very normal." "What about the progenitor realm or the sequence laws?" Luin asked. Yuanqi thought about it. "That depends on the price that the monolith discourse pays. If you want those people to improve their strength, they will have to be extremely powerful, at least in the primordial realm. In particular, if you want to increase the strength of the sequence laws, you will have to sacrifice the bitter adversity expert. That is the price. However, there will definitely be bitter adversity experts waiting to die in the door of techniques. It's not that they can't afford to pay this price, but that it will delay the creation of the sequence foundation." Old Tao said, "In the past, the monolith discourse has almost always involved spirit adepts. It's very normal for a few spirit adepts to die in a single discourse. Of course, there have also been primordial realm experts who have died. In that moment, they had exhausted their life force to transmit the monolith discourse to the 36 regions. The higher the realm, the more they can comprehend the state of mind, and the easier it is for them to break through." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3566. Luin looked into the distance. It seemed that a few primordial realm experts would die in this discussion, and even Kuai might die. He wanted to see just how many old fellows from the spiritualized universe were waiting to die. He had already suppressed a bunch of them in hell. Now that he thought about it, neither Yu Sang-tian nor Yu Sang-tian had mentioned this group of experts. Did they think that they were dead, or did they believe that he wouldn't release them? It should be the latter. The monolith's Tao discussion is spread throughout the 36 domains. We can also listen. If a primordial realm expert appears, I might be able to break through. That would be great. Old Tao looked forward to it. So Wang Tian rolled his eyes. "Forget it. With us here, do you think they're stupid?" Old Tao immediately fell silent. That's right. The limitless realm was present in the 36 domains. As long as the spiritualized universe wasn't stupid, they wouldn't sacrifice their own people to help the limitless realm experts. After all, there was a group of sequence law experts here. Is this monolith of the monolith discourse the monolith's monolith foundation? Luin suddenly thought of something and asked. Yuanqi nodded. That's right. Only the monolith foundation can transmit the state of mind of the person discussing the Tao. Monolith foundation? Luin thought of the day when the above heaven was massacred. Yu Sang-tian held the monolith foundation high and was undefeatable. You would never forget that scene. What would happen if he took the monolith foundation? Yuanqi seemed to have seen through Lu Yin's thoughts. Don't even think about the monolith foundation. Unless you can directly shatter it, no one can take it away from Yu Sang-tian. That's the sequence foundation that belongs to Yu Sang-tian. Only those who cultivate the monolith heart can fully control it. Then I'll shatter it. Do Sheng's fighting spirit sword. Yuanqi sneered. Even the 7 Sang-tian working together can't shatter it. Even with a few Kuai's help, they can't do it. Lu Yin glanced at Yuanqi and said indifferently, the Extreme Palace's protective array is also known as unbreakable. The 7 Sang-tian working together can't break it, but I still broke it. Nothing is absolute in this world. Yuanqi was speechless. He had forgotten that this person could turn the impossible into the possible. Lu Yin glanced at the people on Limitless Horizon. The Monolith's Tao debate. When the time comes, I hope that everyone will be able to improve. Our trip to this spiritualized universe was not in vain. Even if we die in battle, we must drag them down with us. In these 2 years, the boundless void will be closed. I hope everyone can wait for the day when the monolith discusses the Tao. Not long after, Boundless was completely sealed. No one could see the inside of Wujiang from the outside, including Yushan, who was hanging on the bow of the ship. After Boundless Boundary was sealed, Lu Yin went to find Yushan and continued to cultivate the 9 heavens transformation. The primogenitor was also researching the transformations of the 9 heavens. Once he learned this battle skill, it would be of great help. Qing Yun, Qing Shao, Rumu, and the others were also sealed inside the boundless void. People kept coming to the 100 Herb region to join the boundless empire, but they couldn't get close. The situation was constantly changing, and by now the entire spiritualized universe was aware of Wu Jiang and Lu Yin's origins. Their previous plans had to be changed. However, if there were desperate people who could cause trouble for the 7 major powers to join, it would be acceptable. Lu Yin's plan to disrupt the spiritualized universe had never changed. The sealing of the boundless void allowed the spiritualized universe to calm down. Countless cultivators realized that the universe had changed ever since the arrival of the boundless void. Everyone's gaze followed the boundless void and the third head, so much so that they had forgotten about the existence of others. Although the arrival of the boundless void was very short, it felt very long. Changed an era. Elder Yu arrived at the Supreme Heaven Palace. Lan had a respectful expression as she led Elder Yu into the Supreme Heaven Palace to meet Xianxia. "You're early," Xianxia said faintly. Elder Yu said, "I don't want the Monolith Foundation, I just want to know the answer to a question." Xianxia looked at him. "Regarding that person, I have nothing to say. You won't get an answer from me." Elder Yu sighed. "How many years has it been? How should I walk the path of the spiritualized universe?" Xianxia didn't care. "Isn't it good now? Do you want to change?" "You don't want to change?" Elder Yu asked. Xianxia smiled. "Whether or not to change, it's not up to us." Elder Yu stared at Xianxia. "Not attacking Lu Yin, is it your idea or that person's idea?" Xianxia said, "He already told you the answer." "Really?" Elder Yu frowned. Xianxia didn't comment. Not long after, Elder Yu left. Xianxia looked into the distance. He didn't know what Lu Yin said to Elder Yu, but since Elder Yu asked that question, it meant that Lu Yin must have told him. The path of karma, how far will he go? How long will he walk? After leaving the Supreme Heaven, Elder Yu looked back. That Master Lu, was he really a disciple of the Paramount Extremity? What does the Paramount Extremity want to do? Did he never think of restarting the Xuanhuan universe? Or was there something in the Xuanhuan universe that he cared about? The spiritualized universe, the consciousness universe, and the Xuanhuan universe. From the beginning, the Xuanhuan universe was the highest standard in the future. Fortunately, the humans of the Xuanhuan universe appeared late, giving them a chance. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the Xuanhuan universe waiting to be restarted, it would be their spiritualized universe. That Master Lu was able to survive in a hopeless situation, defeat the Eternals of the Xuanhuan universe, and return to the peak of the human race. It was because of the Paramount Extremity, and only the Paramount Extremity had this ability. Then what should Xianxia do? Who would be the master of these 3 universes in the future? Xianxia shouldn't give up. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the day of the Monolith's Tao discussion was approaching. On this day, Limitless was unsealed, and the first to arrive was Xiao. Xiao requested to see Lu Yin and asked if there was any news of Saint Great Liao. He wanted Lu Yin's help in dealing with the consciousness universe. He was testing Lu Yin. During this time, the intent had been under great pressure. The disappearance of the consciousness universe's life forms had been pressured by Beyond Heaven, and it had ordered the intent to recover them as soon as possible. Xiao was helpless, as Lu Yin had clearly taken those life forms away and handed them over to the person behind Saint Great Liao. He had told Lan and wanted to ask Xianxia to help, but Xianxia had ignored him, so he could only do it himself. During these 2 years, Xiao had racked his brains for a way to move Lu Yin, but in the end he decided to meet Lu Yin first. If there was no other way, he would have to seek out the Wisdom Void domain and ask Elder Yu for help. "Saint Great Liao? You still haven't found him?" Lu Yin's gaze was strange. He knew that the 7 great powers did not communicate with each other, but the gap between them was too great. Elder Yu had guessed that Lu Yin had joined forces with the consciousness universe, and Lu Yin had admitted it. However, the intent still didn't know anything and still wanted to find Saint Great Liao. Or was he sent by Elder Yu to test Lu Yin? He wanted to see what Lu Yin was thinking. Should he join forces with the spiritualized universe to restart the consciousness universe, or join forces with the consciousness universe to resist the spiritualized universe? However, Xiao seemed to be in a difficult position. It didn't seem like it. Xiao was helpless. The intent has searched the entire spiritualized universe, but I still can't find Saint Great Liao. I hope Lu Xianxia can give me some pointers. Lu Yin found this funny. How could he be in the spiritualized universe? Xiao was stunned. Where is he? Lu Yin did not answer. Xiao's eyes flickered and he gritted his teeth. 2 years ago, Lu Xianxia sent someone to the intent to gather resources. At that time, the intent did not have any resources, so I could only disappoint him. Over the past 2 years, the intent has tried its best to gather resources. If you don't mind, please accept them. He then handed over a cosmic ring. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Right, there was still the spirit seed. He had not dealt with the spirit seed that he had gathered 2 years ago, and he did not know where he had left it. He could not destroy it. If he destroyed it, it would appear in the spiritualized universe, so he could only keep it here. Now, someone had sent him another spirit seed. He reluctantly accepted it. You're sensible. Xiao looked at Lu Yin expectantly, waiting for Lu Yin to continue. Lu Yin pointed up. Xiao was confused. What do you mean? Lu Yin said, Saint Great Liao committed such a grave crime, so of course he would not remain in the spiritualized universe. He must be in a parallel universe. Think about it, parallel universes are endless, and no matter how high your cultivation is, you will not be able to find him, right? Xiao stared at Lu Yin in a daze, and an invisible rage surged within him. If not for the fact that he could not defeat Lu Yin, he would have attacked him. He had thought that this person would give him some clues, but this person was just toying with him. What? You still haven't figured it out? Lu Yin raised his brows in disdain. Be careful that your consciousness cultivation doesn't make you stupid. Go look for clues on your own and see if there are any clues left behind in the Dali domain. Do you still need me to teach you that? Xiao suppressed his anger and tried his best not to let Lu Yin see through him. May I ask if Lu Sangtian has any clues? Of course not, Lu Yin replied bluntly. Xiao was furious, but he could only suppress his anger. If that's the case, I'll leave first. Lu Yin grunted. Go on. Ask me if there's anything you don't understand. Xiao turned around and left with a gloomy expression. After he left, many people on the boundless star laughed. They naturally did not treat spiritualized cultivators well. The star-toad's smile was exceptionally bright, but not long after, it flew into a rage because it had received news that xuanhuan had fled. That old man had stolen a battleship and left the spiritualized universe. It seemed that he was going to the consciousness universe, and he had even said that he would contribute to the spiritualized universe. Because of this, Heaven's hand had directly erased him from the Black Spirit list. Those who could fight for the spiritualized universe were all people who had contributed greatly. The star toad was furious and it stomped its feet. Shameless. That shameless old man. He's hiding from me. Shameless. Su Wangtian gloated. I already said that old man wasn't reliable. Not only did he run away to avoid you, but he also removed himself from the Black Spirit list. How ruthless. Now that I think about it, his smile back then was really bright. The star toad could only curse, but there was nothing it could do. After all, the boundless star had been sealed without any warning, and xuanhuan had been extremely decisive in his escape. He must have thought of running away at that time. 2 years was a very short time, and before the spiritualized universe could recover from the silence of the boundless star, the boulder's foundation had been struck. The cultivators of the 36 domains found their own places to listen quietly. Many of them were filled with anticipation and excitement, especially those who could spirit molt at any time. They had been waiting for this moment. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3567. At this moment, the number of spirit molts was the highest since the last boulder discussion. Even if some people did not reach the level of spirit molting, they would try their best to do so in the next 2 years. Various cultivators, sects, and clans had made countless preparations for this moment. The boulder's foundation was in the Wisdom Sky region. The first person to ring it was a progenitor. The lower the realm of the person discussing, the more helpful it would be for the cultivators with lower cultivation. However, the lowest level that could ring the boulder's foundation was the progenitor. Cultivators below that could not even get close to the boulder's foundation, let alone ring it. Since ancient times, those who could help low-level cultivators molt were either progenitors or sequence law experts. If it was a primordial realm expert discussing, it would be of no help to low-level cultivators. The boulder's foundation was shaped like a millstone, as if it wanted to crush the sky. Could be big or small. An old man stepped into the sky and arrived outside the boulder's foundation. His gaze was complicated, filled with excitement and emotion. I never thought that there would be a day where I would be fortunate enough to die while discussing the Tao. It was not in vain for me to drag my broken body to live until now. I am Zhao Lingbo. I hope that the martial arts of the spiritualized universe will prosper for millions of years. I hope that my descendants will shine through the ages. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. Clang. A loud sound reverberated in the calm starry sky. Accompanying it was Zhao Lingbo's glowing body. Specks of light floated from his body, sprinkling down along with the sound to everyone who was listening. At this moment, countless cultivators bowed deeply. They were filled with gratitude and gained a mental state. In the 36th region, in the Bofan region, all the cultivators of a clan knelt on the ground. Farewell, progenitor. Farewell, progenitor. Farewell, progenitor. Dying while discussing the Tao was the most glorious thing in the spiritualized universe. It was comparable to dying for the sequence law foundation. In the Wisdom Sky region, Old Yu looked up. Zhao Lingbo once had unparalleled talent and competed with many heroes. Unfortunately, he was not fated to reach the spiritual realm and was unable to comprehend the sequence law. Even so, this person could still fight against spiritual realm experts. He was a rare genius in the spiritualized universe, which was why he could ring the boulder's foundation. If this person could reach the spiritual realm, he would definitely have a chance to climb onto the whitelist. What a pity. However, every time the Rock of the Rock discussed the Great Path, there would definitely be elites of this level who would be sacrificed. To them it was an honor. To the countless cultivators in the spiritualized universe, it was a chance for them to improve. Above the boundless boundary, Chu Yi Lu Tianyi and the others spread out and listened quietly. Lu Yin stood at the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back as he looked in the direction of the Wisdom Sky domain. Zhao Lingbo. Although the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe were enemies, there was no lack of people who were worthy of respect. These people had dedicated their lives to their homeworlds. There were many of them. Within Hell's general appointing platform, there were others like Zhao Lingbo, such as Reverend Qi, who had dedicated his entire life to the spiritualized universe and was also worthy of its respect. However, Lu Yin would not show mercy since they were his enemies. Give them a dignified death, and he hoped that some of them would be willing to give Wu Jiang a dignified death. As the boulder's foundation continued to ring, Zhao Lingbo's body grew dimmer until it was almost transparent. He opened his eyes and looked back at his life. Cultivators from the 36 filaments were excited. They tried to shed their spirit. This is Senior Zhao's cultivation realm. I was wrong, but it's not too late to change. Thank you, Senior Zhao. Spiritualization. I got spiritualization. Ah. Son, you got a spiritualization innate gift. Yes, Mother. I never thought that I would be able to shed my spirit and obtain an innate gift. From now on, I'll reach the heavens in a single step. That's great. Light incense for your father and tell him that our son has finally made a name for himself. Right, thank you, Senior Zhao. Thank you, Senior Zhao. Many cultivators knelt down in gratitude. Zhao Lingbo had helped many people. When his body completely faded and disappeared, he smiled. Countless cultivators knelt down to send him off. Elder Yu exhaled and looked in a direction. There an old woman walked out. She stepped into the sky and approached the boulder's foundation. 1 foot of blood swallow, I hope that the future generations will reach 100 levels of enlightenment. As she spoke, she knocked on the boulder's foundation. Some cultivators exclaimed, Madam Blood Swallow, she's still alive? What, Madam Blood Swallow? Didn't they say that she died in the consciousness universe? Madam Blood Swallow was a peerless talent. She once cultivated to the spirit cultivation realm, but due to an accident she completely lost the sequence. But with 1 foot of Blood Swallow, she defeated many spirit cultivation realm experts. That's great. Senior Zhao's path is not suitable for me. I want to see Senior Blood Swallow's path clearly. We thank Senior Blood Swallow for helping us. Thank you, Senior. Countless voices converged. The old woman smiled and sat cross-legged. Her body gradually faded, and light scattered over the 36 filaments along with her voice. Every cultivator's path was different. A high realm did not mean that it was suitable for others. Zhao Lingbo's path helped some people, but most cultivators were not compatible with it. It depended on how many people there were. The Boulder's Tao discussion was sacrificing oneself to help others. It could increase the realm of a large number of cultivators. It was not that the spiritualized universe did not want to have frequent Tao discussions, but there were not that many cultivators near the end of their lifespans. Tao discussions were only held to celebrate Sang Tian's birth or when there were too many cultivators near the end of their lifespans. This time, countless cultivators were eager to have more people to discuss Tao discussions. The more people there were, the more likely it was that they would be compatible with their path and help them increase their realm, break through bottlenecks, or even awaken talents or weapons. More and more cultivators were compatible with the path of the Tao discussion. They were trying to break through, comprehend, and find new directions. However, compared to the majority of cultivators in the 36 filaments who were listening to the Tao discussion, the number of those cultivators was still pitifully small. In the past, there were at most 3 people who were at the spirit ancestor level. It was not that there were no spirit ancestors who wanted to discuss Tao discussions, but there were too few spirit ancestors who were qualified to knock on the boulder's foundation. What was the purpose of cultivators embarking on this path? Naturally, it was to continue cultivating. Although some spirit ancestors were near the end of their lifespans, they might not be willing to die during the Tao discussion. They also wanted to try and listen to the Tao discussion of the spirit ancestor level. They might be able to break through, although the possibility was very small. Madame Blood Swallow completely disappeared from the spiritualized universe. The third person who walked out was a spirit ancestor who looked young but was also near the end of his lifespan. He also caused waves of exclamations. Any cultivator who could knock on the boulder's foundation would not be unknown. As this spirit ancestor disappeared from the universe, many low-level cultivators sighed. The 3 spirit ancestors who died during the Tao discussion were not compatible with their path. They had reached the end of the Tao discussion this time. However, soon after, the 4th person walked out. The 16 filaments were in an uproar. It's still the spirit ancestor. I don't know him at all. Does anyone know this senior? I don't know him. I've never seen him before. I have no impression of him at all. How can no one know a senior who is qualified to knock on the boulder's foundation? Even some spirit ancestors and spirit ancestor experts were confused. Who is this person? Let me ask young Master Yu from Zhikang region. I really don't know this person. Regardless of his appearance, gaze, form or aura, I don't have any impression of him. Strange. Facing the boulder's foundation, the 4th spirit ancestor expert who walked outside. I didn't expect that one day I would stand here and be the center of attention. I'm really not used to it. I am the 100 Faces old man. Everyone long time no see. Ah. Countless cultivators who heard this person's words were stunned. The 100 Faces old man? He is the 100 Faces old man? That shameless bastard? The only cultivator who entered the Black Spirit list as a spirit ancestor is him. It's actually him. He is actually willing to die during the Tao discussion. In a corner of the boundless territory, Old Tao stood up in surprise. It's actually him. Almost everyone in the boundless territory was listening to the boulder's Tao discussion. Even though the spirit ancestor's path might not be suitable for them, there was no harm in listening. Needless to say, there were indeed people who comprehended something. Other than the spiritualized universe cultivators who joined the boundless territory, even the users of the black energy source had an epiphany and helped them. Old Tao was also listening to the boulder's Tao discussion, but he was shocked at this moment. Lu Yin stood at the bow of the boundless territory, and when he heard Old Tao's words, he disappeared and reappeared in front of Old Tao. Old Tao explained to Lu Yin, the 100 Faces old man is a legend in the spiritualized universe. His cultivation is not high, but he received help from a certain expert in his early years to cover his face. This makes it so that most people in the spiritualized universe cannot see him clearly. However, this person's favorite pastime is to explore the path of cultivation. He has cultivated many battle techniques and cultivation techniques. Generally speaking, cultivators focus on one path. Even if they are exceptionally talented, they would not cultivate too much. This person is different. He does not seek to increase his cultivation, but rather to explore various battle techniques. Whether others are willing or not, he will do everything he can to obtain them. Over time, he used various methods to obtain many battle techniques, but at the same time he was hunted down by many powers. Almost half of the powers in the 36 filaments hated him. Fortunately, he only offended small powers that were far from the 7 major powers. Even so, he was still able to enter the Black Spirit list and become the only spirit ancestor on the list. He is also at the bottom of the list. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Was that so? The 100 Faces old man reminded him of the 100 Faces Hades. Why was this person's actions similar to Lu Yin's? Lu Yin was most adept at disguising himself and infiltrating various powers to sow discord and gain some benefits along the way. He relied on the die's 6 pips to fuse into his memories, and many times he was flawless. This left many people in the Tianyuan universe with a shadow in their hearts. Compared to him, the 100 Faces old man was slightly better. I didn't expect that this person would die in a Tao debate. Looks like he has reached the end of his path. Old Tao sighed. Instead of cultivating 100 techniques, it's better to focus on one path. Not everyone is like the head, who has the talent of a god and can reach the end of every path. Compared to the head, this 100-faced old man is nothing. The head's divine might is matchless and invincible. Lu Yin left and returned to the bow of the boundless territory. Old Tao's flattery was automatically ignored. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3568. This 100-faced old man was willing to die during the Tao debate. He explored the path of cultivation out of interest. However, if he died during the Tao debate, it might help a lot of people. After all, he had cultivated too much. I can make a move and use the red dust to cover his path. Crazy Dean Xiaochen's voice rang out, and Old Tao's words were heard by everyone on the limitless plains. If Lu Yin could imagine that this 100-faced elder's death during a Tao debate would help many people, then so could they. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. There's no need. If I follow someone else's path, I won't be able to reach the end no matter how far I walk. As long as I don't die, this spiritualized universe will never be able to raise its head again. He had mobilized the spirit seeds in order to reduce the number of future cultivators in the spiritualized universe as much as possible. This was just a small trick that Elder Yu did not care about, and it was the same for Lu Yin as well. It was impossible for him to treat this as a true three-universe strategy. Since the 100-faced old man was willing to die during the Tao discussion to fulfill someone else's wish, he wouldn't stop him. He still had this much magnanimity. If he died, there would be nothing left to talk about. The boundless universe would be tragic. If he did not die, even if the spiritualized universe surpassed the Xuanhuan universe in terms of the number of eternal life realm experts in the future, they would not be able to trample on the Xuanhuan universe. The eternal life realm experts might not necessarily have no difference in strength. The appearance of the 100-faced old man caused countless people to curse, but it quickly calmed down. Because the 100-faced old man was discussing the Tao, a person's death was like a lamp being extinguished, all grievances dissipated, not to mention that he died during a Tao discussion. The cultivators and factions who were initially hostile toward him calmed down and closed their eyes to listen to the conversation. The 100-faced old man's body faded away. Along with the sound of the boulder, he flew towards the 36 domains. Many cultivators were excited. The 100-faced old man had also learned their cultivation methods. Regardless of his character, he had mastered all kinds of cultivation methods and had reached the level of the spirit ancestor. He had a unique understanding of all kinds of cultivation methods. This person's path was compatible with theirs. Each and every one of the cultivators were excited. Their numbers far exceeded the three of them because they were compatible with the 100-faced elder. Once upon a time, the number of cultivation methods that the all-change old man had secretly learned was the same as the number of cultivators from the various powers that could match it. Those powers that had chased after the 100 faces old man were actually rejoicing, while those powers that didn't have their battle skills stolen were regretful. They had clearly rejoiced in other people's misfortune. This was life. If one wasn't careful, the tables would turn. In the Zhikong domain, Elder Yu watched this scene calmly. He hoped that after this discussion, the spiritualized universe would have an existence comparable to Master Lu in the future. The 100-faced elder's complete disappearance helped many cultivators. Cheers and excited sounds could be heard from every part of the 36 regions. Originally, they thought that after this person discussed the Tao, the next step would be to discuss the Tao and spiritual cultivation level experts. Unexpectedly, the fifth spirit ancestor walked out and continued to discuss the Tao. The spirit ancestor was quite famous and he was about the same level as Zhao Lingbo and the others. You need use Sang Tian to open the 9 heavens, and with your strength, there's no need to worry about the 9 heavens change. What's the point? Before he could finish speaking, Lu Yin had already tossed him into the commander appointing platform. He didn't believe that he couldn't master the 9 heavens change. Karma kept reappearing and he already had an idea. Right, the spirit seeds. He had almost forgotten. He still felt uneasy leaving the spirit seeds in Boundless, so Lu Yin expanded the starry sky in his heart and absorbed all of the spirit seeds. Wait, where are the spirit seeds from before? Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the starry sky in his heart. If he didn't remember wrongly, the Sima Enterprise had given him 1 trillion spirit seeds and left them on the land. Where did they go? What replaced them was a palm-sized liquid. Lu Yin stared at the liquid. Could this be a spirit seed? He had never heard of such a thing. How could a spirit seed turn into liquid? Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he brought Yushan out of the commander appointing platform. Yushan panted heavily, feeling a lingering fear. He felt that his emotions were numb. Let me ask you, will a spirit seed turn into liquid? Lu Yin stared at him with a burning gaze. Yushan was confused. Liquid? Of course not. When a spirit seed enters the body, it will either shatter or replace the physical body with cultivation, followed by a spirit molt. Regardless of whether the spirit molt is a human or a beast, it is a combination of the spirit seed, the human body, and the cultivation strength. Even the innate gifts and weapons obtained from the spirit molt come from the cultivation of the spirit seed. Where would the liquid come from? Lu Yin frowned. What about before the spirit seed enters the body? Yushan said, it's a spirit seed. It won't change and it won't turn into liquid. Even if it shatters, it will only dissipate just like those who died during the Tao debate. They will turn into specks of light and disappear. If a spirit seed turns into liquid, and it's not just one spirit seed but many. If a spirit seed turns into liquid, what would happen? Lu Yin continued asking. He felt that he had touched something but he didn't know what it was. Was it important? He didn't know either. Yushan's gaze changed. Where did you see it? I'm asking you. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Yushan's face turned pale. I don't know. No one has ever considered this before. This question is like you asking me why the universe isn't liquid. How can there be such a question? Lu Yin stared at Yushan. The question he asked was beyond the common knowledge of the spiritualized universe people. He came from the Tianyuan universe and had countless guesses about the spirit seed. But to the spiritualized universe people, a spirit seed was a spirit seed. It was a spirit seed in the beginning, and it was the power of the spirit molt when it entered the body. Other than that, there was nothing else. Just like the spiritualized universe people who went to the origin space, they would also be curious about the existence of the origin calamity. Actually, other than the origin space, people from the origin space were also curious about it. They didn't understand this common knowledge of the origin space. It was too difficult for someone to explain this common knowledge. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. If the spirit seed turns into liquid, does that mean all the spiritualized universe cultivators can't use it? Yushan sighed. He was speechless. So that's your plan. If it can really turn into liquid, then it's true. Otherwise, even if you snatch all the spirit seeds from the spiritualized universe and destroy them, they will still appear. If you don't destroy them, they will be snatched by the spiritualized universe in the end. But it's impossible to turn a spirit seed into liquid. No one is researching it now. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3569. The Tao debate between sequence laws powerhouses was rather awkward for Boundless. The people on Boundless were either from the Heaven Yuan army or the users of the black energy source. Those who had not reached the progenitor realm could be affected by the spirit progenitor's Tao debate. This included geniuses like Yu Dian who had joined the Dayu Villa. They were all affected by the spirit progenitor's Tao debate, and the sequence laws powerhouses were too far away for them. Others were like Chu Yi or Su Wangtian who were at the same level as them. They would not be affected by sequence laws powerhouses' Tao debate. 2K Thus, this level of Tao debate did not have much meaning for Boundless. There were a few in Second Fate who had not reached the sequence laws level, and they listened attentively. There was also Crazy Dean Xiaoqin, but he walked the path of the mortal world, and other people's paths did not suit him. Below Boundless deck, Silver looked up and listened quietly. His lips curled into a sly smile. How interesting, a spiritualized universe. One sequence law powerhouse dissipated and a second walked out, followed by a third, a fourth and a fifth. Every sequence law powerhouse caused many to sigh and reminisce about the past. The sacrifice of 5 sequence law powerhouses would create many more progenitors, and perhaps even more sequence law powerhouses. Above Boundless, a sequence particle surged out from a corner, attracting Lu Yin and the others' attention. Someone had broken through from the progenitor realm to the sequence laws level. 5 people sat in the corner. It was Second Fate. At this moment, the other 4 looked at him with joy. Gongzi, you've finally broken through. Congratulations, bro. Congratulations. Second Fate was excited. This is the devouring sequence law, and it's ranked 16th in the spiritualized universe. It's very compatible with my innate gift, and it's all thanks to that old man. He was referring to the 3rd sequence law powerhouse who had died during the Tao debate. He had also cultivated the devouring sequence law, and his body was extremely powerful. This person had given him the inspiration to break through. At the bow of Boundless, Lu Yin's lips curled up. Had they broken through? That was good. It was good that everyone had broken through. He stored all of the spirit seeds into the planet in his heart, but he could not understand it. Since spirit seeds could be turned into liquid, then he would have to change his way of thinking. In the past, gathering spirit seeds to limit the number of cultivators in the spiritualized universe had been a small trick. Now, however, it was a strategy. If he could gather all of the spirit seeds in the spiritualized universe and turn them into liquid, then no matter what the reason, the spiritualized universe would lose all of its spirit seeds. In the future, even if there were more eternal realms than the heavens universe, they would still have to rebuild. If there was a high point, there would be a low point. Since Yu Lao and Yu Sangtian both thought that he was being childish by collecting spirit seeds, then he would let them see whether or not it was true. But now, the starry sky around Lu Yin's heart expanded, enveloping the entire 100-herb domain. No matter who broke through in the boundless domain, even if it was the primordial realm, it would not raise the attention of the outside world. In this transaction, Old Yu had given Wu Jiang the opportunity to level up by obtaining information about the Great Grass Grandmaster. In fact, he didn't care about the level up of the people on Wu Jiang at all. How many experts could there be? 5, 10. There were at most 10 of them. To him, it was only around a dozen primordial realm experts. That was a very small number in the spiritualized universe. But to the Tianyuan universe, it was a terrifying number. Foolish old man knew, but the spiritualized universe didn't. Once limitless strength transformed and he appeared in front of the spiritualized universe again, Lu Yin was looking forward to seeing how much of a shock he would bring. These people on the limitless island were not simple, or else they would not have been qualified to be brought here by Lu Yin. Some people's improvement would make Yu Lao regret it. After the sequence law realm was the spirit prime realm. Countless cultivators in the 36 domains looked at the Zhikong domain, waiting for the spiritual primes to appear. Any spiritual prime realm expert was a peak expert. After all, most of the masters in the 36 domains were only at the sequence law realm. In the Zhikong domain, Old Yu exhaled, "Go, old friend. You've been waiting for this day for a long time." Not far away, a person walked out from the shadows and glanced at Old Yu. "Actually, I'd rather die in the next debate. I can still live." Old Yu laughed and did not reply. The person sighed and stepped into the sky, appearing in front of the boulder foundation with a complicated expression. "I can still live if I grit my teeth." When this person appeared, his voice spread throughout the 36 domains. Many experts stood up in shock. The commander of the intent domain, Xiao, and the others were shocked. How could he still be alive? Qi Yuan was from the Qi family of the intent domain, and he was Qi Gong's grandfather. He had been the commander of many expeditions into the consciousness domain, leading all the experts who cultivated the Tao of consciousness. He had brought great disasters to the consciousness domain, and he was also the first person to spiritualize the consciousness domain after Qi Zun's death. However, Qi Yuan had died a long time ago in the consciousness universe. He had perished together with one of the 13 celestial phenomenon Night Dream. In that battle, the 13 celestial phenomenon Night Dream had failed to escape in order to kill Qi Yuan. Since then, Night Dream and Qi Yuan had completely disappeared. The Qi family had also lost a commander. Otherwise, if Qi Yuan was still alive, Xiao would not have dared to act rashly before the Crusader Alliance appeared. He had never imagined that Qi Yuan was actually still alive. If he was still alive, why hadn't he appeared? The Crusader Alliance had been formed, and the Qi family had been suppressed. The third master had killed his way into the intent domain and destroyed the Qi family, but Qi Yuan had not appeared. At that time, no one had thought of Qi Yuan because he had been confirmed dead even more than Qi Zun. How could he still be alive? Above the boundless boundary, Lu Yin heard Old Tao's introduction and raised an eyebrow. Was he still alive? He had actually not helped the Qi family at all. This person was a spiritual prime. Even if he had acted, it would have been useless, but he would not have just watched the Qi family be destroyed. In front of the boulder foundation, Qi Yuan knocked on it and sighed. His voice rang out, "People will see past everything after experiencing some things. Fame, status, cultivation, nothing is more important than being ordinary. The expedition to the consciousness domain was the most glorious moment of my life, but it was also the most tiring moment. Rather than calling me a primordial realm expert, it would be better to call me half a bitter disaster. The current me is no longer the me of the past. I've been glorious and I've been ordinary. Before I die, I'll be glorious once more. Everyone, especially those who cultivate the Tao of consciousness, if you can reach the peak, please give me some face and help the Qi family. I don't ask to return to the peak, just to be able to continue. I thought that I had already let go of my family, but I'm still worried about my family even before I die. No one can blame the Qi family for this. If I could live another life, I'd rather be an ordinary person, farming from dawn to dusk. A short 100 years of being ordinary is more reassuring than billions of years of glory. After he finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged as his body continued to fade. There's something else I need to say. Yiming shouldn't be dead. After all, I'm not dead either. Don't underestimate the 13 celestial phenomena, and don't underestimate the consciousness domain either. They aren't humans, and humans have both good and evil. Goodbye, everyone. Qi Yuan's words lingered in everyone's ears. Lu Yin stood on Boundless and looked into the distance. Is there neither good nor evil? In the distance, the ancestor's expression was gloomy. Qi Yuan was still trying to sow discord even before his death, wanting the Tianyuan universe to view the consciousness domain as an enemy. What a bastard. As the commander of the expedition to the consciousness domain and the first person to spiritualize the consciousness domain's consciousness, Qi Yuan's words had a huge impact on the spiritualized cultivators. Coupled with the existing hatred, many cultivators from the spiritualized universe had died in the consciousness domain regardless of whether or not the consciousness domain was forced to fight. This hatred had been passed down, causing the spiritualized universe's hostility towards the consciousness domain to skyrocket. Lu Yin frowned. He had never underestimated the consciousness domain. Humans had both good and evil, and consciousness was the same. However, if it was as Qi Yuan had said, and consciousness life forms had neither good nor evil, then that was even more terrifying. Qi Yuan sat in front of the boulder foundation and knocked on it. His body faded as he spiritualized. In the intent domain, the Qi family's people shouted and begged Qi Yuan not to discuss the Tao and to return to the Qi family to take charge of the situation. Qi Gong had been taken to beyond heaven and would never return. The Qi family no longer had a powerhouse to support them, and the alliance no longer cared about them. However, Qi Yuan still continued to discuss the Tao. These motes of light scattered over the 36 filaments, and Lu Yin heard them and comprehended them. His eyes flashed and he took a step out of the 100-herb domain. He looked at the intelligible domain and closed his eyes. The next moment, the motes of light that had originally covered the 36 filaments moved towards the 100-herb domain, as if they were being drawn into a whirlpool of light. Many people saw this and were furious. They cursed, but there was nothing they could do. Yu Lao shook his head. This Master Lu had no sense of shame at all. He wanted to monopolize Qi Yuan's comprehension of the Tao of consciousness with his own strength. In the past, there had been many powerhouses who had been able to do such a thing, but no one had done so as it was too unsightly. Cultivators also cared about their reputation, and the fact that someone had died while discussing the Tao was already a great contribution. If Lu Yin still wanted to snatch it away, he would be despised by everyone. However, this Lu Sangtian did not care. He was an invincible spiritualized cultivator, and he was also from the Tianyuan universe. He was rejected by the entire spiritualized universe, and he did not care about anything else. Qi Yuan looked in the direction of the 100-herb domain. Lu Sangtian? Lu Yin opened his eyes and did not reply. The Qi family brought this upon themselves and I have nothing to say. However, can I ask Lu Sangtian to give the Qi family a chance to continue on for the sake of this one's discussion of the Tao? Qi Yuan's voice rang out. Lu Yin said coldly, I don't need to care about the life and death of ants. Qi Yuan nodded. Thank you. Before long, Qi Yuan's body completely dissipated. Lu Yin looked up at the sky, and his eyes widened as his consciousness whistled out. At this moment, his consciousness was extremely pure. If he were to fight against Wu Wei again, he would not be at a disadvantage with just his consciousness alone. His consciousness had reached the true cosmic realm, and not the impure cosmic realm from before. With his current consciousness, whether it was the Great Sky Split Disc or any other consciousness battle technique, they would all be easily grasped. At this moment, Lu Yin thought of Wu Wei's Sword of Heaven. That strike had left a deep impression on him. Qi Yuan had died while discussing the Tao, and a second primordial realm powerhouse had appeared. He was not recognized by the low-level cultivators, but it had shaken up the progenitors and sequence realm powerhouses. Compared to Qi Yuan, this primordial realm powerhouse was much more normal. His discussion of the Tao would also help normal cultivators. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3570. Lu Yin returned to the Boundless region and saw the primogenitor. Senior, you're out? The primogenitor looked at him and nodded. Such a huge commotion, I should go and take a look. Many cultivators in the 36 domains were moved by the primordial realm's Tao discussion, including those in the boundless region. Lu Tianyi's aura fluctuated as if he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Su Wangqian's aura also began to change. The primogenitor sighed, one step behind, one step behind. The spiritualized universe's unified cultivation method, the distribution of resources, and the Tao discussion of the monolith's Tao. No wonder the Tianyuan universe is so much weaker than them. Lu Yin comforted. That's because the humans of the Tianyuan universe appeared later. If they were a step earlier, the spiritualized universe would be weaker. No matter what, the Tianyuan universe will surpass the spiritualized universe in the future. Who decided the future? The primogenitor suddenly asked. Lu Yin was startled and couldn't answer. That's right, who was the one who set the scale of the future? Just like who called it the Tianyuan universe? The primogenitor looked at Lu Yin. The so-called future is just a beautiful fantasy. If we were given time, if we could cultivate in peace, if everything went as we thought, we would definitely surpass the spiritualized universe and become the strongest of the three universes. Unfortunately, the word, if, was wrong from the beginning. Lu Yin's expression was heavy. If there are no ifs, how can we talk about the future? The primogenitor looked at Lu Yin and smiled after a while. Zhu Zi, only you are suitable to lead the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin shook his head. Just don't call me Zhu Zi. Aha, are you finally going to accept the name Godan? Zhu Zi, it's more pleasing to the ear. Don't worry about the name. Speaking of names, Yu Sang Tian's name is really tasteless. Change of the Nine Heavens? That's a terrible name. Come, let's study it. The primogenitor was very enthusiastic. He had come out of seclusion for the monolith's Tao discussion and also for the change of the Nine Heavens. Previously, Lu Yin had given the comprehension of change of the Nine Heavens to the primogenitor and asked him to study it. It seemed like the primogenitor had found something. However, how was the change of the Nine Heavens a terrible name? Lu Yin glanced at the primogenitor. How would the primogenitor name it? After a primordial realm expert's discussion, another primordial realm expert emerged. When the fourth primordial realm expert died, something happened on the boundless. Su Wangtian had caught up, using the slipper to create the primordial realm. With a single breath, he had reached the primordial realm. Afterwards, Lu Tianyi used the laws of the sequence of destruction to create the primordial realm. Lu Yin was overjoyed when the two of them reached the primordial realm. That was not the end of it. Luo Shan reached the primordial realm right after that, which surprised Lu Yin. However, this wasn't too surprising. Luo Shan's seniority was ancient, and could be traced back to the era of above heaven. After all, Void Master was friends with Wu Tian, so Luo Shan wouldn't be too far behind. Among them, Su Wangtian was the oldest, followed by Lu Tianyi and Luo Shan. It made sense for them to break through to the primordial realm one after another. Fortunately, the 100 Herb region had been sealed off in advance. Otherwise, if this news spread, the spiritualized universe would be shaken. There were also people who had broken through to the spiritual prime realm in the 36 regions. No one knew how many there were, but no matter what, it was still more shocking than 3 primordial realm experts breaking through at once on the boundless continent. The primordial realm discussion ended with the 4 of them. Next was the bitter calamity realm expert. The boulder's foundation slowly rotated. In the past, only 1 primordial realm expert and 1 bitter calamity realm expert would die during the discussion. However, this time the number was several times greater than before. There were 4 primordial realm experts, and perhaps 2 or more bitter calamity realm experts. Countless people looked forward to seeing just which old fellows were still alive. Some clans and sects were uneasy. Would their ancestors still be alive? In the Wisdom Sky region, Elder Yu stared at the boulder's foundation in a daze, waiting quietly. He was in no hurry. The 36 regions were all waiting. The boundless continent was waiting as well. Lu Yin and the primogenitor began to work together to divine the changes in the 9 heavens. From time to time, he would suppress Yu Shan into the general appointment platform and observe in the direction of the divination. Very soon 10 days passed. The bitter calamity realm expert had yet to appear, and the boulder's foundation had yet to fall. The discussion continued. The spiritualized cultivators were not in a hurry. This had happened in the past as well. Some old fellows would make some preparations before their deaths. Perhaps it was to make arrangements for their deaths, or perhaps it was to reorganize their comprehension so that the value of the discussion could be maximized. The longest they had waited was after Meng Sang Tian had become Sang Tian. During that boulder's discussion, the bitter calamity realm expert had waited for 2 whole years. 2 years was not a long time for cultivators. Another half a month passed and Yushan's life was worse than death. He regretted relying on the boundless continent to survive more and more. These people from the Heaven's Origin universe were even more terrifying than xianxia. They had actually thought of using this method to divine the changes in the 9 heavens. Even xianxia had not thought of this. A month later, the primogenitor and Lu Yin looked at each other in pleasant surprise. We finally managed to divine it. With our combined strength, the changes in the 9 heavens really is xianxia's ultimate technique. Lu Yin sighed in admiration. He and the primogenitor both represented the pinnacle of the Heaven's Origin universe. One of them had cultivated extensively and dabbled in everything, while the other had cultivated for the longest time and had the most experience. Any battle technique could be seen through in an instant. However, the changes in the 9 heavens had taken up a lot of their time. Furthermore, they had relied on karma to make Yushan cultivate again. If not for this, they would not have been able to divine it even if they worked together. We're still one step away, the primogenitor said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Split the 9 heavens. No one can split the 9 heavens for us. We can only do it ourselves. Yushan was shocked. You guys can really split the 9 heavens on your own? Lu Yin looked at him and smiled. With our strength we can't even do it with xianxia. This battle technique needs to be cultivated from a weak point. Otherwise we can only learn it first and split the 9 heavens on our own. Thank you, Yushan. Yushan did not know what to say. The changes in the 9 heavens were something that only he and xianxia knew. How long had it been, and now there were 2 more people who knew it? No, he looked at the boundless continent. It was not just the 2 of them. These people could all learn it in the end. Yushan's guess was right. Lu Yin and the primogenitor both had the same idea. When they really learned the changes in the 9 heavens, they would teach it to others. This battle technique was very powerful. Lu Yin had another idea. Since the changes in the 9 heavens only had xianxia then? Not long after, in Jikong domain, Yushan opened his eyes and looked up. 3 figures appeared under the boulder foundation. They were finally here. 3 people, 3 bitter adversity experts appeared at the same time and discussed the Tao with the boulder foundation. This scene was like a storm that swept across the spiritualized universe and shocked everyone. 3 bitter adversity experts? How is this possible? 3? Did I hear wrongly? This has never happened before. No one would have thought that 3 bitter adversity experts would appear at the same time. They faced the boulder foundation and sat in a triangle facing each other. They raised their hands and connected their palms as they slowly rotated. Yushan's gaze was deep. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the boulder foundation. He looked down and saw the 3 bitter adversity experts whose palms were connected to each other. He exhaled, raised his hand, and knocked on the boulder foundation. First, send off Gu Changxing from the east, spiritualized before the eternal realm. Second, send off Ting from Shen Mountain, who doesn't know you. Third, send off the lotus blooming under the chess game, buried in front of the boulder path. Yu Jikong, send off. The 36 domains were silent. Everyone looked into the distance as their minds buzzed. Above Wu Jiang, Old Tao stood up in shock. Those 3? Lu Yin was puzzled. Are they very famous? Old Tao took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Throughout the history of the spiritualized universe, the xianxia was the strongest. The 7 great xianxias were all extremely powerful. They used their peerless strength to suppress the spiritualized universe. Below them, no one could surpass them. However, there are always some people who have experienced some things and whose fame is not below them. Those 3 are such people. Yuan Qi's voice rang out. Gu Changxing from the east pursued the eternal realm and almost became a demon. For this reason, he once said that if he could enter the eternal realm, he would not hesitate to restart the spiritualized universe. He was once an 8-star dark spirit. Compared to Miao Wuhuang, he was recorded in history for his vile and sinister nature. During that era, everyone wanted to kill him. He brought darkness to that era and caused endless deaths. When I went to the Tianyuan universe, he was still there. When I returned, there was no news of him at all. I asked around and found that he had already become history. However, because of his actions, there was a thick stroke in history, and the spiritualized universe would not forget it. I didn't expect him to still be alive and even be willing to die for the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin's gaze was deep. Was he willing to lay down his butcher's knife? Old Tao said, the Ting from the Shen Mountains. He held the Shen diagram in one hand and taught countless cultivators. He was the most respected expert in the spiritualized universe. No matter who it was, as long as they saw him, they would be able to obtain his teachings. He was an expert who had survived calamity. He had nurtured more than one expert who had comprehended the laws of sequence and even a primordial realm expert. It was rumored that even Bao Qi had been enlightened by him. People made statues of him and worshipped him. They yearned to see him and obtain his teachings. He was half a master in the hearts of countless people. Palace Mistress Yao's voice rang out. When the lotus blooms under the chess game, it refers to Goddess Yi, who was beautiful for a time. In this era, Qingyun and I were known as the twin beauties of the outer sky. In a certain era, Goddess Yi reigned supreme in the universe. No other woman could compare to her. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also skilled at playing spiritual chess. She was the heavenly master of spiritual treasures of that era who could rival the plain master's way. Because of her talent, lotus blooms wherever she passes, stunning several eras. I never thought that she would still be alive. Rumor has it that she died a long time ago. Lu Yin looked into the distance. 3 old fellows had appeared all of a sudden, and they were all so famous. The Zhikong realm had really gone all out. In the 36 filaments, anyone who heard the names of these 3 people would be shocked speechless. Whether it was low-level cultivators or experts, they had all heard of these 3 people. Even ordinary people had heard of them. They were famous people who had transcended their own eras. Whether it was fame or notoriety, their existences were like bright moons in the sky. It was impossible for people not to see them. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3571. Extreme Palace and Lan were stunned. Those 3 were still alive? Gu Changxing in particular should have been surrounded and killed. Before reaching the eternal life realm, he had spiritualized his will. Was he willing to die for spiritualizing the universe? Xianxia clasped his hands behind his back with a gloomy expression. He didn't expect old Yu to find these 3 people. How many years had the spiritualized universe been passed down? He didn't even remember how many people were still alive. No one knew. In terms of foundation, the Zhikong region surpassed Xianxia. However, Zhikong domain seemed to have some sort of plan for inviting the 3 of them to discuss the Tao at the same time. He looked in the direction of the 100 herb domain and said, "The Tao of my spiritualized universe is not that easy to walk." In the 36 domains, all the cultivators sat cross-legged and listened quietly. At this moment they were speechless. Foolish old man knocked on the boulder's foundation, and the light spots came out from the 3 people's bodies. They followed the sound and headed toward the 36 domains. The comprehension of cultivation, the experience of life, the feelings of one's homeland at this moment, all of it covered the 36 domains. This was the essence of a bitter calamity realm expert's life. At that moment even Lu Yin had his eyes closed. He saw one scene after another and experienced all sorts of emotions. Suddenly he opened his eyes. Something's wrong. The primogenitor suddenly walked out with a serious expression. This isn't just a discussion of the Tao. It's also an enlightenment. Above Wu Jiang, all the cultivators were immersed in the Tao discussion. Some were struggling, some were in a dilemma. Even Su Wangtian and Luo Shan, who had just broken through, were frowning as if they were experiencing something. Lu Qianyi, desolate god, and the others were all immersed in the Tao discussion. Their faces were getting paler and paler. Occasionally they would feel as if they had just gained an epiphany. Small book pavilion, the 3 of them crossed Ku adversity. Based on their feelings, comprehension, and experiences towards the spiritualized universe, they enlightened the 36 domains. This is meaningless to the spiritualized universe's cultivators. They belong to the spiritualized universe, but it's different for us, the ancestor said in a deep voice. He waved his hand and the wordless heavenly tome appeared. Many names dimmed on it. Su Wangtian, Yi Luo, Second Fate, Luo Shan, and even Lu Qianyi and Chu Yi's names dimmed. It wasn't that they didn't have any feelings for the Tianyuan cosmos, but rather that the 3 powerhouses who had survived bitter adversity were directly pressuring Lu Yin. It was as if 3 cosmic realm powerhouses had joined forces to pressure Lu Yin. Even with his cosmic realm consciousness, Lu Yin couldn't withstand it. It was no wonder that 3 bitter calamity stage experts had appeared in this Tao discussion, and they were all so famous. The greater one's fame, the deeper one's comprehension, and the greater one's affinity with the spiritualized universe. At this moment, even if Lu Yin blocked off the sound of the monolith's Tao discussion, it would still be useless. Even if they were being educated, they were still comprehending the experiences of the 3 bitter calamity realm powerhouses. For example, Yi Ruo could break through at any time, which was unimaginable in the Tianyuan universe. Where could he find 3 bitter calamity realm powerhouses who had died while discussing the Tao, sacrificing themselves for the sake of others? This was a crisis, but it was also an opportunity. If the 100 Herbs realm forcefully cut off this opportunity, then Elder Yu would not have to abide by the conditions. This was Lu Yin's own choice unless he acted shamelessly. Lu Yin had no qualms about whether or not he was acting shamelessly. However, it would be a pity for Yi Ro, the desolate god, and the others to lose this opportunity. They had been resisting the teachings of the spiritualized universe, but in the face of the emotions of the 3 bitter calamity realm experts, it was difficult for them to resist. If there's really no other way, then let's sever the Tao discussion. Lu Yin sighed and then his gaze turned cold. If worst comes to worst, I'll just force the wisdom sky domain to have another monolith discourse. I have plenty of ways to deal with that. If that old man wants to play dirty with me, then I'll play with him. The primogenitor looked into the distance. If he can discuss the Tao and teach the spiritualized universe, then so can we. Lu Yin was stunned, but then he thought of something. The primogenitor's scripture? Senior, are you thinking of sacrificing yourself? The primogenitor was speechless. Of course not. As long as the voice of the primogenitor's scripture is transmitted, then it can interfere with the teachings of the 3 bitter calamity realm experts. However, it won't affect the outcome of them dying during the Tao debate. At the same time, it won't cut off this opportunity. Let's see if the spiritualized universe can stop me. Juzi, be careful of Xianxia. If worst comes to worst, then cut off the voice. The primogenitor then headed towards the wisdom sky domain. Lu Yin looked into the distance. The wisdom sky domain, Elder Yu. No wonder he agreed so quickly. He had been waiting for this. He was confident that he could force Lu Yin to cut off the Tao debate and allow the boundless realm to avoid this opportunity. As for the matter of the teachings, it was unclear. He was certain that he did not have any evidence. If not for the wordless heavenly book, Lu Yin truly did not have any evidence. But so what if he had evidence? After the Tao debate, if the people of the boundless realm had heard everything from the beginning to the end, then most of them would have spiritualized. At that time it would be too late to say anything. If they did not listen and cut off the opportunity to discuss the Tao debate, then the wordless heavenly book would be restored. How sinister. This old man was not worried about Lu Yin causing any trouble at all. He also knew that no matter how big of a commotion he caused before the day of the spirit sacrifice, it would not be a big deal. After all, the day of the spirit sacrifice was just as important to Lu Yin. Perhaps this was also a test. Lu Yin had been constantly testing the spiritualized universe in Xianxia, while Elder Yu had been testing Lu Yin. Now that the primogenitor had been tested, Lu Yin wanted to see if the primogenitor could accept the results. In front of the boulder foundation, Elder Yu looked in the direction of the 100 grass domain. What would you do? As a disciple of the boundless realm, what exactly did you think of the spiritualized universe? No matter what, the boundless realm belonged to the spiritualized universe. This was an opportunity for you to completely join the spiritualized universe. If you did not stop it, then you would join the spiritualized universe. If you did, then it would mean that your heart was with the Xuanhuan universe. That way, the boundless realm would not care about your status as a disciple of the boundless realm. As for raising the people of the boundless realm by a level, if you stopped this Tao debate and were unwilling to join the spiritualized universe, then you would have given up on this condition. Did you really think that I would agree to your condition so easily? Even if the Xuanhuan universe did not care about a few more primordial realm or even bitter calamity realm powerhouses, it would still bring trouble. What would you do? In the distance, a figure appeared and approached the primogenitor. Elder Yu's gaze turned cold. He was actually coming directly? No, it was not Lu Xianxia. Who was this person? The primogenitor took a step forward and arrived in front of the boulder foundation. He looked at Elder Yu from afar and raised his hand, striking the boulder foundation. Elder Yu's gaze turned cold and he attacked at the same time. Clang. A loud sound spread through the 36 domains, making the cultivators who heard it feel uncomfortable. This loud sound was different from the previous one. It made the 3 bitter calamity realm powerhouses' emotions go into chaos. The 3 of them opened their eyes and looked up. Who was this person? You are the former master of the Xuanhuan universe. Elder Yu's expression became extremely solemn. He knew how powerful the primogenitor was from the test just now. Because of him, the primogenitor was forced to take a step back. The primogenitor looked at Elder Yu and said, "Good plan, but the people of the Xuanhuan universe are not so easy to pull over." After saying that, he struck the boulder foundation again while reciting the primogenitor's scripture. Given by the heavenly Tao, swallowing and spitting out hundreds of rivers, the ancient land is harmonious, imitating the high sage. What the heavenly Tao does not allow, condense chi into. Leap through the starry sky and lie down. Communicate with people and swallow and spit hundreds of rivers. Leap through the vast expanse and lie down. The primogenitor's scripture spread through the 36 domains along with the Boulder Foundation's loud sound and the 3 bitter calamity realm powerhouses' light spots dissipating. Wu Jiang. Above, Lu Yin looked at the wordless heavenly book. The originally dim name on it suddenly recovered. Pairs of eyes opened and looked into the distance in shock. Lu Yin said, "Continue to listen. Don't disappoint the senior." Everyone closed their eyes again and listened to the Boulder Foundation's Tao discussion. In front of the Boulder Foundation, Elder Yu struck out a palm to interrupt the primogenitor's scripture. However, he was helpless against the primogenitor's strength. He did not expect that other than the Lu Master, there was also an extremely powerful senior above the Wu Jiang. Below the Boulder Foundation, the 3 bitter calamity realm powerhouses attacked the primogenitor at the same time. They wanted to push him away, but the primogenitor remained motionless. "Do you really want to need the Xuanhuan universe as you wish? Are you worthy?" The voice of the primogenitor's scripture continued to resound. Elder Yu was shocked. This person's strength was not much weaker than xianxia. He might even be stronger than the Lu Master. At this time, a figure walked out from behind Elder Yu. It was xianxia. Elder Yu was not surprised by xianxia's appearance. If he did not appear at this time, he would not be xianxia. Seeing xianxia appear, the primogenitor's heart sank. Although he could fight, his strength had not increased due to suppressing Immemorial City for many years. He still could not catch up to xianxia's level. Even an Eternal was not someone he could truly fight against. Lu Yin walked out of the void and stood beside the primogenitor. "Senior, let's attack together." The primogenitor said, "We can try. If we can't hold on, then forget it." Understood. The two slapped the Boulder Foundation at the same time. On the opposite side, xianxia pressed down on the Boulder Foundation with one hand while Elder Yu attacked at the same time. Clang. A loud sound rang out. Countless cultivators in the 36 domains vomited blood. The sound was too loud. After 37 years, Lu Yin and the primogenitor faced off against xianxia for the first time. Separated by the Boulder Foundation, their palms collided. The clash between the spiritualized universe and the Xuanhuan universe's peak had come so suddenly that even Lu Yin was not prepared for it. The Boulder Foundation trembled continuously, and the sound transmitted to the 36 domains changed. The cultivators in the 36 domains had to stop listening. The 3 bitter adepts watched in shock. The force power was unparalleled. They knew that even at their peak they would not be able to interfere. "Continue," Elder Yu said. The 3 closed their eyes and their figures faded again. The Boulder Foundation continued to speak. The force battle had to be as calm as possible. Not only the spiritualized universe, but Wu Jiang also needed this opportunity. In order to ensure that the monolith's discourse of Tao was normal, the duel was not only a test of their own combat strength, but also a test of their control of combat strength. The first to give up was Elder Yu. He was weaker than the other 3 and could not maintain the balance of the force power. He was forced to withdraw. His withdrawal did not affect xianxia. Xianxia's gaze turned cold, but his expression was terrifyingly calm. Waves of air surged around his body, and the 9 heavens transformation continued to grow. Lu Yin felt an unparalleled power enter his body through the boulder's foundation. The starry sky in his heart had already been released, and boundless power flowed through it. His mastery realm battle force spread out, and his consciousness passed through the boulder's foundation and pressed down on xianxia. The primogenitor released the sky palace. The primogenitor sword that had been shattered by the only true god was repaired by Lu Yin. The 6 primogenitor swords circled around, and although they did not seem as majestic as Lu Yin's, they were purer. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3572. Lu Yin could use all kinds of powers to defeat countless opponents, but there was one power he couldn't resist. It was a difference brought about by extreme purity. In the battle at the border of the Xuanhuan universe, the progenitor had easily suppressed several xianxia. His attacks were simple and effective, and that was the absolute difference. It was the same for xianxia. There was a difference that Lu Yin couldn't overcome. This kind of difference couldn't be made up for with various methods, but once it was surpassed, it would become irreversible, just like how Lu Yin had dealt with the thought immortal and dancing butterfly world's edge. The Great Tao was simple and refined. One focused on one point while the other focused on all aspects. The progenitor teamed up with Lu Yin to resist xianxia. It wouldn't be easy for xianxia to defeat them now. However, they had forgotten that the boulder's foundation belonged to xianxia. If they fought with the boulder's foundation, they would lose at the starting point. When the boulder's foundation vibrated, boundless sequence particles followed xianxia's heart like a boulder, easily suppressing the progenitor and Lu Yin. Lu Yin's other hand quickly performed a chain of palm strikes, wanting to use the sequence particles to resist, but there wasn't enough time. The progenitor shouted, "Zhuzi, back off." At that moment, Elder Yu suddenly stepped forward and performed another palm strike. This time, it passed through the boulder's foundation and restrained the progenitor's power for an instant. At that moment, xianxia's nine heavens transformation was fully activated and forced the progenitor back. The progenitor took several steps back and shouted, "Zhuzi, back off." Lu Yin stared at xianxia. Back off? It wasn't time yet. In the corner of his eye, a red light streaked across the void, penetrating the starry sky and entering Lu Yin's body. The progenitor was shocked. Godly power? Xianxia and Elder Yu were both surprised by the sudden appearance of godly power. Xianxia's face sank. Eternity. This was the first time the only true God's godly power had appeared in the spiritualized universe. Along the way, everyone who saw it felt a chill run down their spine. It was as if they had seen a disaster that had split the spiritualized universe into two. This power had brought disaster to the Xuanhuan universe. The moment it appeared in the spiritualized universe, countless people felt their scalps tingle. Especially those above the primordial realm, they had a bad feeling. As the godly power entered his body, Lu Yin's eyes went wide. Scarlet energy boiled and spread out, causing the surrounding space to boil. Lu Yin hurriedly said, "Stay away from me, I might not be able to control it. I'll help you disperse the godly power." The primogenitor was about to act. Lu Yin turned around and met the progenitor's gaze. "I won't back down from this battle." The progenitor stared at Lu Yin in a daze, and for the first time, his resolute gaze felt so foreign. That was the gaze of the master of the Xuanhuan universe. It was a kind of responsibility, a kind of spirit that would never shrink back. He had basically controlled the Xuanhuan universe in the past, but times were different. He did not have any enemies back then. At most there were space beasts. Even though the battles were intense, he did not feel like he was about to be wiped out. With his absolute strength and the 3 worlds and 6 Daos under him as the ruler, he played around like a game. As a matter of fact, he even stopped the 3 worlds and 6 Daos from breaking through to the primordial realm due to certain concerns because he did not feel pressured at all. This was why the sole true God had surpassed him, bringing about a long period of darkness for the Xuanhuan universe. Lu Yin was different. He had started out as a weak ant and he had slowly climbed to the top. He had started out in the outerverse, the innerverse, the Starfall Sea, the Neoverse, the Astral Tree, the Hexagon Gang, and so on. He had then led Limitless to this spiritualized universe. Every step he had taken had been difficult, but he had known where to go with each step. How was he supposed to raise it when it fell? He could not back down from this step. The progenitor could back down, and he had repeatedly reminded Lu Yin to back down if he could not hold on. But could he really do that? If he did, then the invincible image he had created in the spiritualized universe would completely vanish. At the very least, the entire spiritualized universe would know that xianxia was suppressing him, suppressing the Xuanhuan universe. Everything he had done was just a struggle. The image that the Xuanhuan universe had managed to turn around with great difficulty would be destroyed by xianxia. Then where would he find the confidence to face Elder Yu? Not necessarily being xianxia's opponent and definitely not being xianxia's opponent were two completely different concepts. Lu Yin understood this all too well. In a battle of wits and courage, he could not afford to make a single mistake. The sole true God understood this as well. The progenitor was too kind. His kindness had been given to the Xuanhuan universe, and he was willing to sacrifice himself for it. He was so pure, but in this battle against the spiritualized universe, this kindness would blind him. At that moment, the progenitor suddenly recalled what he had said to Lu Yin. "Zhuzi, only you are suitable to lead the Xuanhuan universe." He had understood this long ago. The progenitor stopped. Should he not back down? Fine, he would not back down even if it meant death. He had just taken this step. Lu Yin's eyes turned scarlet as divine power erupted from his body. His hair was like a red chi sea that surged, defying the heavens. A scarlet pillar of light rose up, stunning Elder Yu and the others. They had never felt such power before. Unease, extreme unease, blood, darkness, and an indescribable sense of violence and terror. What kind of power was this? The spiritualized universe had cooperated with the Eternals, but they had never truly come into contact with the sole true God, let alone divine power. The appearance of this power shocked Elder Yu greatly. Xianxia's gaze changed as he stared at Lu Yin. You actually cultivated the power of the Eternals? Lu Yin's lips curled up, and a black line fell from his left eye. His sleeves were torn apart, revealing ferocious red stripes on his arms. Black and red clouds appeared in front of his chest, as if they were floating above a red chi sea. His entire body seemed to have walked out of a sea of blood, and a red light spread out from his body. Ripples formed, forming a vertical red lake. This was the divine power transformation. At this moment he was like a ghost and a demon. The first time he had used the divine power transformation was when he dealt with old monster Mo. Similarly, divine power from the outside world had led to the divine power transformation. However, Lu Yin had lost consciousness at that time, and his entire body had been controlled by the divine power. At this moment his consciousness was clear. Although his mind was filled with boundless killing intent, it was not completely chaotic. In fact, he himself did not know about the divine power transformation. He had wanted to use the divine power from the starry sky in his heart, but he did not expect the sole true God to send his divine power through space. He had endured the divine power and used the divine power transformation naturally. This was something that the sole true God had not expected. The sole true God had only provided him with divine power, and he had not expected Lu Yin to have such a transformation. This was the first time the divine power transformation had appeared in front of others, and it was also the first time Lu Yin had truly used it. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he felt the pressure. This pressure came from Lu Yin's own strength, but it also came from his divine power. This was the power of Lu Yin's union with eternity, and it had also undergone a strange transformation. This person still had this kind of power? Murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and his other hand pressed down. Clang. There was a loud sound as the boulder's foundation's boundless sequence particles were separated. At this moment the two's power was no longer the same as before. The boulder's foundation could decide. Lu Yin gritted his teeth, and the divine power star globe in his heart rotated, constantly drawing out divine power to suppress it. Boundless power, extreme things and so on were all used to resist Xianxia. Foolish Old and Primogenitor both retreated and watched this scene. Xianxia could not shake Lu Yin off for a while. Lu Yin saw the killing intent in Xianxia's eyes, and his gaze flickered as he displayed an even more berserk divine power, causing the star globe to rotate crazily. Xianxia's expression sank. Do you really think you can resist me? Not even the Eternals can stop me. Formless and formless, no self can't cross, dispel the clouds in the sky. Bang! There was a loud explosion and Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood. Behind him, Primogenitor hurriedly stepped forward and attacked the boulder's foundation. Foolish Old was about to intervene when Xianxia shouted, "Back off! Let's see who can stop me in these three universes." Imperial Robe. The white robe burned as it covered the sky and pressed down on Lu Yin and Primogenitor. Primogenitor gritted his teeth, and the Primogenitor sword soared into the sky and slashed at the robe. Lu Yin retracted his left arm, and a karmic spiral wrapped around his fingertip as he attacked Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. He was most wary of the power of karma. The powerhouses who had crossed bitter adversity could sense the power of karma, but he could sense it even more clearly. When the karmic spiral reached him, the imperial robe landed in front of him and ignited karma. The karmic spiral could not penetrate it immediately. Do you really think the power of karma is invincible? You are far from it. Xianxia pushed the imperial robe and pressed it against the boulder's foundation. The foundation rotated and the twisting force pressed down on Lu Yin and Primogenitor. At that moment, another red beam of divine power pierced through the sky and entered Lu Yin's body. Following that, another beam of divine power came from afar. Foolish Old acted, wanting to block the divine power. However, he was forced back the moment he came into contact with the divine power. This was definitely Xianxia's level of power, and he knew who it was. The true number one powerhouse of the Tianyuan universe for countless years, the Master of the Eternals. With a whoosh, Xianxia grabbed the imperial robe and retreated. At the same time, the Primogenitor and Lu Yin also retreated and exchanged glances. Xianxia stared at the two and suddenly turned around to head in the direction of the divine power. The Eternals were the greatest threat and he had to find them. With Xianxia's departure, the battle immediately ended. Lu Yin resisted the urge to cough up blood and stared at foolish old before leaving with the primogenitor. His body also returned to normal. The Boulder's Tao discussion was about to end. The primogenitor had interfered with the primogenitor's scripture, ending the enlightenment prematurely. Even if there was more enlightenment, it would not affect the people of the boundless boundary. Foolish old did not stop them, and he watched the two leave with an uncertain expression. After a while, he exhaled and returned to the Boulder's foundation to continue the Boulder's Tao discussion. The three powerhouses who had crossed bitter adversity were close to becoming transparent. On the other side, Lu Yin had just returned to the boundless boundary when he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Xianxia's absolute strength had crushed his internal organs. The primogenitor was not in a good state either. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and his expression was solemn. Xianxia's strength is still above my expectations. This is not something that time can make up for. Over the years, one's inspiration and understanding of life will improve qualitatively. Lu Yin wiped the corner of his mouth and looked at the blood on his hand. His face was pale, but if we work together we can barely hold on. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3573. The primogenitor looked at Lu Yin. You know that the Eternal will take action? Lu Yin shook his head. I'm not sure. If he doesn't take action, I can only fight to the death with the way of karma. We can't win against Xianxia, but we can't lose either. The primogenitor sighed. If you had the time, you would have surpassed Xianxia sooner or later. It's just a pity that you were born too late. Lu Yin looked into the distance. This is the first time I hope the Eternal doesn't die. The primogenitor smiled bitterly. Me too. He's like a hidden arrow that constantly stabs Xianxia. The only true god right now was definitely not Xianxia's opponent. After all, he had just been reborn through the spirit seed. However, once he fully recovered, coupled with the changes brought about by the turbid spirit seed, his strength would no longer be measured by the standards of the Xuanhuan universe. Even though they did not want to admit it, Lu Yin and the primogenitor both knew that the Eternal had surpassed them. The Eternal was the only expert that belonged to both the Xuanhuan universe and the spiritualized universe. Before long, the discussion of the ways of the monolith ended. With the deaths of the three bitter disaster experts, the Desolate God successfully reached the primordial realm. The Desolate God was one of the 6 paths of the 3 worlds. He could reach the primordial realm in the era of the Above Heavens sect, but he fell into a deep slumber after his body shattered. It had been so long since he revived, so it was not difficult for him to reach the primordial realm with the comprehension of the bitter disaster experts. The celestial lord of victorious battle entered seclusion as well. He did not reach the primordial realm immediately, but it would not be too late. He should be able to break through once he emerged. Several more primordial realm experts appeared above the boundless world. Apart from Xianxia and the other peak experts, the primordial realm was already the apex of the universe. The only difference between the primordial realm and the bitter disaster realm was their mental state. Some people's strength would even decline when they underwent the bitter disaster. As a result, as long as one reached the primordial realm and the laws did not approach them, they would have the right to challenge the apex. In particular, the people of the Xuanhuan universe did not grow up under a unified cultivation system. It was even more difficult for them to reach the primordial realm, so they would definitely become even more powerful after they succeeded. The primogenitor entered seclusion. Lu Yin entered seclusion as well. He was in seclusion, but he was actually healing himself. The boundless void continued to be sealed, and Elder, you didn't come looking for them. It was as if the final battle of the monolith's Tao discussion had never happened. However, the impact on the 36 regions was enormous. This impact would be felt many years later. In the Zhikong domain, Elder Yu's expression was grave when he heard that Wujiang had been sealed. Lu Sangtian still represented the Xuanhuan universe. Even though he was a disciple of a supreme pinnacle, it was impossible for him to become a spiritualized universe. He had never expected the Xuanhuan cosmos to be able to resist Xianxia. He knew very well how powerful Xianxia was. Otherwise, why would the Zhikong domain, whose history far surpassed Xianxia, be so afraid of them? Even Bao Qi didn't dare to stop him because Xianxia was invincible. No one could resist him. He even felt that even if the 7 great Sang heavens joined forces, they would not be a match for Xianxia. Previously, Wu Jiang had been full of confidence and he did not believe it. If he had the chance, he would definitely kill that guy. Shame. There's a battleship for the universe of consciousness? The ninth spirit looked ahead. The huge battleship was propelled forward by the springboard and would soon pass by. Wu Huang looked at the battleship. Probably not for the universe of consciousness, to Torch City. Going to the universe of consciousness at this time is suicide. The ninth spirit thought about it and agreed. They had all returned. The universe of consciousness had the 13 heavenly phenomenon experts. Without their protection, spiritualized cultivators would die. The two battleships brushed past each other. Wu Huang looked calmly and saw a smiling face. A familiar smiling face. So wretched. Who was this? He stared blankly. The ninth spirit was surprised. Mia Wu Huang. Wu Huang stared blankly at the battleship, flabbergasted. On the battleship opposite, Mia Wu Huang grinned, waving at Wu Huang. Hurry up and get back. Your father has left you a gift. A gift dash, the battleship flew past, vanishing in the blink of an eye. If not for this speed, it could not have crossed the distance in 10 years. Wu Huang could not react in time, even though he wanted to destroy Mia Wu Huang's battleship. Why had Mia Wu Huang left the spiritualized universe? What was he going to do? The ninth spirit was confused. Why would he leave the spiritualized universe at this time? Wu Huang was also confused. What had Mia Wu Huang said? What did he just say? The ninth spirit thought about it. A gift. Wu Huang's eyes narrowed, and he glared murderously behind him. Why had this bastard left? A gift for leaving the spiritualized universe? That did not sound like anything good. What had happened in the spiritualized universe? The ninth spirit was gloating. He left you a gift. Interesting. What is it? Looks like it's not simple. Do you think he left because of the gift? He's afraid you'll hunt him to death when you return. These words made Wu Huang's heart sink. If that was the case, then that bastard Mia Wu Huang must have done something. Wu Huang's mood soured, and he returned to the cabin with a dark expression. The ninth spirit laughed. 2 years passed. On this day, Heavenly Lord Victor broke through to the spiritual prime realm, and Wu Huang celebrated. The spiritual prime realm Heavenly Lord Victor was even more domineering, and his golden light was even more dazzling. Lu Yin stood at the bow of Wu Huang's ship, smiling. If Wu Huang returned to the Xuanhuan universe now, who knew how much of a shock it would bring? A pity that the journey home was still far away. What are you thinking about? Mu Zhu came, smiling. Lu Yin said, I want to go home. Mu Zhu smiled faintly. Don't think so much since you're here. Lu Yin looked at Mu Zhu. Senior sister, do you miss home? Mu Zhu and her master, Mr. Mu, had come from another universe, and they had been defeated in that universe. To them, that universe was their home. Mu Zhu exhaled. Yes, anyone would miss home. Some say that cultivators forget their 7 emotions and 6 desires, and have no weaknesses. Many cultivators cut off their mortal ties because they had no choice. When they go into seclusion, their loved ones may be gone. But you have to ask yourself to be sure. How can a person not have any feelings? Lu Yin nodded. Yes, there will always be. After a moment of silence, Mu Zhu patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Little junior brother, you will have a chance to go home. Don't worry, senior sister has faith in you. Lu Yin was curious. Senior sister, have you not broken through? Mu Zhu had lived longer than the 3 realms and 6 Dao. She had saved the patriarch with Mr. Mu, and now there was no sign of a breakthrough. Mu Zhu was helpless. I can't break through in the Xuanhuan universe or the spiritualized universe. I can only break through in my own universe. Why is that? Lu Yin did not understand. Mu Zhu said, I don't know either. I've gotten used to it after so many years. Master's strength has been declining? Lu Yin asked. Mu Zhu nodded. Yes. The decline is severe and he may never recover. What was Master's strength at his peak? Lu Yin asked curiously. He had asked Mr. Mu and the patriarch this question before, but he could not get an accurate answer. Mr. Mu's strength must be terrifying. He could cut off the river of time and stabilize the mirage. Even Lu Yin could not do this now, and neither could the patriarch. Only Mr. Mu could do this. Mu Zhu thought for a moment. I don't know his exact strength, but he was stronger than all of you. Compared to you, Sang Tian? Lu Yin asked. Mu Zhu shook her head. I have never fought with you, Sang Tian. I can't tell at that level. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. All right. Mu Zhu smiled at Lu Yin and said casually, Master gave that eternal realm an indelible injury, not a wound caused by the chain of causality. Lu Yin was shocked. Eternal realm from your universe? Mu Zhu nodded. Yes. That eternal realm wanted to keep us here, but Master took me and ran away. He even gave him a hard blow. That was it. She left after saying that. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3574. Lu Yin looked at Mu Zhu's back, and Mr. Mu's face appeared in his mind. That was ruthless. He knew that Mr. Mu was strong, or else he wouldn't have been able to escape from his universe, but he hadn't expected it to be like this. Lu Yin knew very well how strong a grass grandmaster was, and he couldn't fight back. Anyone below the eternal realm shouldn't have been able to fight back. Grass grandmasters were invincible without even doing anything. This was the power of an eternal realm expert. But Mr. Mu had been able to injure an eternal realm expert from his universe, and he hadn't escaped alone. He'd even brought Mu Zhu along. Lu Yin wasn't confident in his abilities. Looking at the stars from the bow of Boundless made Lu Yin feel like he could fight to the death at any time, but he could also return at any time. This was the closest place to home. He did miss home, but only for a moment. He had come here with the idea that he couldn't return, and the entire Boundless was like that. Boundless carried the human civilization from the primordial space, and he hoped to use it to bring a future to the Xuanhuan universe. What worried him the most right now was the Juqian change. He and the primogenitor had studied it and understood how to split open the 9 skies, but he didn't want to. Just as he'd said to Yushan before, he could either have someone else split open the 9 skies when he was weak and had just stepped onto the path of cultivation, or he could only learn to do it himself. The so-called splitting of the 9 skies was to split one's inner world into 9, and each power existed in a unique cultivation state within a sky. The 9 skies represented the continuous cultivation of the 9 powers. This was different from the 9 clones technique, but there were similarities. It didn't have the drawbacks of the 9 clones technique that could create an independent personality, and there was no need for clones to search for battle techniques. One only needed to grasp enough power and split it into 9 skies for continuous cultivation. The transformation of the 9 heavens would fuse these 9 types of power that were constantly cultivated and could instantly erupt with terrifying strength. Yushan was like this, and Yusang Tian was even more so. Rather than saying that the Juqian change was a battle technique, it was better to say that it was a power that constantly cultivated and perfected itself. It was as if the 9 powers were endowed with spirituality, and it wouldn't delay one's cultivation or waste any time. Once it erupted in battle, the transformation it brought was unparalleled. It had to be said that this battle technique was very tempting. If Lu Yin had just embarked on the path of cultivation, he would not have been able to reject this mystical battle technique. However, at this moment, the starry sky in his heart had already taken shape. If he opened the 9 skies, it would be the same as changing the starry sky in his heart. Was this worth it? He didn't have an answer himself. The starry sky in his heart was a starry sky. With the 9 heavens, the starry sky was divided into 9 parts. His strength was constantly cultivating and transforming. It seemed like it could bring about a great increase in strength, but he always felt that it was not worth it. There was a kind of premonition in the dark that was stopping him. For the sake of a battle skill, he had to change the already formed starry sky in his heart. This was what he was most conflicted about. What was certain was that once he opened the 9 heavens and cultivated the changes of the 9 heavens, with the various powers he currently possessed, he would be able to increase his battle prowess by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. If he fully activated the changes of the 9 heavens, he was confident that he would be able to fight Yusang Tian head-on. This was what he was most conflicted about. Compared to his premonition, the increase in power he obtained at this moment was undoubtedly more tempting. The progenitor, on the other hand, did not hesitate. His cultivation was not as complex as Lu Yin's. Even if he changed his internal world, he would not have the same premonition. In fact, most cultivators would not be conflicted about this. It was very difficult for them to cultivate the power of the starry sky in Lu Yin's heart. Even Lu Yin himself could not understand this power. He looked at the starry sky. Above his head was a starry sky. His heart was also a starry sky. Why was the starry sky always so vast and boundless? Why was there always a star revolving around it? Lu Yin floated towards the universe and stood in the dark starry sky. He emptied his mind and spread his arms. Compared to the universe, humans were too insignificant. Even if he had the power to destroy space-time, what about the entire universe? If the spiritualized universe wanted to restart the Tianyuan universe, it would have to wait until the Xuanhuan universe had enough parallel spacetimes. If the progenitor wanted to protect the Xuanhuan universe, he would have to destroy too many parallel spacetimes or suppress the sequence's string. In the end, only the universe itself could create it, and only the universe itself could destroy it. Humans would never be able to truly control the life and death of a universe. Humans were creatures that were contained by the universe. Before humans appeared, how many creatures that had controlled the universe had been contained? Why had they disappeared? But the universe had never disappeared. The universe was everything. It was also the end of all living things. Humans could not surpass the universe, so they had to learn from it. Since the universe was vast and the starry sky in Lu Yin's heart was the same as the universe, why change it? Lu Yin let out a long breath. If he changed it, he would not be able to return. The starry sky in his heart was the same as the universe's. He had cultivated to this point with great difficulty, so if he suddenly changed it, there would be an inconceivable resistance. Where did this resistance come from? Could it be? Lu Yin looked down. Could it be coming from the starry sky in his heart? The starry sky was unwilling to change. The progenitor knew that Lu Yin was hesitating, but he did not interfere. No one could help Lu Yin on his path, not even Mr. Mu. He had walked a path that no one had ever walked before, especially when the Tao of Karma enveloped the starry sky in his heart. That power was no longer ordinary. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 10 days passed. Lu Yin was in the darkness, surrounded by experts from the boundless boundary that prevented anyone from approaching. Some were cultivating in seclusion, while others were experiencing the mundane world. At Lu Yin's level, the universe was his only cultivation ground, and there was only the universe above his head. On this day, Lu Yin opened his eyes and took out the root of wisdom from his cosmic ring. He brewed some tea and drank it slowly. The tea was no longer effective for him, but he needed to calm his mind. He was not willing to give up on the changes to the 9 heavens, nor was he willing to change the starry sky in his heart. His thoughts, and insights were all focused on this moment. Another 10 days passed, and Lu Yin took out the root of wisdom again, brewed some tea and drank it slowly. The starry sky was silent, and he could hear the tea flowing down his throat. He could hear his own heartbeat, and he could hear all sorts of sounds. These sounds seemed to be alive, constantly rising and falling. Lu Yin looked up, lost in thought as he stared at the boundless darkness, listening to all sorts of sounds. Gradually, he heard the sounds of his own strength, his spiritual force, his domain, his battle techniques, his consciousness, and all sorts of other sounds grew louder and louder. There were too many, and he had cultivated too much. He did not know what these sounds were doing. Were they snatching? Snatching for what? Snatching for the changes to the 9 heavens? Suddenly, Lu Yin opened his eyes. He did not know when, but he had fallen asleep. Were those sounds just now an illusion? No, they were real. They were all snatching the changes to the 9 heavens. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled as waves of energy flashed through his mind. They had just come to life. He stood there in a daze, recalling the sounds just now. His entire being was like a withered tree that had stood tall for countless years, and his surroundings grew darker and darker. The boundless up above, numerous gazes looked over with complicated expectations. If anyone could truly defeat xianxia, it was not the progenitor but Lu Yin. Lu Yin had created too many miracles. He had climbed up step by step from the bottom and experienced too much. His life was a legend, and he could bring about impossible victories. As they watched Lu Yin fall into deep thought, they did not dare to breathe too loudly. The progenitor was also watching with a gratified expression. That state just now was a moment of enlightenment. Did you feel anything? Lu Yin frowned, and his sluggish eyes gradually regained their luster. He looked around, but it was still dark and deep. His lips curled up and he slowly closed his eyes. The starry sky fell silent once more. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Half a year passed, and when Lu Yin opened his eyes again, his gaze was completely different from before. Behind him, a boundless consciousness whizzed out and shot straight into the sky. It was like a coiling dragon that was curving upwards, as if it was going to split the heavens into 9. Above the boundless horizon, the progenitor stood up and laughed. So that's how it is. Juzi is smart. Aside from the progenitor, no one else could understand what Lu Yin was doing. Lu Yin was not just splitting open the 9 heavens, but also combining the Xia family's 9 clones to create the changes to the 9 heavens in his consciousness. If he could not split open the 9 heavens in his heart, then he would use another. The 9 clones allowed Lu Yin to understand how to create clones. He did not need to bestow his consciousness with intelligence, but he could use the 9 clones to give his consciousness the possibility of splitting open the 9 heavens. He could split open the 9 heavens in his consciousness and cultivate the changes to the 9 heavens. His consciousness split into 9 and became the 9 heavens. In the starry sky in his heart, the land and soil connected to the sky, falling into the first of the 9 heavens. Next, darkness covered the second as battle force reached the realm of mastery. Light streaked through the third. Limitless power spread to the fourth. With a wave of his hand, the sun set on the fifth. A palm print pressed down. Overturning sky palm the sixth. The withered tree fell on the seventh. Divine power was drawn out and turned into a beam of light that pierced through the eighth. The first was transcendence, the second was indestructible, the third was flowing light, the fourth was limitless, the fifth was setting sun, the sixth was overturning sky, the seventh was reversing matter, and the eighth was divine. As for the highest ninth, Lu Yin wanted to leave a power for himself. That power was the most suitable, but he had not obtained it yet. When his consciousness split open the 9 heavens and bestowed the 8 powers, it instantly entered Lu Yin's body. Even though it caused a huge commotion, no one other than Lu Yin could understand it. He had used his consciousness to cultivate the changes to the 9 heavens. At this moment, Lu Yin did not know how much the changes to the 9 heavens would increase his battle prowess, but no matter how small it was still some improvement. At his level, it was not easy to increase his battle prowess. He either had to constantly search for the sequence foundation and melt the sequence particles or absorb consciousness. As for breaking through to the next realm, it was not time yet. He did not know what kind of sequence law he would create. The cultivators of the spiritualized universe did not know that Lu Yin was currently a progenitor and not a sequence law. Even though he had sequence particles and could prevent the laws from approaching him, he was still a progenitor. Even Yu Sang Tian had forgotten this fact. Even the people of the Tianyuan universe had almost forgotten. They had subconsciously treated Lu Yin as a powerhouse, but they had forgotten that he was still a progenitor. Lu Yin could still break through, and not just once. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3575. Lu Yin slowly landed in Boundless, feeling refreshed. The primogenitor laughed. Congratulations, Zhuzi. You've opened up a new path. Lu Yin said, if I hadn't learned the 9 clones technique, I wouldn't have been able to walk this path. The primogenitor sighed. Your path is like this and only you can walk this path. Everything is predestined. Lu Yin muttered to himself, fate in the underworld? I'm also part of that predestined? The primogenitor laughed. Who knows? Don't think too much. Lu Yin looked at the primogenitor in shock. Senior, you've already opened the 9 skies? Elder ancestor didn't care. It doesn't affect our cultivation that much. You are one of the few creatures that can learn the changes of the 9 skies. I can't think of anyone else. Maybe Oldwood will be affected too. My master also cultivated a special power? Lu Yin was curious. The primogenitor shook his head. I'm not sure, but Old Mu's cultivation isn't simple. It's a pity that he was one step too late and allowed his universe to give birth to the eternal realm first. If not for that, he would have attained eternal life. But then we won't know each other. Whether he attains eternal life or not has nothing to do with us. He can't help us. Lu Yin's gaze swept across Boundless. I'll have to open the 9 skies for them one by one. The primogenitor's expression was solemn. It was rare for him to be so serious. Open the 9 skies and cultivate the 9 skies transformation. Everyone's combat power will increase again. In the future, if we really fight to the death with the spiritualized universe, even if we die, we can tear a hole in the spiritualized universe. Just as Lu Yin was opening the 9 skies, Meng Sang walked out from a corner of the spiritualized universe. Then the one true God appeared. True God, immortal technique. An immortal seed appeared in his palm. It was 10 times larger than the one he had used to revive the undying God and the others. This was the true God's immortal technique and not just the seed of immortality. The one true God looked at the seed helplessly. In order to revive you, my true God's immortal technique will be completely useless. Fortunately, I can cultivate it again with a spirit seed. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it. The true God's immortal technique slowly shrank until it was 10 times smaller. As the one true God released it, a figure slowly appeared. It was Fengbo. Fengbo looked around in confusion and his gaze landed on the only true God. I didn't die? The one true God clasped his hands behind his back. You died, but I paid a huge price to revive you. Feng Bo's eyes were filled with bewilderment as he stood there in a daze for a moment. Then, his eyes became ferocious and filled with hatred. It's Luin. He killed me more than once. During the battle at Immemorial City, Soul True God had used the True God's immortal mantra to revive Sorcerer Spirit God, Windmaster Undying God, Ruins, Emperor Qiong and Corpse God. At first he had relied on these 6 experts to suppress Immemorial City, but when Limitless arrived and brought along a group of experts, Soul True God had used these 6 experts to set up a limitless power source box array to escape. Luin broke through and chased after them. He crushed their immortal seeds one by one, preventing them from reviving. That was indeed the case. Feng Bo and the others were completely dead. However, the one true God had not hesitated to use the True God immortal mantra to give Count of the Wind another chance to revive. He could have given this chance to anyone who had left behind an immortal seed, but he had given it to Count of the Wind. Feng Bo's hatred and murderous intent towards Lu Yin reached the heavens. Meng Sang watched calmly, but her eyes flickered. The dead could actually be revived. What kind of technique could the Xuanhuan universe create? This? Where is this? Feng Bo asked. The one true God's lips curled up. The spiritualized universe. Feng Bo's eyes narrowed. We're in the spiritualized universe? I can't be here. If I'm discovered, I'll be dead. The one true God replied, Don't worry. I can't be discovered either. What do you mean? Feng Bo stared at the one true God. He had not forgotten that he had been tricked by this person. Back in the Mirage Domain, when Lu Yin had killed him for the first time, Hongyan Mavis had said something that had completely awakened him. Humans can have the Eternals as their mortal enemy, but the Eternals also need humans as their mortal enemy. Would the Eternals really destroy or enslave humans? Hongyan Mavis's words had awakened him. From the very beginning, he had been tricked into entering the Xuanhuan universe by the one true God. Everything that he had thought of was fake and it was impossible. Even though he had seen through this, he did not dare to do anything to the one true God. He had been revived, and before he could break free from the true God's immortal codex, he could only listen to the one true God. The one true God took out an ice core from his cosmic ring and casually shattered it. A person fell out of the ice core, unconscious. She had long red hair and a beautiful face. It was the Arrow God. The Arrow God had been drowned by Lu Yin's black rain of spears during the battle in Immemorial City, but she had not actually died. The one true God had taken her with him when he had fled, but she had been too heavily injured and could not be of much help. The one true God had sealed her within the ice core and had only taken her out now. Feng Bo did not recognize the Arrow God. He had been in the Mirage Domain ever since the battle in the Second Continent, where he had pushed down the Mavis God Tree. He had done so both to deal with Hongyan Mavis and to hide. The Arrow God had only joined the Eternals after that. The Arrow God slowly woke up, her body still covered in wounds from the battle in Immemorial City. She opened her eyes and saw the one true God as well as Meng Sang and Feng Bo. She was confused. Who are you? The one true God said indifferently, This is a new place. I will tell you what happened in the past. Not long after, the Arrow God and Feng Bo recovered from their shock. They had never thought that so many things would happen after the battle in Immemorial City. Even time had been reversed. The things that Lu Yin had done were unimaginable. Now, he had actually dared to kill his way into the spiritualized universe. He had even beaten the spiritualized universe into silence. The Arrow God coughed up blood. Thank you, sir. You saved my life. The one true God looked at her. I will help you reach the primordial realm as soon as possible. Sequence laws are meaningless in this universe. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The one true God said, Right, there's someone else I want to introduce you to. Come out. Meng Sang turned to look in a certain direction. A figure walked out from there, hidden in the darkness. Meng Sang's eyes narrowed when she saw this person. It's you? The person bowed respectfully to the one true God. Long time no see, sir. Feng Bo and the Arrow God did not recognize this person. The one true God smiled. The Eternals have the 3 prime and the 6 prime. So far, only 2 of the 3 prime have appeared. This person is the 3rd. He is one of the 3 prime. The Arrow God's expression changed. She had never seen one of the 3 prime before. A long time ago, I arranged for this person to be in the spiritualized universe. The Eternals do not only want the Xuanhuan universe, but also the spiritualized universe. The one true God's voice echoed in the starry sky. He had waited for this day for a long time. Even though the process was completely different from what he had imagined, he could finally return everything to its original state. Neither Xianxia nor Lu Yin could stop it. That included Master Grass. A huge door stood in the starry sky. This was the border of the spiritualized universe. Ahead was the space of inches. Countless gazes looked at the springboard in front of the space of inches. Counting the time, it was almost there. A few days later, a battleship came from afar and landed on the springboard. All the cultivators at the border bowed. Greetings, Emperor Xianxia. Greetings, Ninth Immortal Xianxia. Greetings, Emperor Xianxia. Greetings, Ninth Immortal Xianxia. Greetings, Emperor Xianxia. Greetings, Ninth Immortal Xianxia. On the deck of the battleship, Emperor Wu's expression was cold. The Ninth Immortal smiled as the battleship propelled them into the starry sky. There were many spiritualized cultivators on the battleship from various factions. They did not dare to ascend to the deck and could only gaze at the starry sky. They had finally returned. There was no lack of sequence law experts and even primordial realm experts. The battleship had returned from the space of inches. The first destination was sky beyond sky. Along the way, they were not allowed to speak to anyone and leak any information about the battlefield. But this rule was useless against Emperor Wu. A group of cultivators appeared in front of the battleship. When Emperor Xuanhuan looked at them, these cultivators all saluted. Emperor Wu looked at the cultivators from the 10,000 beasts border, and his eyes flashed coldly. A violent aura swept out. The cultivators from the 10,000 beasts border were instantly pressed down, unable to move. They were all under the pressure of heaven and earth. You've just returned, and you're already teaching your disciples a lesson? The Ninth Immortal mocked. Emperor Wu's expression darkened. What's going on? Not a single mountain lord is here. A golden wing flew out from the group of cultivators from the 10,000 beasts border. It was not as big as the golden wing, but it howled in grief and unwillingness as it charged towards the battleship. Border Lord, you must avenge my father, Border Lord. Emperor Wu stared at the golden wing. What happened to the golden wing? Father's fate is unknown. At this time, the cultivators from the 10,000 beasts border approached one by one. Little Death Sky shouted, Border Lord, please avenge the Patriarch. The Patriarch died in battle. Border Lord, Dayu Mountain Villa is lawless and has violated the rules. They slaughtered the experts of our 10,000 beasts border and stole Xianxia's position. Border Lord, please wash Dayu Mountain Villa in blood. Border Lord, please? Emperor Wu's expression was frighteningly dark. From the side, the Ninth Immortal was surprised. Dayu Mountain Villa? Xianxia's position? It seemed like many things had happened while they were gone. The battleship stopped and Emperor Wu listened quietly. The Ninth Immortal's expression also turned serious. Such a person had appeared. Was he from the Xuanhuan universe? Could it be that the invasion of the Xuanhuan universe had been halted because of this group of people? But how had Xianxia known of Emperor Wu's arrival? A young man had beaten the entire spiritualized universe into silence. Kiki, Emperor Wu, it seems like you have miscalculated. Xianxia's position is indeed empty, and two at that. A pity that your 10,000 beasts border did not get a single one, the Ninth Immortal said gloatingly. Emperor Wu's gaze was bone-chilling. Although he was domineering, he was no fool. Lu Yin's battle record had made him wary. This person was not simple. Did Miao Huang cause trouble again? Emperor Wu still remembered the gift that Miao Huang had mentioned and felt uneasy. Golden Wing said, Miao Huang also participated in the Battle of the Abyss, but was chased away by Lu Xianxia. He did not dare to appear again. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3576. Wu Huang's face darkened. He knew Miao Huang's strength very well. After experiencing so many battles, he was still able to defeat Miao Huang and go to the southbound world to solve the problem. Could Lu Xianxia really be as strong as Xianxia? The spiritualized universe did not know that Xianxia had fought during the Boulder Dao debate. They had only heard his voice but had not seen him. Furthermore, the foolish elder had blocked the view of the outside world. The spiritualized universe did not know that Lu Yin had fought against Xianxia, but from Lu Yin's battle records, they were certain that unless Xianxia fought, no one could defeat Lu Yin. Alright, you guys have fun. Dayu Villa, how interesting. The Ninth Spirit smiled as she left. She did not intend to go to sky beyond sky. Xianxia did not need to be bound by rules. Jin Qi looked at the Ninth Spirit. Ninth Spirit, Xianxia is leaving? What about Qing Yun? The ninth spirit looked at Jianghu, her expression calm. What do you mean? Jianghu said, Xuanhuan and Xianxia have been captured by Lu Sangtian as maidservants. Lu Sangtian has 4 maidservants. They are Palace Master Yao Kai Kaching, Qingyun and Rumo. Emperor Wu laughed coldly and looked at the ninth spirit. Your turn. Everyone knew that the ninth spirit valued Qingyun and Xianxia. How could she stay out of this? In the Battle of the Abyss, the thought immortal was also captured. No one knows if he is dead or alive. He fought to save the siblings, but he was powerless against the third master. Jianghu continued to provoke. The ninth spirit's eyes flashed and then she laughed carelessly. Everyone has their own destiny. Since you've been captured, then forget it. What does it have to do with me? Saying thus, she stepped out and left the battleship, heading for the South Turing Empire. Looking at her departing figure, Jianghu whispered, Border Lord Shi? Emperor Wu snorted. She will not give up on the siblings. She just wants me to meet Deauvilla first. Laughable. Then what about us? Jianghu probed. Emperor Wu looked at him, and then at the cultivators of the 10,000 beasts border. Let's go back first. He was not stupid. Some things did not need to be rushed. Yu Sangtian represented the spiritualized universe, not the 10,000 beasts border. Although the 10,000 beasts border had suffered a great loss, many people thought that he would attack Deauvilla. Then let them be disappointed. However, in the next second a piece of news came that completely enraged Wu Huang. A letter of challenge was sent from the 10,000 beasts border to the Deauvilla. Wu Huang challenged Lu Sangtian. The moment Wu Huang heard the news, he knew that this was a gift from that bastard, Wu Huang. That bastard had roasted him on the fire. The spiritualized universe was in an uproar again. Did Wu Huang challenge Lu Sangtian as soon as he returned? This was not a battle to establish Sangtian. Once this battle began, one of them would definitely lose the position of Sangtian, especially when the Guardian Spirit Day was coming. Why not wait until the Guardian Spirit Day to start the battle? The Day of Sacrifice Spirit was very important to the entire spiritualized universe. Yu Sangtian had led the 7 great Sangtian to see a miracle. What was this miracle? Every Yu Sangtian in the spiritualized universe could see it, but there had never been any written records. Wu Huang challenged Lu Sangtian at this time because he was sure that he could defeat Lu Sangtian. Otherwise he would not take such a risk. This was the opinion of all the cultivators outside. Emperor Wu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He was not so sure. Although he was confident in his defenses, Lu Yin's reputation in the spatial abyss and the southbound realm made him uncertain. He had not reached the end of such intense battles. Emperor Wu had relied on his own strength to not lose to the 3 Sangtians, but he had not won either. Lu Yin's battle record was definitely on par with the 3 Sangtians, unless he used his sequence foundation. However, the sequence foundation was a foreign object, and it wasn't meant to be used against Lu Sangtian. Jianghu and Little 3 were dead. The cultivators of the 10,000 beasts border hoped that Emperor Wu would take action. The entire 10,000 beasts border was waiting for Emperor Wu to return and regain their dignity. Of course, there were also some cultivators who were rational. They knew how terrifying the Deauvilla was and remained silent. In the end, whether or not they would fight depended on Emperor Wu himself. Wu Huang's challenge was just a prelude to bring this matter to light. In the distance, the ninth spirit also heard about the challenge and was taken aback. Wu Huang was really cunning, but this had nothing to do with her. As for Qingyun and Xianxia, there was no rush. She first needed to understand Deauvilla and Lu Sangtian. Not long after, the ninth spirit returned to the southbound realm. She landed peacefully upon the shattered valley. The 10,000 beasts border had already spoken. Her valley had been shattered, and the heaven's hand of the south had almost been defeated. No one knew if they were dead or alive. The ninth spirit stood on the shattered valley. She knelt down and picked up the portrait. She looked at it intently. Where are you? At this time, the void distorted and a figure walked out. The ninth spirit looked over, puzzled. Then she remembered something and her eyes narrowed. Lu Sangtian? The newcomer was Lu Yin. He had come directly to the southbound realm upon hearing the news of the battleship's return. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Ninth spirit, you're finally back. The ninth spirit looked at Lu Yin, a faint smile on her lips. Her face was flushed and she looked a little drunk. Lu Sangtian, why are you here instead of challenging Emperor Wu? Are you planning to return the siblings to me? Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back, looking at the ninth spirit. The ninth spirit was as he had guessed. She was beautiful and had an ethereal air about her. Qing Xiao had said that the ninth spirit loved to drink. She should not be called the ninth spirit, but the wine immortal. She was always half drunk and half sober and liked to play dirty. The ninth spirit was known as the unrivaled duo. Palace Lord Yao was very unhappy with her but could do nothing. The ninth spirit's strength far exceeded Palace Lord Yao's. If the ninth spirit wants the siblings, you can take them away, Lu Yin said mildly. The ninth spirit released her hand, allowing the portrait to fall. Then I thank Lu Sangtian. Is there anything else? Let me guess. She thought about it, took a sip of wine and put down the gourd. She looked at Lu Yin, smiling widely. You want to invite me to deal with you, Sangtian? Lu Yin suddenly appeared before the ninth spirit, his palm striking out without warning. The ninth spirit threw out her wine gourd. Bang! The wine gourd shattered and the ninth spirit retreated step by step. Before her, Lu Yin's palm pierced through the void, closing in. Seeing the palm descending, the ninth spirit opened her arms, her palms clasping together. There was a soft pop and at the same time, a white door appeared around her. It had dark gold stripes and a hazy image was carved into it. It was filled with a noble and ethereal aura, as though it did not belong to this world. As her palms clasped together, the door closed, sealing her from the outside. Lu Yin's palm struck the door and with a boom the southbound world shook. A huge crack spread along the ground, splitting the southbound world in two. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3577. In the distance, the people of Heaven's Hand were shocked, not understanding what had happened. In the valley, the door gradually dissipated before Lu Yin's eyes. Before that, the ninth spirit had already vanished. When she had stepped through the door and clasped her palms together, she had already gone through the door to who knew where. This was not what Lu Yin was concerned about. What he was concerned about was that the door had not been damaged by his palm. One had to know that his palm had been aimed at the ninth spirit, and he had not held back. Even Sangtian had been wary, and the ninth spirit herself had not dared to take it head-on. This door had actually blocked it. Retracting his hand, Lu Yin stood in the valley and looked at his palm. He had guessed correctly. The power that the ninth spirit had used gave Lu Yin a similar feeling to Fengbu's god of defense of the nine heavens. It was an indescribable feeling, one that could not be described. If there was a word for it, it would be palpitations. Fengbu's god of defense of the nine heavens and the ninth spirit's door had both made Lu Yin palpitate. This did not mean that these two powers surpassed Lu Yin's, but that they were on a different level. Just like Scroll 16's finger, which was at most comparable to the swordmaster sect's ancient sword, but had also brought about palpitations. These powers were definitely related, and were different from all the powers he had seen in the Xuanhuan universe and the spiritualized universe. This was also why Lu Yin had attacked. It seemed like the ninth spirit would not be able to face him in the coming period. But she would definitely ask about the boundless border, about the Dayu Villa, and about the Xuanhuan universe. When he had mentioned Fengbu, she had already had a direction. This woman looked half drunk, but she was very sober. But she could not escape his grasp. As long as she thought of Fengbu, she would definitely come looking for him. Also, she had seen the Eternal Life Realm. The Eternal Life Realm could not be touched. Grass Grandmasters were like that. But even the foolish old man might not know this, but she did. Taking another look at the valley, Lu Yin left the South Turing world. When he returned to the boundless border, Lu Yin looked at the battle invitation and laughed. From the 10,000 beasts border? Old Tao said respectfully, a servant sent it to the 100 Herbs territory. He could not say who gave it to him. Now the entire spiritualized universe knows that Emperor Wu Huang is challenging the head. Lu Yin put down the battle invitation. You just returned and you're already challenging me. Old Tao said, Head, if Emperor is challenging you, why do it so sneakily? This shouldn't be Emperor Wu's style. I know. Lu Yin looked into the distance. I know, but others don't. What can we do? We can't back down. As he spoke, he looked at the letter of challenge. I don't know why, but I suddenly thought of someone. Mia Wu Huang. Chu Yi's voice rang out. As soon as the name Mia Wu Huang was mentioned, the star toad came as well. Mia Wu Huang. Chu Yi nodded. The cultivators of the 10,000 beasts border heard Sovereign Wu say that Mia Wu Huang brushed past Sovereign Wu when they were only inches apart. Mia Wu Huang left a gift for Sovereign Wu, which should be this letter of challenge. The star toad gritted its teeth. That despicable and shameless bastard. Chu Yi gave the star toad a strange look. This fellow was exceptionally angry. Lu Yin laughed. That makes sense. Annihilation Emperor Wu Huang. Just from the name alone, it's obvious that they have a deep hatred for him. It's normal for them to set a trap for him. Then boss, what should we do? Old Tao asked. Not only had Wu Huang set a trap for Sovereign Wu Huang, but he had also dragged Diyu Villa down with him. If Lu Yin didn't accept the challenge, it would be as if he was afraid of Sovereign Wu Huang. If he accepted the challenge, it would mean that he had fallen into a trap. This was the most disgusting thing about Wu Huang. He knew that powerhouses at Lu Yin's level hated being played around with the most. The stronger one was, the more their dignity would not allow them to be played around with. If he didn't accept the challenge, he wouldn't be played, but he would be misunderstood by the spiritualized universe. If he accepted the challenge, he would be played. It was the same for Sovereign Wu Huang. However, there was one difference between Lu Yin and Sovereign Wu Huang. He was confident that he could defeat Sovereign Wu Huang, but Sovereign Wu Huang wasn't confident that he could defeat Lu Yin. This was the most difficult thing for Sovereign Wu Huang. As long as Sovereign Wu Huang was confident that he could defeat Lu Yin, he wouldn't find it so difficult. Of course, it wasn't that he was afraid, but rather that he didn't have the confidence. In the current spiritualized universe, only Xianxia and Lu Yin could make Sovereign Wu Huang feel uncertain. Whether it was Xianxia or foolish old, Sovereign Wu Huang could fight them all. This was what the spiritualized universe's cultivators thought. Unless Xianxia acted, no one could truly suppress Lu Yin, and Sovereign Wu Huang was no exception. In response to Sovereign Wu Huang's challenge, Lu Yin replied with 2 words, anytime. These 2 words caused the spiritualized universe's eyes to shift to the myriad beasts border. Lu Yin's attitude had already made it clear that he could accept the challenge at any time. Sovereign Wu Huang had already returned to the myriad beasts border and heard Lu Yin's reply. Even though he didn't want to be played around by Wu Huang, he couldn't avoid this battle. Otherwise, how could he continue to be Xianxia? Bao Qi was dead, and it was unknown whether the person who had defeated Xianxia was dead or alive. The swordmaster's path was now considered Lu Yin's subordinate, and Lu Yin had suppressed the spiritualized universe. If he retreated, then Xianxia would be completely speechless and become a laughingstock. News spread from the myriad beasts border that a battle would take place at Fuheyuan half a year after the day of the sacrifice spirit. Sovereign Wu Huang officially accepted the challenge. Even though the time was pushed back to after the day of the sacrifice spirit, it wasn't important as long as he accepted the challenge. After all, the day of the sacrifice spirit was not far away. At this moment, everyone was waiting for the day of the sacrifice spirit to arrive. After that, the battle at Fuheyuan would determine who was the strongest under Xianxia. However, a few days later, a piece of news spread that shook the spiritualized universe. After the day of the sacrifice spirit, beyond heaven, Wu Huang. No one knew where this news came from, but it caused countless cultivators to discuss it. Many cultivators were excited as the Beyond Heaven was finally going to make a move. Even though the Diyu Villa was lawless and Lu Yin could move freely through the spiritualized universe, it was all for the sake of safely passing through the day of the sacrifice spirit. Once the day of the sacrifice spirit ended, Wu Huang would be destroyed. Above Wu Huang, Lu Yin also heard the news and Old Tao's face paled. If Xianxia personally made a move, who could stop him? No one was Xianxia's opponent. Was the Beyond Heaven going to make a move? If that was true, then this rumor would not have spread. Lu Yin naturally did not believe it. However, he was curious as to where this rumor had come from. Who had made it up? What was the motive? To be able to spread this rumor throughout the spiritualized universe in such a short time, there had to be a power behind it. Who could it be? Lu Yin went through the various powers in his mind, but he couldn't find any clues. There were many rumors in the outside world, and there were even people who talked about when Xianxia would make a move. There were even rumors about who would live and who would die above Wu Huang. Master, this might be related to the myriad beasts border, Old Tao reported. Lu Yin did not understand. What do you mean? Old Tao said, there are many people in the outside world who say that Wu Huang is not confident in defeating Master, so he deliberately spread these rumors to force the Beyond Heaven to make a move against our Diyu Villa. There's also another saying that Wu Huang set the date of the battle half a year after the day of the sacrifice spirit because he knew that the Beyond Heaven would make a move against Wu Huang before then. This way there would be no need to fight. In short, there are many rumors, and some say that Wu Huang went to the Beyond Heaven 7 times to ask Xianxia to make a move. Lu Yin listened quietly. Limitless? Although they had never met, would such a person do such a thing? Every powerhouse who cultivated to the bitter adversity realm had their own stubbornness, and bitter adversity was their personality. Some people stepped into the bitter adversity realm and put down their weapons to save the world. Some people stepped into the bitter adversity realm and became ruthless and cunning. Some people were confused and some were paranoid. In short, there were all kinds of people, but they all had one thing in common. It was difficult to hide. The star toad loved money when he did business, and did not kill when he was violent. The Grand Empyrean was tyrannical and aloof. The spiritualized universe had seen those in the bitter adversity realm. The spirit immortal was obsessed with the ninth spirit. Mr. Lee swallowed his anger for eternal life. Master Su pursued the path of spiritual treasures and spent his days fishing, and the old salamander only wanted to live longer. The more one stepped into the bitter adversity realm, the harder it was to hide one's personality. Wu Huang's shamelessness and scoundrel personality were the same. Wu Huang's tyranny was the same. The entire spiritualized universe knew that Wu Huang was tyrannical, so why would he scheme against others behind their backs? Even if he was scheming, it would be an open scheme and not so despicable. Under the bitter adversity realm's stubbornness, it was difficult for a person to change their personality, and such a big change at that. Lu Yin did not believe that Wu Huang had done it. Perhaps someone from the myriad beasts border had done it? He thought of the old salamander who was very sinister. But no matter who spread the rumors, it might be beneficial to some people, but Lu Yin could turn it into a benefit for Wu Huang. Lu Yin's voice spread throughout Wu Huang. Everyone in Wu Huang, follow the previous route and gather resources. This time use Yuanqi's name. Everyone in Wu Huang was shocked. Again? In such a short time? Old Tao was stunned. Boss, what are you doing? Lu Yin smiled. Since Wu Huang is going to be destroyed, then let's go crazy for the last time. At this time, anything we do will be forgiven, right? Old Tao was speechless. Who had spread the rumors? Could it be that Yuanqi had spread them himself? Was that even possible? Soon, the spiritualized universe suffered the consequences of the rumors. Countless people were overjoyed. Beyond Sky was going to attack Wu Huang, but Wu Huang immediately sent people to gather resources. This time, it was even more ruthless than before, and it felt like they were scraping the ground. Countless people cursed, but of course they were cursing Yuanqi. Yuanqi's face darkened. Many powers in the 36 filaments wanted to resist, but in the face of Sang Tian's name and the powerhouses of Dayu Villa taking action, none of them dared to speak out. Endure it. Wu Huang is going to be finished. When they're destroyed, we'll kill our way over and take them back. Yes, Lord Yu Sang Tian must take action. We're even running out of resources to distribute to our disciples. Running out of resources? That means you still have some. We'll just run out of resources. The sooner Wu Huang is destroyed, the better. Endure it. Soon. They're destined to die. Back in Intent Realm, Celestial Victor and Yuanqi came again. Xiu's face completely darkened. He habitually invited Wu Wei to fight, but he discovered that Celestial Victor's strength had skyrocketed. He had broken through to the primordial realm, and a single strike from his staff had almost killed Xiu. Chu Yi continued to drink tea with foolish old man in the wisdom region, but this time he had come with a mission. The wisdom region needed to gather resources as well. Foolish old man's expression turned ugly when he heard this. He couldn't contact Lu Yin at all. In Chu Yi's words, this was madness before death. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3578. Elder Yu's face was bitter. Others might not know, but how could he not know? Yu Sang Tian would act? Dream on. He was a supreme disciple. Old Tao came to the southbound world with a smile. Just as he was about to extort heaven's hand, he was thrown out by the ninth spirit. He was almost scared to death. Why did the ninth spirit attack him? The master of the house had to make the decision. The desolate god and Su Wang went to the Cloud Crane region. This time, no one from the 10,000 Beasts region stopped them. Even if they did, it would be useless. The desolate god had broken through to the primordial realm and his strength had skyrocketed. Many of the 10,000 Beasts region's experts had been killed by the Dayu Villa. Even if there were people who could stop the desolate god, they might not be willing to cause trouble. The boundless region was about to be destroyed. Who would be willing to be the scapegoat? Lu Qianni had gained a lot in the Bofan region. Someone from the Gate of Arts stood out to stop him again. However, Lu Qianni had broken through to the primordial realm. With the sequence of destruction and his own strength, There were not many experts in the spiritualized universe who could be his match. The Zhan family was not prepared to fight Lu Tianyi for the Bofan region. The Ghostfire region did not have Meng Sang's help this time. They paid the price in blood. The old man from the Heavens Craftsman realm immediately went into seclusion. The others didn't care about them either. So Wang Tian and Star Toad could take whatever they wanted. They wanted to see what they could find and opened it up. This made it so that Su Wang Tian and Star Toad couldn't find any resources. The boundless region gave the outside world a crazy feeling. Since they were going to die, they might as well go big. Above the boundless region, Lu Yin was in a good mood. Although the rumors were bad for the boundless region, he had made a fortune. Chu Yi returned with the spirit seed and praised, "You must have learned this from fertile earth. Even the foolish old man could not do anything about it. He told me to tell you to be prepared." Lu Yin was disdainful. "That old man kept scheming against me. I have not settled the score with him in the monolith debate. Of course I am prepared." Chu Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. "To be honest, the person who spread this rumor must have a motive. Be careful." Lu Yin nodded. Even he could not see the meaning of this rumor. Who would benefit from it? But that did not mean it did not exist. The more it was hidden, the more. In the sky beyond heaven, someone directly entered through a parallel spacetime and found Lan, asking the sky beyond heaven to make the decision. Wu Jiang was too crazy and his appetite this time was too big. Even if it was the craziness before death, they still couldn't bear it. Lan felt helpless. Lu Sang Tian would have been a fool to listen to her. That guy even dared to carve his name on the Extreme Palace. If Yu Sang Tian hadn't stopped him, the Extreme Palace would have been too ashamed to face anyone. "Lord Lan, is Sky Beyond Heaven going to attack Wu Jiang?" Someone asked. Everyone was waiting for an answer. If the rumors were true, then they had to make preparations. When Wu Jiang was destroyed, they would immediately seize the spiritual seed. If the spirit seed was destroyed, then they would snatch the things on the boundless border. There were so many strong cultivators, so there must be some inheritances. This was their true purpose for coming to the realm beyond heaven. Although their hearts ached for the spiritual seed, it was impossible for it to disappear. If it was destroyed, it would reappear. If it was not destroyed, it could always be found. They were more concerned about the inheritance of the Tianyuan universe. Lan didn't give him an answer. She turned around and entered the Extreme Palace. Some things would only get messier the more she spoke, and she had no right to represent Sky Beyond Sky. Only Yu Sang Tian could speak. After several months, the mobilization of resources finally calmed down. The 36 filaments had tried their best to hide the spiritual seeds, but they could only grit their teeth and endure the madness of the Dayu Villa. There was less than a year until the day of the spirit sacrifice, and it would be soon. The boundless border was released from Lu Yin's heart. He looked at the land and saw that there was a lot of liquid there. It was only about 1 cubic meter, but this liquid was all of the resources that had been gathered and the trillions of spiritual seeds that the Sima Trade Association had given him. This time they had gathered more resources than before, but it was only 2 cubic meters at most. Lu Yin didn't know what this liquid was for, so he could only leave it there for now. The spiritualized universe believed that the spiritual seeds would not disappear, but they did not know that a significant portion of its future had already been cut off. In the pitch-black sky, a broadsword flew into the distance. The blade was 30 meters long and 10 meters wide, and it looked very uncoordinated. The blade lacked any sharpness and it was as thick as a palm. Rather than calling it a sword, it was more like a sword-shaped wooden plank. There was a wooden hut on top of the broadsword, and 2 people were sitting inside. "Bro, don't panic. We've already escaped, and you can rest assured that no one will be able to find us. You can definitely trust me, Matsi." The one who spoke was a young man with freckles on his face, just like his name, Matsi. Opposite him was a middle-aged man with half of his hair white. He looked nervous and occasionally looked outside. "Can you go any faster?" Matsi was helpless. "It's the fastest. Don't worry." The middle-aged man retracted his gaze and sighed with a gloomy expression. His name was Yu Shu, and he was the steward of the Sima Trade Association's Yu Cheng. Of course, he wasn't the steward on the surface, but rather he was in charge of the place where the Yu Cheng hid their resources. The Yu Cheng was responsible for escorting the Sima Trade Association's goods, and they would occasionally be attacked. The Yu Cheng would hide some resources in the name of losses. This was something that everyone knew, and the reason why the Yu Cheng trusted him so much was because he had been adopted by the Yu Cheng. It seemed like he was older than the Yu Cheng, but in reality, it was because the Yu Cheng's cultivation level was higher, and his cultivation level was too low. The Yu Qing did not let him cultivate much and made it easier for him to control. He was grateful to the Yu Qing, but he also resented him. He wanted to embark on the path of cultivation, but he was suppressed by the Yu Qing. He was about to grow old, but he did not expect that the Yu Qing would suddenly die in the 100 Herbs region. He did not know the reason for this, but fortunately the Sima Trade Association did not know him, so no one came to find him when the Sima Trade Association changed owners. Since the Yu Qing died, his resources naturally belonged to the Yu Shu. The Yu Shu was so excited that he slept with his eyes wide open, and he was very comfortable for a period of time. But one day when he was tidying up those resources, he accidentally discovered the truth behind the Yu Qing's death. This truth scared him out of his wits, and he hid at home for several months, afraid that he would be found by others. Even so, he was still targeted. He did not know how the other party found the place where the Yu Qing hid his resources, but if he had been a step late, he would have been dead. Those people should have already found the place by now. Fortunately, he usually lived in seclusion and did not know many people. Now that he had escaped with the help of Air Matsi, he should not be found in a short period of time. Quickly escape. As for where to escape, he had already thought about it. The 100 Herbs region was the only place that would not be targeted by those people. Half a year later, the day of the sacrifice of the spirit was getting closer and closer. With only a few months left, Broadsword arrived at the 100 Herbs region. Air Matsi held Yu Shu's hand with regret. "Brother, you and I have been together for half a year, and it has been very pleasant. How about we become sworn brothers?" Yu Shu was in a hurry to leave and his face was filled with helplessness. "Forget about becoming sworn brothers, it will only cause you trouble." "It won't cause trouble, it definitely won't cause trouble. The main reason is that you have some fate with this jade pendant. Speaking of which, I have been able to see the fairy whispering in my dreams for so many years. Her expression is shy yet graceful, and her voice is charming to the bone. Cough about that, brother, this is the money that we agreed on." Yu Shu did not hesitate to stuff a cosmic ring into Air Matsi's hand. Air Matsi was unwilling. "Brother, this jade pendant? Brother, I'll give you another one. We will meet again in the future, so I hope that you won't tell anyone about me. This jade pendant is for me." He then stuffed another cosmic ring into Air Matsi's hand without even looking at the jade pendant. Air Matsi smiled when he saw Yu Shu's generosity, and he enthusiastically held Yu Shu's hand. "Brother, I'll wait for you?" Yu Shu was speechless. "No need, I don't plan on leaving the 100 Herbs region." Air Matsi felt that it was a pity. "All right, I wish you a safe journey." Yu Shu hurriedly ran away as he wanted to get as close to the Dayu villa as possible. Air Matsi sighed as he watched Yu Shu run away. "What a good person. Don't worry, brother, I'll definitely keep your secret." The next day, Air Matsi was stared at by a pair of eyes, which made his hair stand on end. "Where's the person you took away?" Air Matsi pointed at the 100 Herbs region without hesitation. "There. Chase after him." Yu Shu really wanted to get as close to the Dayu villa as possible, but his cultivation was too low. It would take him at least 10 years to get close to the Dayu villa or even see Wujiang. He regretted it now, as he should have let Air Matsi accompany him further. Suddenly he stopped and felt a chill run down his spine. He slowly turned around and a pair of eyes appeared in the distance and stared at him. Yu Shu's pupils shrank and his face went pale. Chase after him? How could he be so fast? In the distance the pair of eyes were completely exposed to the air. It was a thin man with protruding bones all over his body. At first glance he looked like a skeleton, but his eyes were extremely terrifying, and they carried a terrifying chill. He instantly appeared in front of Yu Shu and reached out to grab him. Yu Shu stared blankly at the man's attack, unable to move. A black light beam swept past from the distance and bombarded the thin man's body. The man subconsciously blocked it, but his body was blasted dozens of meters away by the black light beam. He stabilized himself with difficulty and looked into the distance. A group of 5 people was approaching and the black light beam came from one of them. "Get out of the way, don't look for trouble," the thin man threatened in a low voice. Yu Shu hurriedly shouted, "Are you from the Dayu villa? I want to see the third master." The thin man suddenly made a move, pushing the void and grabbing at Yu Shu. The group of 5 looked at each other and made a move at the same time. 5 black light beams shot out, blocking the thin man's path forward. The thin man's gaze changed and he raised his hand to slap out. His body suddenly changed, twisted, and expanded and finally became a beast full of bones. It resisted the 5 black light beams and slapped at Yu Shu. Yu Shu was in despair and the 5 people couldn't stop him. Suddenly his eyes were blood red. The beast turned into blood and sprinkled on his body, dyeing him red. Yushu stared blankly in front of him, and a figure with 7 swords flashed past. The 5 black energy source users also stared at the figure. They were shocked by his attack, but they weren't surprised. This figure was a wandering corpse that came from the boundless underground. Ever since Ba Lu and Yi Yao were affected and died, the Dayu Villa expanded the protection of the entire 100 Herbs region. The black energy source users, Yi Ro's symbiotic corpse, Calamity Expedition, Mecha, and so on were all scattered around the 100 Herbs region to patrol. Among them were the wandering corpses that had been planted with bones. There were strong warriors at every distance, and that kind of thing was not allowed to happen again. Who are you? Why do you want to see our third master? Yushu looked at the 5 black energy source users and slowly knelt down. I am Yushu, the butler of Yu Cheng. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3579. Atop Boundless, Lu Yin looked at the account book in his hands in surprise. A cultivator was actually using such a primitive method to record things. It seemed like he was trying to hide it from others. Many cultivators used jades to record certain things. Those things were convenient and could be recorded with a single thought, but they could be easily found by others. On the other hand, this kind of account book was written on paper without any traces of cultivation. As long as one did not carry it on their person, it would be difficult to detect. The account book recorded Yu Cheng's transactions with someone called Limitless. This Limitless specialized in sending people to attack the goods transported by the 4 Horse Association. Every time he attacked, he would make a lot of noise and not cause any losses. However, Yu Cheng would hide some resources under the pretext of causing damage and then split them with Limitless. Not only that, Yu Cheng belonged to the 4 Horse Association, which had the right to arrange for people to enter the association and keep an eye on the materials used to create the Sequence Foundation. Even though they had to compete with the main association, Yu Cheng was very clear about which companies had which materials. He would tell Limitless about this and Limitless would act. Whether it was the list of resources, the route, or the strength of the escorts, everything was very detailed. This allowed Limitless to frequently succeed in robbing the goods, and every time he succeeded, he would earn a large sum of money. It could be said that the two of them had made a fortune by relying on this. However, there was a line at the end of the account book: if I die for no reason one day, I will definitely act for Limitless. You're being hunted down because of this? Lu Yin asked, looking up at Yushu. Who is this Limitless? Yushu did not dare look at Lu Yin, his entire body sprawled on the ground as he respectfully replied, Limitless is from the myriad beasts border. Limitless? Only those with the bloodline of the Empress have this surname, Old Tao interrupted with a solemn expression. Ru Mu and Qing Yun were astonished. Was this related to Limitless? So the one who attacked Yu Cheng was Limitless? Lu Yin asked. Old Tao did not answer. Lu Yin looked at Yushu. Raise your head. Yushu slowly looked up and stared at Lu Yin in fear. I don't know. Lu Yin looked at him indifferently. Then, how were you discovered? Yushu was confused. I really don't know. When I saw this account book, I had a feeling that a disaster was imminent. Limitless identity, how did you know? Yu Cheng mentioned this before, but this lowly one only knows that Limitless belongs to the 10,000 beast border. Yu Cheng was very excited at that time, saying that he has the 10,000 beast border as his backer. Palace Master Yao's voice was cold. Wu Ji can roughly find out where Yu Cheng hid his resources. During that period of time, whoever acted strangely was unlucky. He might not be the only one we found, otherwise he wouldn't have escaped to us. Old Tao nodded. If he is the same as before, he might not be suspected. Yushu was bitter. It was easy to say, but he was just an ant. How could he think so much when facing this kind of thing? He was lucky to be able to escape. Old Tao looked at the account book and asked hesitantly, Master, what do you plan to do? Yushu lowered his head and didn't dare to look anymore. Now, it was time for these big shots to make a decision. He only came here to save his life, and he didn't care about anything else. Lu Yin looked at the account book. How much do you know about this Boundless? Old Tao said, I don't know much about it. I need to investigate. Immediately. Yes. The next day Old Tao brought news. Master, this Boundless is Wu Ji. He is one of the many descendants of the Emperor. He wasn't outstanding at first, but after working with Yu Cheng, his resources increased greatly and his cultivation increased. He went from Lingzhan to the progenitor realm and was nurtured by the myriad beast border. Even so, among the descendants of the Empress he is at most in the top 5. The Emperor doesn't care about such a descendant. The competition in the myriad beast border is fierce, which is why he worked with Yu Cheng. There's nothing else, it's very clear. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Didn't care? He hadn't cared before, but that might not be the case now. He tapped the void with his finger, causing faint ripples. Tell the myriad beasts border to hand over Wu Ji. Old Tao nodded, yes. The 8 willows and Yi Yao's deaths could not be in vain. Lu Yin had once gone to the Grand Domain to look for the 4 Horses Merchant Guild. Now that the spearhead was pointed at the myriad beasts border, he naturally had to look for them as well. As for the upcoming day of spirit sacrifice, it was the biggest festival in the spiritualized universe. What did it have to do with them? If they could participate, then they would participate. If they destroyed it, then so be it. Not long after, the Dayu Villa called out to the myriad beasts border to hand over Wu Ji. They also announced that Wu Ji had killed Yu Cheng. The spiritualized universe, which had been quiet for half a year, was stirred up once more. The various powers in the spiritualized universe were numb. Ever since Wu Ji had arrived, the spiritualized universe had not stopped moving. This matter was no small matter. The Dayu Villa and the myriad beasts border were related to each other's reputation. A single mistake could lead to war, as both sides were already hostile to each other. The myriad beasts border was a gathering place for spiritualized beasts. It was one of the most vast regions of the 36 filaments. It had not been that large, but because of an unwritten rule, the myriad beasts border had grown larger and larger. Spiritualizing beasts was not an easy path to take. When humans turned into beasts, they often could not suppress their bestial instincts. Most spiritualizing beasts had bad tempers, which led to constant fighting. To gain a foothold in the myriad beasts border, the best way was to occupy a mountain and be independent. Usually, those who could occupy a mountain were at least at the spirit ancestor level, which was a very small mountain. Those who were slightly bigger were at the sequence law level. For example, Death by 3 Heads was a mountain master. Those who were even bigger were at the spirit primordial level, known as the Great Mountain Master, second only to the Supreme Emperor. The myriad beasts border had 7 Great Mountain Masters, which seemed to correspond to the 7 Great Mulberry Skies. Unlike the other mountain masters, the Great Mountain Master did not occupy a mountain in the myriad beasts border. Instead, he dragged it over from the outside world. This was not a rule but a sign of the strong. No one knew who passed it down, but because of this reason, the myriad beasts border's territory continued to expand. With an additional Great Mountain Master, there would be an additional territory. The old salamander was one of the Great Mountain Masters. Great Goldwing and Right Summer were both Great Mountain Masters. At its peak, the myriad beasts border's strength surpassed the other 6 powers. Even though there were many old bastards in the School of Arts, they did not belong to the School of Arts. They were just waiting to die. In terms of absolute strength, no one could compare to the myriad beasts border. However, even though the myriad beast territory had 7 mountain masters, that was only at its peak. Now there were only 3 mountain masters left. Big Goldfinch and Right Summer had been captured by Lu Yin, and there were 2 other mountain masters left. One had died in the consciousness universe, and the other was rumored to have passed away, but there was no proof. Above the Great Mountain Masters was the Supreme Emperor of the myriad beasts border, who was also known as the Border Master. The Border Master's territory was naturally the center of the myriad beasts border, and he was surrounded by the 7 Great Mountain Masters. Limitless also lived in the center. After all, he was a descendant of Supreme Emperor's bloodline. At this moment he was kneeling on the ground, trembling in extreme fear. Supreme Emperor's terrifying pressure almost crushed him. He was crushed to dust. Was it you? Limitless' expression was sluggish, and his eyes were unfocused. Yes. Supreme Emperor's eyes suddenly widened, causing the skies of the myriad beasts border to darken. The earth shook, and in the distance, underground magma erupted, dyeing half the sky red. Countless giant beasts hid themselves, not daring to show their faces. At this moment, Supreme Emperor wanted nothing more than to slaughter this beast. He had plenty of juniors and he did not care about 1 or 2 of them. He did not care even if this brat died, but how could he hand him over to the Dayu Villa? Especially at this time, countless voices in the outside world speculated that Supreme Emperor wanted to avoid the battle, as he did not dare to face Lu Sangtian head-on. Some said that he knew in advance that the realm beyond heaven was going to surround and kill Limitless, which was why he had set the time of the battle to half a year after the day of the sacrificial spirit. Others said that he had deliberately spread rumors to force the realm beyond heaven to attack Limitless in order to avoid a battle with Lu Sangtian. Supreme Emperor was not confident that he could defeat Lu Sangtian, but he was not afraid to fight. The only reason he did not act now was because he did not want any accidents to happen before the day of the sacrificial spirit. He wanted to see that strange scene, and he was also close to mastering a certain power. With his temper, he had already reached the limit of his patience by not making a sound. Supreme Emperor, when had he ever been like this? Only with perfect power could he be sure to defeat anyone, not just Lu Sangtian. His real goal was to challenge Yu Sangtian, which was why he had pushed the date to after the day of the sacrificial spirit. He was so close and he had to endure it no matter what. He did not expect that all his suppression and patience would be destroyed by a junior. It did not matter if this brat lived or died, but if he were to hand him over to the Dayu Villa, where would he hide his face? Where would he hide the face of the 10,000 beasts boarder? He wanted to slap this brat to death, but he could not. Once this brat was killed, the outside world would think that he was afraid of the Dayu Villa. Supreme Emperor had never been so aggrieved. Limitless fainted directly as he could not bear the pressure. Supreme Emperor's eyes flashed with murderous intent, suppressing the 10,000 beasts boarder. A woman came. She was wearing a white gauze dress, and her snow-white skin was faintly discernible. Her brows were naturally shaped, and her bare feet stepped on the hard ground with a strange softness. She smiled and said, "Supreme Emperor, why are you so angry? Children are not sensible, just teach them." Supreme Emperor looked up and looked at her. "What are you doing here?" This woman was one of the 7 mountain lords, a spiritual prime powerhouse. Even Supreme Emperor had to respect her. Her lips curled up, and her charming face was captivating. This matter does not only concern Supreme Emperor, but also the 10,000 beasts boarder. Thus I came to ask how you plan to deal with it. Supreme Emperor coldly asked, "How do you plan to deal with it?" "Ah, don't be angry, Supreme Emperor. No matter what you do, the 10,000 beasts boarder will obey." Supreme Emperor's expression eased a little, but it was not much better. What should he do? Handing it over was impossible. He would rather be killed than hand it over. If he did not hand it over, the people of the Xuanhuan universe would not let it go. He had delayed the battle until after the day of the sacrificial spirit, which was completely out of character. He had endured to the limit, but now it seemed that this battle could not be avoided. Miao Wuhuang's challenge, the rumors of sky beyond sky, and the current situation were all forcing him to the point that he could not buy any time. Supreme Emperor looked in the direction of the 100 Herbs region. Limitless is here. Only I can control his life and death, and no one else can. Anyone who wants him can come and take him. The woman was surprised. "Are you going to fight with Lu Sangtian?" Supreme Emperor opened his hand and clenched his fist. "It doesn't matter." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3580. In Boundless Land, Lu Yin's spirit cloud stone vibrated as Elder Yu contacted him. "Can you postpone this matter until after the day of sacrifice?" Lu Yin said faintly, "Old man, did you use your brain when you said that?" Elder Yu wasn't angry, as Lu Yin's attitude towards him had always been bad. This isn't a simple revenge, it concerns the 2 major powers of Dayu Manor and Wanshou border. It concerns the spiritualized universe and your Tianyuan universe. If this isn't handled properly, the consequences will be unpredictable. I've already said it, this matter will be resolved soon. If Wanshou border doesn't agree, then we'll go to war. Lu Yin didn't care. Elder Yu frowned. "Master Lu, the future path has already been discussed. Protecting your Tianyuan universe isn't difficult. Why do you have to complicate things at this time? Wanshou border represents the spirit molting of beasts, but not all of them are in Wanshou border. Once this matter develops into you targeting beasts, do you know how many spirit molting beasts will come out of the spiritualized universe? Even if you have a relationship with Wu Shang, you might not be able to protect yourself. After all, this will shake the foundation of the spiritualized universe. I believe that Wu Shang hasn't appeared yet, and you have never announced your relationship with him. You must have your own concerns. Is it worth changing all your plans because of a small matter?" Lu Yin felt strange. Relationship? What relationship? Right, he said that he was Master Qingsao's disciple. Did Elder Yu really believe him? Didn't he ask Yu Sangtian for confirmation? Elder Yu thought that Lu Yin was thinking when he didn't answer and continued, "I promise you there will be an explanation for this matter. It won't hurt Dayu Manor's reputation nor embarrass Wanshou border. Let's talk about it after the day of sacrifice, how about it? At this time old Tao walked over. Master, Emperor Wu said that only he can control Wu Ji's life and death. If you want it, go get it yourself. Both Lu Yin and Elder Yu heard it. Elder Yu's face immediately darkened. He wanted to talk to Lu Yin first before looking for Emperor Wu, but he didn't expect Emperor Wu to reply so quickly. It seemed like the war invitation and rumors about Sky Beyond Sky had pushed him too far. Who made those rumors? Master Lu. Lu Yin interrupted. You heard it? This is a provocation. If we don't make a move, where will my reputation go? Why do you think we're here? The Xuanhuan universe will not take a single step back. Even if the myriad beast border is the heavens, I will stab a hole in it. Wait, if we really have to fight, this old man has an idea. The result won't be too bad and you guys won't be at a disadvantage. Yu Lao said anxiously. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. What is it? You seem to be very active. Don't tell me that Wu Huang is also cooperating with you. Yu Lao said helplessly, Emperor Wu won't cooperate with us. He represents the spirit molten beast form, and the spirit molten beast form can never replace the spirit molten human form to control the spiritualized universe. He has the ambition to defeat Yu Sang Tian, but he won't cooperate with anyone. You're pretty stubborn, Lu Yin commented. Yu Lao exhaled, Master Lu, regarding the matter of Ba Lu and Yi Yao, you need to give an explanation, and even more so, you need to redeem your reputation. Wu Jiang can go to the 10,000 beasts border, and can also start a war with Wu Huang, but only Wu Huang alone. Do you think I'm an idiot? Wu Huang is the master of the 10,000 beasts border. If our Wu Huang makes a move against him, the 10,000 beasts border won't move? You can't move either. Yu Lao said. Lu Yin didn't understand. What do you mean? Yu Lao said, other than you and the unfathomable progenitor in Wu Jiang, everyone else can fight Wu Huang. 10,000 beasts border won't interfere. If Wu Huang loses, you guys can take Wu Jiang away. If Wu Huang doesn't lose, Wu Jiang will be dealt with by him and the result will be death. This old man can guarantee. In the battle, Wu Huang will fight Wu Jiang alone, and Wu Jiang will look down from above. Wu Huang won't lose any face, and Wu Huang will also fight Wu Jiang alone without implicating 10,000 beasts border. Everyone will be able to maintain their reputation, and your anger will also be vented. For this old man is willing to pay an extra price to give it to you. How about it? Lu Yin found it hilarious. He could already foresee that Emperor Wu Huang would fight all of the boundless borders experts alone in order to avoid a war and implicate the entire boundless border. His spirit was unparalleled, and the boundless border would suppress the myriad beasts border, forcing Emperor Wu Huang to fight alone. Lu Yin was high and mighty, and as the third master of the Dayu Villa, he wouldn't even need to do anything. He could just watch from above and nobody would lose face. Whether Wu Huang loses or not, he will fight with his spirit, just like Lu Yin's battle in Spatial Abyss. This will be his revenge for Lu Yin being surrounded by 10,000 beasts borders experts in Spatial Abyss. Yu Lao's suggestion was to ensure that Wu Huang won't lose. Otherwise, Wu Huang won't be able to maintain his reputation. Are you that confident in Wu Huang? Lu Yin asked. Yu Lao said in a deep voice, after all, he is a powerhouse second only to Yu Sang Tian. Although Wu Huang will fight in this battle, after the day of the sacrifice spirit, Wu Huang will fight with Master Lu. At that time, if Master Lu wins, your pressure will be spiritualized and you will be invincible. This battle will also allow you to see Wu Huang's strength, so why not? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes, but I won't use my subordinates' lives as a bargaining chip. Wu Ji must die, this old man can guarantee. The one who killed them is Wu Ji, not Wu Huang. Yu Lao was certain. Not long after, Lu Yin put down the spirit cloud stone. Yu Lao hoped that the day of the sacrifice spirit would pass smoothly. Not only did he come up with this idea, but he also paid a price. Scroll 15 was the price. He knew that Lu Yin and the Plain Master sect cared about Scroll 15, so he sent it over. Lu Yin was looking forward to Scroll 15. Pass down the order, Wu Huang is setting off. The destination is 10,000 beasts border. The next moment, the 100 herb domain shook, and Wu Huang flew into the sky again, heading towards 10,000 beasts border under the shocked gazes of countless people. The news immediately spread, and the entire spiritualized universe looked towards 10,000 beasts border. Is there really going to be a war? At the bow of Wu Huang's ship, Lu Yin looked behind him. Let me fight the first battle. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Be careful. At 10,000 beasts border, Wu Huang quickly received the news that Wu Huang was coming. His face was gloomy. Since that was the case, then let's see who was the strongest in the spiritualized universe. At this moment, the spirit cloud stone shook and Wu Huang looked over. Yu Lao's voice rang out. Are you sure you can win? I can tell you that Lu Sangtian is the master of the Tianyuan universe, and he has not been forced to his limits even after many battles. I have a suggestion. Wu Huang went to 10,000 beasts border and completely ignited the spiritualized universe. Countless cultivators headed toward the spiritualized universe, including cultivators from beyond heaven. 10,000 beasts border had a different meaning from the intent realm and other forces because 10,000 beasts border represented the spiritualized universe. To a certain extent, beyond heaven represented the spiritualized universe. However, the spiritualized beasts were suppressed by the spiritualized humans, causing 10,000 beasts border's status to be lower than beyond heaven. If one day Wu Huang could rival Yu Sangtian, all the spiritualized beasts in the spiritualized universe would treat 10,000 beasts border as a holy land. At that moment, 10,000 beasts border's strength would skyrocket. Not a place. The spiritualized beasts were all in 10,000 beasts border, but it was undeniable that more than half of them were gathered there. Mountain lords walked out one by one, looked into the sky and roared angrily. They were fearless. Since 10,000 beasts border had come, they had to be prepared to fight to the death. 10,000 beasts border was not to be trifled with. The old salamander was helpless. That third boss really doesn't care about anything. Is there still no news from beyond heaven? A skinny man stood not far from the old salamander, looking at the spirit cloud stone from time to time. No. The old salamander sighed. Logically speaking, beyond heaven would not allow such a war to break out. Once 10,000 beasts border is defeated, it means the spiritualized beasts in the universe. The man looked at the old salamander in surprise. Are you sure 10,000 beasts border will be defeated? The old salamander nodded. I'm absolutely sure. The third boss is not the only expert in 10,000 beasts border. The entire 10,000 beasts border represents the Tianyuan universe. How many top experts do you think there are? But there aren't many who have reached the primordial realm in 10,000 beasts border. Nine-tailed fox appeared and stood not far away. The three mountain lords had gathered. The old salamander smiled bitterly. You didn't see it. The battle in the abyss of space really disappointed you. Senior, don't tell me you want to run away? Nine-tailed fox teased. The old salamander's expression became serious. Even if I die, I'll die in 10,000 beasts border. I've lived long enough. The skinny man looked at the old salamander. He did not expect the old salamander to be so determined. This person was Yi Dai, one of the 7 mountain lords. However, you're still young. Try not to die if you can. The old salamander sighed. Yi Dai and Nine-tailed fox looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. As mountain lords they were very powerful. However, they were not confident in fighting Lu Sangtian head-on. What would happen to them if 10,000 beasts border was defeated? The 10,000 beasts border's special status in the spiritualized universe made them special. Similarly, this special status forced them to stay here and protect the dignity of the spiritualized beasts. You two, I've decided to take a risk and break through. If I succeed, I won't be weaker than 10,000 beasts border and my strength will transform. If I fail, I'll die. Please protect me. The old salamander suddenly said. Yi Dai and Nine-tailed fox looked at the old salamander in surprise. Break through? You can break through? Wait, aren't you in the bitter adversity border? You want to break through to eternal life? The old salamander was speechless. Of course it's not eternal life. Otherwise, why are you still talking about it? Let alone 10,000 beasts border, the entire spiritualized universe will belong to me. Nine-tailed fox rolled her eyes. He was right. If he broke through to eternal life, even Yu Sangtian would not be a match for him, let alone Lu Sangtian. The old salamander sighed. Living for a long time is also an advantage. Once upon a time I thought that I had reached the peak of my strength. However, a long time ago, probably when you were born or when your grandfather was born, I had a different understanding of my talent. This understanding allowed my strength to soar. However, because I've lived for too long, I've become lazy. Even when your grandfather died and you embarked on the path of cultivation and came to 10,000 beasts border to become mountain lords, I didn't plan to try. Yi Dai frowned. She felt that the old man was scolding them. The old salamander recalled the past. I thought I'd live my life in mediocrity until the battle of the abyss. I regretted that I didn't try to break through. If I had broken through earlier, Lu Sangtian might not have been able to defeat me. Now that I'm facing the threat of this person again, I have to try. Even if I'm not far from death, I have to protect 10,000 beasts' border and the dignity of the spiritualized beasts. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3581. Old man, who are you calling mediocre? Nine-tailed Fox was unhappy. This old man was also a mountain lord like them. How could the mountain lord be mediocre? The old salamander laughed. It was a slip of the tongue. Don't mind it. Nine-tailed Fox was unhappy. Winged Butterfly asked, how long until you die? The old salamander calculated, about the same as you guys. This made Winged Butterfly lose her desire to continue asking. Alright, I'll go into seclusion. I hope that after I come out this matter can be resolved. There's no need for me to do anything. That Lu Sangtian is very unhappy with me. I don't want to be torn apart by him. With that, the old salamander returned to the mountain. Please take care of the little salamander. I guarantee that I'll die before you guys. Try to live. Winged Butterfly and Nine-tailed Fox looked at the old salamander's back. Although the old man could not speak, he made them feel close and touched. He was much better than Wu Huang. I hope you succeed, old man. Wu Huang crossed the starry sky and headed straight for the 10,000 beasts border. Along the way, the 36 domains were unobstructed. The spiritual molts of the beasts in seclusion in the 10,000 beasts border revealed themselves and roared. Wu Huang walked out and stood at the peak of the 10,000 beasts border, waiting quietly. Many cultivators approached the 10,000 beasts border. Many were unwilling to come here because the spiritual molts of the 10,000 beasts border were too hot-tempered. They would attack at the slightest mistake. Besides, there were no attractive resources here. There were also many powerful creatures here, so very few people came. Now, the outside world was filled with cultivators. There were many spiritual molts that had not joined the 10,000 beasts border. Who knew how many experts there were? On this day, at the bow of Wu Huang's ship, Old Tao saw a black land floating in the starry sky. That was the 10,000 beasts border. It was much bigger than any domain he had seen before. The black mountains were like monsters lying in the starry sky, representing huge mountains. Old Tao took a deep breath. We've arrived at the 10,000 beasts border. At the same time, on top of a huge black mountain in the 10,000 beasts border, Wu Huang looked into the distance and saw a battleship slowly approaching. It was bigger than all the battleships in the spiritualized universe. Was that the battleship of the Xuanhuan universe? Originally, the spiritualized universe looked down on the Xuanhuan universe, robbing it of its future. But now no one dared to underestimate it. Wu Huang's gaze was cold. The entire 10,000 beasts border suddenly resounded with sky-shaking roars. The gigantic beasts roared towards the starry sky, intimidating everyone. Drumbeats resounded in the 10,000 beasts border, shaking everyone's hearts. Next to him were Chu Yi Lu Tianyi, the wilderness god, celestial champion, and the others. When the boundless horizon stopped, Lu Yin and the rest could see the entirety of the myriad beasts border. Similarly, countless spirit-molted powerhouses in the vast lands of the myriad beasts border also saw them. Their gazes were ferocious, and there was no need to fear a battle. No matter what kind of reputation Lu Yin had, the myriad beasts border did not fear him. In front of them, on the tallest black mountain in the land of beasts, Emperor Wu Huang looked at Wu Jiang. His powerful qi exploded, pushing through the starry sky. He had never been afraid of anyone, but Lu Yin's battle achievements had made him apprehensive. It was to the extent that he hadn't attacked Wu Jiang as soon as he had returned, and he had even pushed back the date of the challenge to the tribute spirit. However, that didn't mean that he was afraid. He was still suppressing himself, suppressing his impulse to attack. How could he not be waiting for this battle? Originally, they could have waited until the day of the guardian spirit, but because of Wu Ji's matter, it was brought forward. The moment he saw Wu Jiang, his eyes burned with passion. In order to melt the starry sky, the foolish old man's words were forgotten. When he saw Lu Yin, the battle intent he had been suppressing all this time suddenly erupted. Atop Wu Jiang, Lu Yin and Emperor Wu Huang looked at each other. He could see the violent battle intent in Emperor Wu Huang's eyes, and he raised a brow. This was different from what Elder Yu had said. This guy wanted to attack, and since that was the case, Lu Yin could just move his finger and bring the battle forward. Not far away, the star toad stared at Emperor Wu Huang and was speechless. This guy's aura was so powerful that it felt unshakable. It had felt this from the one true god and that crazy Grand Empyrean. This guy couldn't possibly be on the same level as them, right? There were so many powerhouses in this spiritualized universe. Fortunately, it hadn't been born here or it would have been bullied to a pulp. It thought of xuanhuan, that despicable and shameless person. He had actually slipped away. How despicable. It had never seen such a despicable person in all its years. Wujiang moved. Wait, it turned around and met a pair of eyes. Can I trouble you to test it out? The star toad's entire body smashed towards the black mountain, heading towards Emperor Wuhuang. Emperor Wuhuang's eyes went wide. The toad? Was it looking down on him? Lu Yin and the rest were astonished and looked into the distance. The desolate god had calmly pulled back. He had just thrown the star toad away. The star toad didn't even have time to react, and when it did, it was already getting closer and closer to the black mountain. It couldn't help but shriek and stop its body. Facing Emperor Wuhuang's gaze, it felt its scalp go numb. Its body turned from gold to black, and it stabbed its pitchfork into the void to prevent itself from falling. It looked back at Wu Jiang and scolded, "Big Yellow, you shameless bastard. Didn't you say that you were the first one?" Lu Yin and the rest also looked at the desolate god in shock. The desolate god calmly replied, "You're more suitable." Lu Yin was speechless. The desolate god had clearly said that he would be the first one to fight, but he had actually thrown the toad down when it wasn't paying attention. How shameless. Was the desolate god always like this? Chu Yi's face twitched as he looked at the desolate god, feeling a sense of familiarity. In the past, whenever Big Yellow carried them through space, it would run away faster than anyone else when they encountered a strong enemy, just like now. So many years had passed and Chewie had almost forgotten about it. The star toad didn't want to fight with Emperor Wuhuang, so it hurriedly ran back to Wu Jiang. Lu Yin looked over and his gaze turned cold. "Since you're going down, then fight." The star toad's attack was definitely terrifying, but Emperor Wuhuang had blocked it so easily. It was too easy, so easy that it seemed unreal. Emperor Wuhuang looked at Lu Yin. "If you're confident in that toad, then I'm very disappointed in you." Celestial Sovereign Battlemaster couldn't help but step forward. Lu Yin said indifferently, "That toad isn't done yet." Emperor Wuhuang scorned, "It's just a toad. Even skinning it is disgusting." Far away from the Black Mountain, the star toad shook off the force and stabilized itself. Just as it was about to flee back to Wuhuang, Emperor Wuhuang's words entered its ears. It stared blankly at the Black Mountain for a long time. Its entire aura then changed, its multicolored skin turning into a golden color. Its huge mouth curled up as it stared at Emperor Wuhuang with a charming smile. "Customer, let's have a good deal. I'll give you a toad's skin." Its expression suddenly turned gloomy, and a never-before-seen malevolence flashed through its eyes. "Give me your life." Emperor Wuhuang threw a copper coin over. This was the star toad sequence law, and Lu Yin knew that it was called survival. Everything had to survive, and survival was an instinct as well as a sequence law. Once used, the opponent's mind would be filled with the desire to survive, and their attacks would be completely different. Just like when Mr. Daheng had fought Luoshan and taken out the coin, Luoshan had seemed to shrink back out of fear of the star toad, but it had also been affected by this sequence law. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3582. Seeing the copper coins, Luoshan's face sank. He had once thought that the star toad was an unreachable existence, an expert who had overcome the Great Tribulation. However, after coming into contact with it, he realized that it was nothing more than a toad. Even though the other party was stronger than him, a toad was still a toad. Countless copper coins flew towards Sovereign Wu. Sovereign Wu waved his hand and the copper coins shattered. The star toad sequence particle was torn in half. Compared to the Supreme Emperor, its sequence particles were far too inferior. It couldn't even compare to the Three Realms' Six Dao's self-created sequence destruction. The desolate god clenched his fists. The star toad had reached its limit. It was time for him to make a move. The heavenly exalt of victorious battle's eyes shone coldly. He wanted to fight as well. Only by fighting against experts like that could he break through his limits. He had just reached the primordial realm, so he needed a satisfying battle. One of the reasons why Lu Yin had agreed to Elder Yu's conditions was because he wanted to use Emperor Wuhuang as a sparring partner so that the experts on the Boundless could adapt to the strength of the primordial realm. Since ancient times, who dared to use a Supreme Emperor as a sparring partner? If he wasn't careful, he would die, but Lu Yin dared to do so. Emperor Wuhuang couldn't kill anyone from the boundless lands as long as he was alive. Wait a little longer. He walked out and looked at the battle in the distance. It's rare for the toad to go all out. Wuhuang has touched its bottom line. Emperor Wu's words were indeed unpleasant to hear. Even the toad couldn't bear to listen to it. Inside and outside the 10,000 beast territory, everyone was watching the star toad fight to the death, but they could see that the gap between them was too big. Emperor Supreme easily tore apart the star toad's sequence particles. He had not moved a single step during the battle. He pulled back his arm and threw out a palm attack. It was as if time had stopped. The star toad was blown away in an instant. The star toad did not even have the chance to dodge. The steel fork was shattered by the palm attack. Lu Ying squinted his eyes. Although the strike wasn't enough to kill the star toad, it was enough to weaken it. Be careful, desolate god, Lu Ying said. The desolation god walked towards Emperor Wu. It was his turn. Emperor Wuhuang looked at the desolate god and frowned. He really wanted to attack them one by one. Alright, he would break through Wujiang and see how many experts were hidden in the Tianyuan universe. In the 10,000 beasts border, winged butterfly and nine-tailed fox did not look good. They did not know about the conversation between Elder Yu and Wu Huang, but when they saw Wu Huang taking turns to fight Wu Huang, they went up together. The various mountain chieftains of various sizes walked out and roared. Border Lord, are you going to break through the boundless border by yourself? Nine-tailed fox spoke, appearing at Supreme Emperor's side. Winged butterfly said coldly, the 10,000 beasts border is not without people. Billions of beasts are willing to live and die with the 10,000 beasts border. Emperor Wuhuang said coldly, no need. It's not time yet. Lu Shangtian won't make a move. So what if we break through Wujiang? That third master is not going to make a move? Nine-tailed fox was astonished. They were most afraid of Lu Ying. If Lu Ying did not make a move, then who else in the boundless border could fight Wuhuang? So confident? Go back. After the day of the sacrifice spirit, I will have a decisive battle with him. Now just treat it as a warm-up. Wu Huang's fighting spirit had decreased a lot. There was no need for him to fight Wu Jiang to the death. Nine-tailed fox and winged butterfly looked at each other and retreated silently. Since that was the case, this battle would not cause too much of a commotion. Was this what Wu Huang and Lu Shangtian had discussed? Do you want to call the old salamander out? There's no need to let him take the risk, Nine-tailed fox said with a smile. Winged butterfly shook her head. That old guy should do something. Although we won't fight this battle, there will be another battle after the day of the sacrifice spirit. If Wu Huang loses, then the 10,000 beasts border needs someone to lead them. The old salamander has already lost once. He can't take the position of Lu Shangtian anymore, Nine-tailed fox reminded. Winged butterfly said, that was before. Since he dared to say that he would protect the dignity of the beast form, he should be confident. He didn't live for nothing. I hope so. Wu Huang looked at the desolate god. The astral beast. So that's why. Because they were facing the beast form, they were using the astral beast as the vanguard? It was meaningless. Since Wu Jiang dared to look down on the 10,000 beasts border, then he would break through it. After the day of the sacrifice spirit, he would defeat Lu Shangtian and then challenge Yu Shangtian. Just as the desolate god was about to make a move, the star toad approached from afar. Its golden body was dazzling. It's not your turn yet. The star toad's eyes were ferocious. It was originally ferocious, but Lu Ying had suppressed its nature. Wu Huang's words had completely stimulated it. The desolate god frowned, your battle can end now. Wait for me to teach him a lesson. The star toad opened its mouth, Wayaya, open, open, open. Above Wu Jiang, Lu Ying looked at the ancestor in shock. Senior, you opened the 9 skies for the star toad? No. The ancestor was stunned too. Everyone looked at the star toad. What did that mean? Opening the 9 skies? The desolate god had not opened the 9 skies yet. How could it be the star toad's turn? Moreover, even if it did, it was not the time to expose it completely. Open, open, open. The star toad screamed. Its body cracked inch by inch and blood flowed out from the cracks. It was extremely horrifying. Everyone looked at the star toad. Could it be that this fellow wanted to use self-destruction to teach Wu Huang a lesson? Lu Ying also thought of it, but it was only for a moment. He quickly dismissed the thought. Impossible, how could the star toad have such pride? Those who were familiar with the star toad knew that it was impossible. However, those who weren't familiar with it took it seriously. Especially the beast form spiritual molts in the 10,000 beasts border. They looked at the star toad in a different light. The astral beast was courageous and would rather die than submit. Wu Huang looked at the star toad in a different light. Using death to prove your sincerity? You are worthy of respect, but it is useless. The gap between us is too big. If you are willing, you can join the 10,000 beasts border and become a mountain lord. The desolate god was stunned. Using death to prove sincerity? How was that possible? The star toad did not even hear Wu Huang's words. The cracks on its body became bigger and bigger, and blood dyed its body red. Its eyes kept rolling, open, open, open. Finally there was a cracking sound. Many people thought that the star toad was going to self-destruct. The skin on the star toad's body fell off and soared into the sky. The golden light suddenly expanded and covered the entire sky. Everyone looked at it. Molting? The toad had this ability? Luin was shocked. He had never seen the star toad do this before. The star toad's skin was flowing with golden light. More dazzling light dots flickered continuously like stars in the golden sky. The toad's skin looked extremely luxurious and exquisite. The golden light on the star toad's body faded and turned into a multicolored color. It raised its forelimbs and grabbed at the golden sky. Grab, grab, grab. Every time it grabbed, one of the golden light dots disappeared. Wu Huang's face fell. It was not self-destruction. It was an innate gift or some kind of technique. It was courting death. He raised his hand and attacked the star toad again. This time, the power of his attack was stronger than before. Be careful, the desolate god warned. The star toad jumped up and slapped out with both arms. Star toad star-plucking hand. The golden light replaced the sky and burst out in an instant. Even the desolate god could not see it clearly. The flowing light flashed across the sky and covered the entire 10,000 beasts border. The sky was bright. Boom. With a loud bang, the black mountain collapsed. The star toad pressed forward. I want your life. The 10,000 beasts border trembled. Everyone was stunned. Wu Huang had been suppressed. Above the 10,000 beasts border, Luin and the others were shocked. The star toad still had this kind of power? It actually suppressed Wu Huang's attack in an instant. Before, even a weaker attack could send it flying. That was the difference in quality. At this moment, the star toad displayed the terrifying strength of a bitter disaster realm cultivator. It was comparable to xianxia. No one had expected this to happen. No one underestimated the star toad, but they also did not underestimate Wu Huang. In the current spiritualized universe, aside from Yu Xianxia and Xianxia, who else could force Wu Huang to act? Even Xianxia would not be able to defeat Wu Huang unless 2 or 3 of them attacked together. It was already impressive that the star toad could withstand Wu Huang's attacks several times. Wu Huang was confident that he could break through Wu Huang without Lu Yin's help. But now the star toad had pushed him underground. At this moment, those who understood Wu Huang and the star toad fell silent. Before anyone could react, a wail came from underground. The star toad scrambled out and rushed past the desolate god towards Wu Huang. I'll leave it to you. Everyone looked underground. Dust covered the sky, and a violent force swept past to reveal Wu Huang's figure. He stared at Wu Huang with a gloomy expression, eyes filled with killing intent. He suddenly attacked the star toad from a distance. The star toad shrieked and hurriedly dodged. Bang! The desolate god collided with Wu Huang's attack and stopped it. Beneath the ground, Wu Huang stared at the desolate god. This fellow's defense was stronger than the toad since it could block his attack. The desolate god's body was covered in a palm imprint that sunk deep into its bones. It was not easy to block this attack as its opponent was Wu Huang. The star toad could not breathe. He was very strong as one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms. He had once dominated the above heaven era, but when he was revived he had only been at the level of sequence laws. He had relied on the indestructible body's profound mysteries to revive, and he had not cultivated for many years. Even then he could not compare to Luin at that time. The only reason he could face Wu Huang now was because he had broken through to the spirit prime realm and was also an astral beast. He represented the astral beasts of the Tianyuan universe, while Wu Huang represented the spiritualized universe's astral beasts. They should have been opponents. The star toad successfully slipped back into Wu Huang. Although it was in a sorry state and had suffered heavy injuries, everyone looked at it in a different light. This was an absolute powerhouse that had suppressed Wu Huang once. Amazing toad. Su Wangtian gave it a thumbs up. Behind him, Su Wang and Li Shou gave it a thumbs up. The star toad grinned and said proudly, small matter, small matter. Su Wangtian laughed, You attacked Wu Huang last time not only because you were humiliated by him, but also because you wanted to take revenge on the desolate god. As soon as he said that, everyone looked at the Star Toad. With their understanding of the Star Toad, it was not impossible that he had angered Wu Huang and left it for the desolate god to take revenge on the desolate god for leaving it behind. The Star Toad panicked. Of course not. That was a desperate move that I used for Wu Huang. I can only use it once in my life. I did it for Wu Huang for the dignity of the Tianyuan universe. So Wang Tian rolled his eyes. Who would believe that? That move can only be used once? It seems to be some kind of battle technique. Chui asked. The Star Toad grinned and said painfully, it can only be used once. It is a life-saving move. You have all seen how painful it is to use it. Have any of you seen a toad shedding its skin? No one could refute it. It made sense. It made sense. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3583. As they spoke, the battle between the desolate god and Emperor Wu Huang had already begun. As expected, the desolate god was completely suppressed. Although it looked better than the Star Toad, it could not cause any damage to Emperor Wu Huang's overwhelming strength and defense. Emperor Wu Huang did not use any battle techniques or innate gifts. He just relied on pure defense and strength, which far surpassed the desolate gods. Lu Yin frowned. In the entire spiritualized universe, only Yu Sang Tian surpassed him in strength, and the only one who could match him was Emperor Wu Huang. Emperor Wu Huang was the strongest spiritualized beast, and he was publicly recognized as the strongest of the 7 great Sang Tians. He was unfathomable, and the desolate god was far inferior to him. The Star Toad was proud of itself as it healed, finally venting its anger when it saw the desolate god being beaten. Boom, boom, boom. With a rumbling sound, Emperor Supreme kicked the desolation god away, pressing him into the ground. Immediately after, a long spear pierced out, sweeping across the void, leaving behind many afterimages. It swept up ripples of time, striking towards Emperor Supreme. Emperor Wu Huang stood in place, allowing the dagger axe to strike him, but it could not penetrate his body at all. Emperor Wu Huang clenched his fist and punched out, shattering the dagger axe and sending the desolate god flying again. Its chest had been pierced through and blood splattered across the ground. In the distance, Winged Butterfly looked at Wu Huang. It was time for this battle to end, and Wu Huang's next contestant should be coming down. Emperor Wu Huang thought so as well. In terms of defense, the desolate god surpassed the Star Toad, and with the dagger axe, it could cause trouble for Emperor Wu Huang. However, it was still lacking compared to the Star Toad's last attack. Emperor Wu Huang felt that the attack looked familiar, but he just could not recall where he had seen it before. At that moment, Emperor Wu Huang was still thinking about the Star Toad. Sequence particles shot up into the sky as the desolate god took a step forward, its body transforming from human to beast. A violent pressure swept out in all directions, bringing with it an indescribable savagery and violence. Compared to the Star Toad, the desolate god's performance was much better. The Star Toad could be sent flying by a single palm strike, but the desolate god could withstand multiple attacks and even retaliate. However, it was useless. Whether it was once or 100 times, it could not injure Emperor Wu Huang. The Star Toad's last attack had been too stunning, and no matter how well the desolate god performed, it would not be able to surpass it. Emperor Wu Huang sent the desolate god flying again, but this time the desolate god's body, the sequence particles. The desolate god rushed out again. His body was covered in blood, and his imposing manner gradually attracted Wu Huang's attention. He stopped thinking about the Star Toad and stared at the desolate god who was rushing at him with all his might. He leaped out and swept out with one leg, shattering the void and even stopping time. The kick landed on the desolate god's neck, almost knocking his head off. The desolate god's neck was twisted, and his body was smashed far away, sinking into the ground. Atop Boundless, Celestial Victor tightened his grip on his staff. My turn. Emperor. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and stared at the ground. The desolate god's indestructible body and undefeatable weapon were extremely powerful. Now that it had broken through to the spiritual prime realm, it could fight against all primordial realm powerhouses. Even if it had lost its long years of cultivation, it was still not something that regular powerhouses could contend against. Of all the spiritualized primordial realm powerhouses that Lu Yin had encountered, the desolate god was definitely at the top. However, compared to Emperor Wu Huang, the difference could not be made up for. If they continued fighting, the desolate god might die. The indestructible body did not mean that it was truly immortal. The desolate god could be reborn after its body was destroyed, but Emperor Wuhuang could beat it until there was not a single fragment left. Lu Yin believed that Emperor Wuhuang would do that. Not fighting with him did not mean that the desolate god was afraid, especially after being ambushed by the star toad. The desolate god walked out from underground, its eyes frighteningly calm. The Avicii dagger axe appeared once more, and sequence particles flowed around its body as it charged at Emperor Wuhuang. Bang! Another loud sound rang out as Emperor Wuhuang increased his strength and kicked half of the desolate god's body to pieces. The desolate god coughed up blood, and its body reassembled. The indestructible body was displayed before the spiritualized primordial realm for the first time. After its body recovered, it charged out once more. Bang! This time, half of the desolate god's body was pierced through and shattered. Blood dripped from the ground, but it still recovered and charged out. Bang! Bang! Loud sounds rang out one after another, signifying that the desolate god was on the verge of shattering again and again. Even the spiritualized cultivators from the myriad beasts border and the spectating spiritualized cultivators could not help but hope that the desolate god would back down. The desolate god's ability to regenerate his body was coveted by countless people, but it was not the reason why he had the confidence to challenge Emperor Wuhuang again and again. Emperor Wuhuang had won too easily, so easily that he did not even use any battle techniques. This was the strength of the number one xianxia. If not for Emperor Wuhuang, the desolate god would not have ended up in such a miserable state against the other 6 xianxias. Are you courting death? Emperor Wuhuang's face darkened. The Startoad's ambush had infuriated him, and now he was being harassed by the desolate god. He clearly had an overwhelming strength, but he felt extremely sullen. His patience had reached its limit. Come again and I'll crush you to pieces. The desolate god's body continuously reassembled as it coughed up blood. It looked at Emperor Wuhuang with a mocking smile. The great Emperor Wuhuang, publicly acknowledged as the strongest of the 7 xianxias, since when have you become so timid? What, are you afraid of our Lu Xiangtian? Emperor Wuhuang's eyes widened, and he took a step forward, appearing above the desolate god. He pressed down with one hand. You're courting death. It sounded like a bell of death, and it rang through the void, causing boundless ripples. Emperor Wuhuang wanted to completely crush the desolate god with this attack. Lu Yin clenched his fists and stared down. Chu Yi's face changed. It's asking for death. He turned to look at the ancestor and his face turned pale. Master, Big Yellow is asking for death. The ancestor's face sank. Big Yellow had always seemed calm, but he could not face the Xuanhuan universe, his fellow apprentices and his master. For the sake of the Xuanhuan universe's astral beasts, he had cooperated with the Eternals and given up on the humans. He had thought that he could find a way out for the astral beasts and not be enslaved by the humans, but he had been schemed against by the only true God. The only true God's goal was to restart the Xuanhuan universe. At that time, even the astral beasts would be wiped out, let alone the humans. After Big Yellow had been revived, he had learned of this. Although he did not express anything, he still had a knot in his heart about the Eternals and the fact that he had given up on the Fourth Mainland. In that era, the humans' right and wrong had not mattered. He had almost caused the entire Xuanhuan universe to die. Wu Jiang had set off for the spiritualized universe and Big Yellow had followed him. It had not only done so for his master, but also to atone for his sins. He had asked for death and his eyes were lifeless. Lu Yin had already noticed this when the desolate god had requested to be the first to fight, but what could he do? This knot in his heart was the desolate god's nightmare, and if he could not escape, he would rather die. The more emotional a creature was, the harder it would be to escape this knot. Emperor Wuhuang pressed down with a single hand, not holding back at all. If no one stopped Wu Jiang, then the astral beast would die, and it would not be Emperor Wuhuang's fault. Chu Yi was anxious. Master. The ancestor sighed. Don't worry about it. Lu Yin could not help but look at the ancestor. Chu Yi's face was pale. Master, that's Big Yellow. He can't die. We have to go back together. The ancestor looked down with a complicated expression. In the end, it has to be returned to its rightful owner. He then took out a blue-red fruit core from his cosmic ring and threw it at the desolate god. On the ground, the desolate god looked up and met Emperor Wuhuang's palm head-on. It looked at the ancestor and for the first time since its revival, it smiled sincerely. I'm sorry, Master. I can't protect you anymore. Boom. The ground shook as Emperor Wuhuang's palm pressed down, crushing the void and turning it into ashes. The myriad beasts' border was silent. What would happen if Emperor Wuhuang killed someone from Wujiang? Nine-tailed fox and winged butterfly looked at each other. Wujiang was already dead, so how could it be like what Emperor Wuhuang had said? That was unlikely. The onlooking cultivators silently retreated and looked at Wujiang. The true battle was about to begin. Above Wujiang, Lu Yin and the rest looked down. Emperor Wuhuang looked up at Wujiang. If Lu Sangtian wanted to fight, then so be it. Let's see if Lu Sangtian really had the strength to fight against me. A gust of wind blew past and everyone was waiting for Wujiang's reaction. However, they did not notice that a blue-red light had appeared underground and flowed along the cracks in the ground. It then turned into a beam of light and shot up into the sky. A roar came from underground. Emperor Wuhuang was shocked and looked at the ground in shock. It was not dead? That was impossible. That palm strike should have turned it into ashes. Lu Yin and the rest were relieved. The ancestor's calm expression also relaxed. He was also nervous. The next moment, a different kind of powerful aura spread out from underground, and the sound of a beating heart rang in everyone's ears. It was as if the ground had turned into a monster, and the universe had a beating heart. Everyone was confused. What was going on? Emperor Wuhuang's face was gloomy as he stared at the ground. He stepped out and pretended to be mysterious. The ground collapsed and a huge figure rushed out and slammed into Emperor Wuhuang. Emperor Wuhuang punched out, and with a bang, the punch that could easily send the desolate god flying could not move an inch forward. The desolate god appeared in front of Emperor Wuhuang, but it was different from before. The desolate god's body was flowing with a blue-red liquid, and it was that liquid that blocked his punch. Emperor Wuhuang frowned and pushed the desolate god, but it did not move. At this moment, the desolate god actually had the power to block Emperor Wuhuang. Above Wujiang, Lu Yin was shocked. The power of the desolate god? Strength Beast and Su Wang looked at each other and felt the power. At this moment, the desolate god had transformed. Chui was shocked. Master this? Ancestor smiled, but his tone was bitter. In the era before Above the Sky was created, the primordial space was ruled by astral beasts. Besides the missing Hunji, there were many powerful astral beasts. Some of them even forced me and Eternity to work together to fight against. The great desolate scorching sky beast was one of them. After Hunji disappeared, the primordial space beast became the master of the astral beasts. It was the source of Big Yellow's bloodline. Lu Yin was shocked. So, that thing belongs to the great desolate scorching sky beast? Ancestor nodded. I killed it and obtained its heart. It's actually an innate gift of the great desolate scorching sky beast's bloodline. I didn't want to give it to Big Yellow as it would know that I was the one who killed it. But there was no other way, as the knot in its heart could only be untied after death. Otherwise, it would never be able to reach the bitter adversity realm, let alone break through. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3584. Chu Yi understood, so you accepted Big Yellow as your disciple because you wanted to make up for it? The ancestor laughed. There's no need to make up for it. Our standpoints are different. The great desolate scorching sky beast wants to lead the astral beasts to rule the Genesis space and even the Tianyuan universe. We can only kill it. Then you said that you accepted Big Yellow as your disciple to balance the relationship between the astral beasts and humans? Lu Yin asked. The ancestor said, that's not the case. Big Yellow didn't want to accept me as his master. He's an astral beast and has his pride. He wants to lead the astral beast to survive, so I gave him this reason. Otherwise, with my strength and the eternal strength, we could have completely wiped out the astral beasts. I accepted him as my disciple because this universe can't be completely ruled by a single race. Everything is predestined. Back then, I didn't let my disciples break through to the primordial realm because of that premonition. Once they break through, the Tianyuan universe's overall strength will change. No one knows what will happen. The ancestor sighed. I wanted to wait until I broke through to the eternal realm before letting my disciples break through. Who would have thought that the spiritualized universe would plot against us? If I had known this would happen, I would have let them break through one by one. That way they wouldn't have been powerless against the Eternals. Lu Yin looked at the desolate god who was fighting with Emperor Wuhuang. It was too complicated. If the ancestor hadn't accepted the desolate god as his disciple, the astral beasts wouldn't have been dissatisfied with the humans. They would have been destroyed without being able to fight back. The desolate god didn't know about this at all because the astral beasts were enslaved. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Emotions were the most complicated. Who was right and who was wrong? There was no need to think about it anymore. It had already happened, and the desolate god had died once. The knot in its heart had been untied, but the ancestor still had to be honest with it about killing the great desolate scorching sky beast. That was their problem. However, the premonition that the ancestor had mentioned concerned Lu Yin. At the ancestor's level, he wouldn't speak without thinking. He must have felt something. Not letting the 3 realms and 6 Daos break through to strengthen the Xianhuan universe was a subconscious decision. There had to be a reason for this decision, but from the current situation, it was better to break through. Where was the reason? Was it gone or was it not there yet? Lu Yin's gaze fell into deep thought. Down below, the desolate god used its reborn form to resist Wu Huang. Wu Huang used to be able to suppress the desolate god with a single palm strike, but he couldn't do it now. Both sides clashed on the land of the 10,000 beasts border, and the desolate god was not at a disadvantage. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. After all, he represented the peak of the astral beasts in the Tianyuan universe. It was normal for him to be able to resist Wu Huang at this moment. However, Wu Huang had yet to use any other means. He hadn't even revealed his spiritual molt. Supreme Emperor in his human form could no longer suppress the origami. Everyone could see that clearly. On the surface of Desolation God's body, the blue-red liquid completely blocked Sovereign Wu Huang's power, giving Sovereign Wu Huang a feeling that he couldn't break through. He had always felt this way when others were fighting against him. When had it ever been his turn to experience it? The battle with the origami had lasted longer than the battle with the Star Toad. Right then, Emperor Wu Huang had already forgotten about the humiliation of being ambushed by the Star Toad. He only had the origami in his eyes. The power that the origami had displayed was on par with Sang Tian's level. Since that's the case, Wu Huang opened his hand, and a huge long saber slowly appeared in his hand. The saber's back was jagged, and its sharp edge was shining with cold light. The moment the jagged blade appeared, countless creatures in the 10,000 beasts border felt a chill. Above Wu Huang, Lu Yin's gaze was cold. His gaze turned cold and sharp, yet the cold light was restrained. Was that sawtooth blade a spiritualized weapon of the peerless emperor? Old Tao was speechless. He actually forced Wu Huang to use the jagged blade. The origami is really ruthless. Is the jagged blade very powerful? Chui asked. Yuan Qi's voice sounded. This means that Wu Huang is helpless against the origami. The Empyrean is most famous for its defense. It has a defense that is difficult to break through. Even when surrounded by bitter adversity realm experts, the Empyrean is still in an invincible position. However, coincidentally, the origami also have a defense that is difficult to break through. No matter how strong the defense of both sides are, it is still a defense. In order to deal with this situation, Wu Huang, who had once reached the level of spirit magic, crippled himself and started cultivating again. His spirit molt out the jagged blade to make up for his lack of attack. Taking out the jagged blade is Wu Huang's respect for the origami. Lu Yin was shocked. He started cultivating again? Primordial ASX's head. Wu Huang has lived longer than me. After all, it's a spiritual molt in the beast form. The first time he cultivated, his spiritual molt talent made his defense impenetrable. However, others couldn't hurt him. When he met a difficult opponent, he couldn't hurt them either. That's why he had the idea to cultivate again. Cultivating again required great willpower. Even if Wu Huang cultivated again, he had no choice. He had to destroy the Grand Empyrean's 6 paths of reincarnation. Otherwise, he would be killed by them in the Tianyuan universe. There was also Progenitor Qin, who had cultivated Sequence Law multiple times. Lu Yin admired him for that. Now, Wu Huang was also a ruthless person who had cultivated again. In the 10,000 beasts border, when they saw the jagged blade appear, all the spirit molts looked at the origami in a different light. Only a top powerhouse could force Wu Huang to use the jagged blade. Winged Butterfly and Nine-Tailed Fox looked at each other. They might not even be able to force Wu Huang to use the jagged blade, but Wu Huang could suppress it with brute force. This origami was extremely powerful. How many powerhouses were there above Wu Huang? This was only the second one. Was this the strength of the Tianyuan universe? No wonder Yu Sang Tian had agreed to let the third master take the position of Sang Tian. Perhaps he was also afraid of the Tianyuan universe's strength. Blood splattered across the ground as the jagged blade tore through the origami's body. Not even the bluish-red liquid could block it. The origami was shocked. Soft attack. Wu Huang's expression sank. Soft defense. He then grinned. I'm destined to be your nemesis. He then slashed out once more. Above Wuhuang, the progenitor's expression changed. Big Yellow can't hold on any longer. Previously he had not cared about the Aragami's fatal attacks, but now he knew that because he was the only one who had fought against the Great Desolate Sky Beast before. The bluish-red liquid on the Great Desolate Sky Beast's body is strong against strong opponents. Back then Wuhuang and I couldn't break through it no matter what we did. It was very difficult to deal with, but Wuhuang's jagged blade is actually a soft attack, and the seemingly sharp blade is actually a liquid. They have the same characteristics, one for defense and the other for offense. Master, let Big Yellow come back. He's already done his best, Chui said anxiously. The progenitor nodded. He has indeed done his best. That Wuhuang is extremely powerful, but he only revealed his jagged blade so far. Old Tao said bitterly, Wuhuang's strongest point is his defense. He has the lifeless technique and grasps the second foundation, which is called sky sealing. He's one of the few existences in the spiritualized universe that can challenge xianxia. He was ranked second among the 10 foundation sequences in the spiritualized universe. It was called sky sealing, and it was formed by the 299 powerhouses of Wuhuang's sequence laws. These 299 powerhouses of Wuhuang's sequence laws were all beast-shaped spiritual molts. This was the inheritance of a beast-shaped spiritual molt, and it could only be used on beast-shaped spiritual molts. It had always been in Wuhuang's hands. Wuhuang's strength was already terrifying, and with the sky sealing foundation, Lu Yi knew that he might not be able to defeat him, let alone the Aragami. Wuhuang had revealed his jagged blade, but that was not his bottom line. It was just that the Aragami was not strong enough to force him to use his sequence foundation. A powerhouse with unparalleled defense might be able to remain undefeated against Wuhuang, but it would be very difficult to defeat him. Wuhuang's forte lay in his defense. Senior Aragami, you can enter the bitter adversity realm, right? Lu Yin suddenly asked. The progenitor, Chu Yi, and the others looked at Lu Yin in confusion. You want Big Yellow to enter the bitter adversity realm? Lu Yin looked at the progenitor. We can try. If Senior is unwilling, then let him come back. I don't plan on winning against Wuhuang, and it's fine to fight until now. Someone will send that wuxialover. The progenitor frowned and looked down. The Aragami's body was constantly being torn apart by Wuhuang's jagged blade. If this continued, he would either retreat or die. After all, his opponent was Wuhuang, the strongest of the spiritualized universe, xianxia. He represented the upper limit of the spiritualized universe, and the fact that he could fight to this extent was enough to make all the spiritualized cultivators fear him. He was strong enough to fight for xianxia's position, so there was no shame in retreating. The bitter adversity realm was a process, and no one could say for sure whether it was good or bad. Even the Aragami himself did not know what his bitter adversity would be, let alone the progenitor. Perhaps it would be the exact opposite of Bao Qi's personality, or perhaps it would be a knot in his heart. In terms of cultivation, the Aragami was qualified to enter the bitter adversity realm. The 3 realms' 6 paths, including Lu Tianyi and the Forgotten Ruins deity, could all enter the bitter adversity realm, but it was up to them whether they wanted to or not. The progenitor could not make the decision for the Aragami. Chui could not help but shout at the Aragami, Big Yellow, come back. That's enough. The Aragami ignored him and attacked Wuhuang with sequence particles, but Wuhuang pushed them aside and slashed out with his jagged blade, leaving a bloody wound on the Aragami's body. The Aragami did not care and turned around to claw at the jagged blade. The powerful force forced Wuhuang to take a step back. This was a blessing from the sequence laws. If not for this, the Aragami's strength would be about the same as Wuhuang's. Every time the Aragami retaliated, it would increase its strength and destroy the sequence laws. Even though it was suppressed by Wuhuang and easily torn apart, it still boosted the Aragami's strength. However, all of this was meaningless in front of the jagged blade. The Aragami slashed out again and again, leaving bloody gashes in its wake. The ground was dyed red as blood melted the rocks and splattered everywhere. All of the spectating cultivators were moved. The spirit sloughs in the myriad beast territory looked at the Aragami with respect and not just hostility. The Aragami's tenacity and unyielding spirit had won everyone's respect. Above Wujiang, the progenitor shook his head. It died once, and although the knot in its heart has been untied, it is still controlled by the Great Desolation Scorching Sky Beast's dignity. Back then, when Eternal and I fought the Great Desolation Scorching Sky Beast, it had the chance to escape, but it chose not to. It fought us to the death and finally died at our hands. Ever since Hunji disappeared, the great desolation scorching sky beast has ruled over an entire era. The dignity and dominance that has been branded into its bones will not allow it to retreat. Lu Yin sighed. Then we can only give the origami one more chance. He then looked in a certain direction where Mad Dean Xiaochen had walked out. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3585. Ever since he had come to the spiritualized universe, the crazy director had only taken action a few times. His battle prowess was not outstanding, as he was only a progenitor and had yet to reach the level of a law sequence. However, his path of red dust was enough to make any powerhouse pay attention to him. He had once forced Bao Qi into the bitter calamity realm during the first battle at the border of the Tianyuan universe. It was a pity that the crazy director had not been a progenitor for long. Otherwise, if he had enough time to reach the level of a law sequence or even higher, no one knew how powerful his path of red dust would have been. Even the monolith's Tao discussion had not allowed the crazy director to advance any further. The path of red dust was extremely difficult. Previously, Lu Yin had specially released Wu Jin from the hell of general appointment to force him to hand over his cultivation technique and help the crazy director advance further. Wu Jin was willing, but the crazy director was unwilling. In his words, all happy lives were the same, while all miserable lives had their own tragedies. The path of red dust was not about cultivation techniques, but about experience. Lu Yin saw shock in Wu Jin's eyes. This bitter calamity expert who cultivated the path of red dust and cultivated the path of red dust had agreed with the crazy director's words. The crazy director walked to the front of the ship and looked down. The next moment, a streak of light shot out from the desolate god's body. Emperor Wu and the desolate god both looked at the streak of light. What was that? The crazy director took a step forward and disappeared into the streak of light. The desolate god's eyes flashed. Emperor Wu frowned. This feeling was similar to Wu Jin's power. It was indescribably complicated. The path of red dust? Countless people looked at the crazy director. He was right above the desolate god, stepping into the streak of light that had emerged from the desolate god's body. Clearly, he was not here to deal with the desolate god, but to work together against Emperor Wu? He was only a spiritual progenitor. What right did he have? Was there no one else in the desolate god? Some cultivators could see the crazy director's cultivation, but they could not see the path of red dust. Anyone who could see the path of red dust was stern. Some paths of cultivation were completely different from others. They were very difficult, but once they did, the path would become wider and tougher. Lu Yin's way of karma had forced Yu Sang Tian to cross the distance between two universes and kill his way to the Tianyuan universe. Even though the Mad Principle's way of mortals was not as important as the way of karma, that was only relative to Yu Sang Tian's level. To experts of the laws of sequence or a few primordial realm experts, the way of mortals was something they needed to fear. Wu Jin had used the Tao of red dust to make a name for himself in the spiritualized universe for being able to compete for the position of Sang Tian. Even the Duke had to pave the way for him. Sovereign Wu Huang was not in a hurry to make a move. He could tell that Wu Huang was about to step into bitter adversity. The corner of his mouth curled up, and the sawtooth blade straightened. A ray of sharp light pierced through the ground, and the cold light reflected Emperor Wu Huang's ferocious and expectant eyes. He was at the bitter calamity realm, while the desolate god was at the primordial realm. He had forgotten that this starry sky behemoth had been challenging people at a higher level. What a joke. Huang Wu Huang, the strongest of the 7 great Sang skies, had always been the one challenging those of a higher cultivation level than him. Since when was it someone else's turn to challenge him? Crossing the bitter disaster was also good. He wanted to crush them at the same level. If he was afraid of the desolate god's power after crossing the bitter calamity, then even if he stopped him now, he would still cross the bitter calamity. This battle would erupt sooner or later. Thinking of this, Sovereign Wu Huang raised his head and looked at Wu Jiang, then at Lu Yin. What realm was this person? He looked like a soul progenitor, but it was impossible for him to really be one. He had to be at least a spiritual prime. Another spiritual prime. Suddenly, Sovereign Wu Huang saw the progenitor and his eyes narrowed. An indescribable fear and coldness rushed to his head. What was this feeling? He stared at the progenitor and clenched his sawtooth blade. Even his breath was heavy. This was an absolute powerhouse. Wu Jiang actually had such an absolute powerhouse? Lu Yin looked down at Sovereign Wu Huang and smiled. It seems like he saw Senior. The progenitor smiled as well, but he did not say anything. He just looked at Sovereign Wu Huang with a smile. Sovereign Wu Huang's face darkened. There was more than one absolute powerhouse above Wu Jiang. Was this why Xianxia had not made a move? Sovereign Wu Huang had never understood why Xianxia had not made a move. He had thought that Xianxia wanted to use Wu Jiang to deal with them, but now it seemed that was not the case. Foolish Old had not gotten an answer, but now the answer had appeared. Of the two powerhouses from Wu Jiang, each one was not easy to deal with. This third one. Sovereign Wu Huang looked up and his gaze landed on the crazy headmaster. He actually walked the path of the secular world. The Xuanhuan universe could not be underestimated. Sovereign Wu Huang's original plan to conquer the Xuanhuan universe dimmed. Right, there was still the primordial origin. Sovereign Wu Huang's gaze turned cold. No wonder the primordial origin was controlled by the Xuanhuan universe. He had gone there so early to weaken the scale of the future. Just as he was thinking, the crazy headmaster returned to Wu Jiang. Below, the desolate god had also entered the bitter adversity zone. There was not much of a commotion after entering the bitter adversity zone. Just like Bao Qi, even his aura did not change much. Lu Yin and the rest looked at the desolate god. Did he enter the bitter adversity zone? So Wang Tian did not understand. The star toad rolled his eyes. It's not as big as me entering the bitter adversity zone. The progenitor said, the bitter adversity zone is a process. Entering it may not cause much of a commotion, but stepping out will cause a huge commotion. Nonsense, the star toad muttered. Lu Yin glanced at the progenitor. Stepping out? Since the ancient times, who had stepped out? Was it that grass master? No one knew how he achieved immortality, but there was a high possibility that he had rebooted a certain universe. Anyway, no one had heard of anyone passing through the bitter adversity zone. Once one passed through the bitter adversity and stepped out, the commotion would be unimaginable. Big Yellow's strength did not change much after entering the bitter adversity zone. Let him come back, Chui was worried. The progenitor nodded. It's time for him to come back. Lu Yin looked down. It was useless even if the desolate god did not want to come back. He could not let him die. He had done his best in this battle. A familiar voice sounded. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Progenitor's scripture? The progenitor was shocked. He learned it? Chui was confused. He didn't learn it? As the progenitor's disciple, he could learn the progenitor's scripture in the 3 realms and 6 paths. Back then, Lu Yuan did not learn it and was beaten to the Lu heavenly realm by the ancestor. He was forced to learn the progenitor's scripture to make up for the Lu family's lack of essence. As one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms, it was normal for the desolate god to learn the scripture. The progenitor said, I taught him before, but he was enslaved by the astral beasts and hated the humans, so he did not learn it. It seems like he remembered it, but he did not learn it in front of me. The progenitor's scripture was a cultivation technique that encompassed everything. Lu Yin did not know how to describe it, but it gave people the feeling that it could make up for whatever was lacking. The Lu family's lack of essence was made up for by the scripture. Others like the ancient gods and Chu Yi must have made up for it as well, but Lu Yin did not ask. The primogenitor's knowledge was world-shaking. His cultivation path was all based on the primogenitor's scriptures. In terms of combat, the primogenitor might not be invincible. Of course, he was invincible before, but he was more inclined towards enlightenment. Progenitor's progenitor, the scripture was the culmination of enlightenment. During the monolith's Tao debate, the progenitor used the scripture to curb the enlightenment of the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin once thought of using the scripture to enlighten the Tianyuan universe. What would the desolate god use the scripture to make up for? Emperor Wu Huang was disappointed. Nothing changed, I overestimated you. The desolate god recited the scripture, and his body slowly turned into human form. He held the Avicii dagger axe and stepped forward, stabbing at Emperor Wu Huang. Emperor Wu Huang did not understand the scripture, nor did he need to. The serrated blade slashed horizontally, shattering the Avicii dagger axe. Even time was cut in half, and in an instant, blood was left on the desolate god's body. Blood flowed as the desolate god punched out, and Emperor Wu Huang punched out as well. With a bang, the 10,000 beasts' border shook, and the terrifying power grabbed the hearts of countless people in an instant, shattering them. Many people vomited blood just by looking at it, especially those in the 10,000 beasts border. The more obsessed they were with power, the easier it was for them to be devoured. This was a clash of absolute power. Emperor Wu Huang took 2 steps back, falling into a disadvantageous position. How could this be? Emperor Wu Huang slashed horizontally with the serrated blade, but the desolate god did not dodge at all. The serrated blade slashed across his body, tearing open a huge wound. He held the broken Avici dagger axe and slammed it on Emperor Wuhuang's back. Emperor Wuhuang staggered a few steps and turned around. The serrated blade slashed across and blood spurted into the sky. The desolate god raised his hand and slammed Emperor Wuhuang into the ground, causing the ground to crack open. In the distance, Winged Butterfly's expression was solemn. Is Emperor Wuhuang's strength weakening, or has that astral beast become stronger? Nine-tailed Fox was solemn. He's entered the bitter calamity realm and his strength has increased. But when he entered the bitter calamity realm, his aura clearly did not change much. This is a cultivator from the Xuanhuan universe. No one could understand except for the primogenitor. The primogenitor understood. Big Yellow used the primogenitor scripture to support his sequence law destruction. The more injured he is, the more powerful his sequence law destruction will be. Celestial Champion Star was astonished. Is it similar to my victorious battle technique? Luin nodded. It's similar, but one uses blood to increase battle power, while the other uses sequence law destruction. Compared to the victorious battle technique, the desolate god's sequence law destruction can last longer. After all, there are more sequence law particles than a human's blood. Celestial Champion Star's eyes blazed as he looked at the desolate god, his eyes filled with battle intent. Compared to the victorious battle technique's slow heating, the primogenitor scripture's sequence law destruction greatly increased battle power. Emperor Wuhuang charged out from the ground and slashed out with his serrated blade, but the desolate god grabbed his wrist and punched his abdomen. Emperor Wuhuang spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been injured. This was the first time Emperor Wuhuang had been injured since Wu Jiang had arrived in the spiritualized universe. Previously, the Star Toad had launched a sneak attack, but it had only caused Emperor Wuhuang to be in a difficult position. However, this punch had truly caused Emperor Wuhuang to cough up blood. This was the first time the desolate god had gained the upper hand in terms of strength. With a low roar, it grabbed Emperor Wuhuang and threw him out. It was violent and wild, but this was the battle style of an astral beast. It reminded the primogenitor of his battle with the great desolate scorching celestial beast. Emperor Wuhuang was smashed to the ground and dust covered him. The heavens were silent. Emperor Wuhuang had been suppressed. In the myriad beast territory, all of the spiritualized beasts could not believe that Emperor Wuhuang had been suppressed. Even if he had been suppressed, who else in the spiritualized universe could do such a thing? As for the other 6 Sang heavens, there was almost no one who could suppress Emperor Wuhuang in a one-on-one battle. Emperor Wuhuang's strength and defense were too strong, and only several Sang heavens working together could stand a chance. The desolate god had done it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3586. The Star Toad's jaw dropped. It had fought Emperor Wu before and it knew how terrifying he was. Big Yellow had actually suppressed him. Were the 3 realms and 6 Daos all freaks? Fortunately, the primogenitor had not allowed the 3 realms and 6 Daos to break through. Otherwise, how could the Eternals fight? The 3 realms and 6 Daos had all broken through to the bitter adversity realm. In the starry sky, everyone looked at Wu Jiang. How many experts did Wu Jiang have? This astral beast could obviously compete for Sang Tian's position, and that toad had beaten Emperor Wu into the ground in one move. Who could withstand such a ruthless attack? With Lu Sang Tian, Primal Origin, and the others, Wu Jiang's power was beyond imagination. In the past, everyone's attention had been on Lu Yin and Primal Origin, but now they saw another side of Wu Jiang. A random astral beast could actually compete with Emperor Wu. Who would have believed this before the battle? On the ground, the desolate god's body was covered in bloody scars. The Avici polearm in his hand had recovered and he stared at the dust. Suppressing Emperor Wu? What a joke. Emperor Wu had not revealed any of his sequence laws, innate gifts, or spiritual mold. He could only try his best to force out Emperor Wu's power and let Lu Yin see Emperor Wu's bottom line. The ground trembled, and the dust turned into a tornado that connected the sky and the earth. Within the dust, a black shadow twisted and expanded. Finally, an arm pierced through the dust and with a wave the dust dispersed. What appeared in front of everyone was a humanoid monster that was 10 meters tall but had no face. There was a red vertical line on its face that contained a dark red glow. Its entire body was black and it roared at the sky. That was Emperor Wu, the spiritual molt of a beast, Hui. Spiritualized cultivators could molt into various astral beasts according to their own cultivation methods, experiences, and fantasies. Some astral beasts had never appeared before, and this was a mystical molt technique. Emperor Wuhuang was the first beast that had evolved into a hui. His bloodline descendants were all hui. Once the hui appeared, all beasts prostrated. Countless beasts prostrated themselves, not daring to raise their heads as they trembled. This was a type of bloodline suppression, an unparalleled dominance. In the starry sky, someone sighed, "We see it again, Emperor Wu's spiritual molt. The last time we saw it was a long time ago." Wu Huang used his human form to suppress most of the great beings in the spiritualized universe. Even if they were all Xianxia, who could force Wu Huang to appear in his hui form. Right, Xianxia? Not far away, Yishang walked out. "You old fellows are still alive? Soon. For this battle we specially came out from the Gate of Arts. Now we are not disappointed. To be able to see the appearance of Ho, this is the first time I've seen it. You're much younger than us and you weren't there when Wu Huang and Yi Pei fought." Yishang looked at 10,000 Beasts border. "Qi, its defense is invincible. Other than you Xianxia, who else can break it? In the past, even the three of us Xianxia, together couldn't defeat it. What other experts does Boundless have?" Above Limitless, Lu Yin's expression was solemn. He felt suffocated by the sight of Pyrolite, as if he was being stared at by a terrifying creature. Was this Wu Huang's spiritual molt? His strength was more than just a little stronger than his human form. The violent aura caused Boundless to sway, and even the starry sky to shake. The one who was under the most pressure was obviously the desolate god. He stared at Emperor Wu and suddenly rushed out. The Avici long spear slammed down from above. Time, space, battle skills, everything was useless at this moment. If he couldn't compete with Emperor Wu in terms of strength, everything would be useless. Everything was just a joke. Wu Huang looked up, stretched out his hand and slapped out with his 5 fingers. Before his hand arrived, the pressure shattered the void, and the Avici dagger axe and the desolate god were pushed back. Wu Huang grabbed at the desolate god with one hand, but the sawtooth blade had disappeared. Bang! The desolate god was hit by the palm and his skin cracked inch by inch. His body flew back rapidly and Wu Huang took a step forward to pursue. The desolate god's gaze was ferocious. He suddenly looked up and punched out. Bang! Another loud sound. The desolate god's arms were almost crushed, and he was pushed back again. Wu Huang raised his hand and slashed down. Boom! This time the desolate god managed to block it. Although his body was pressed into the ground, he still managed to block it. With his almost shattered arms, he circulated the sequence particles and blocked the desolate god's arms slash. The desolate god grabbed the desolate god's arms and threw him away. It was as easy as when the desolate god threw the desolate god away. In the sky, blue-red liquid boiled on the surface of the desolate god. The moment he landed, Wu Huang appeared at the same time and stabbed out with his hand like a blade. The hand stabbed into the desolate god's body, but half of it was blocked by the blue-red liquid. I almost forgot. This is a soft defense. Wu Huang and the desolate god were very close. They looked at each other and saw the ferocity in each other's eyes. "Then I'll beat you to death." With that, he turned the blade into a palm and pushed the desolate god back. The desolate god's strength increased once again, and the voice of the primogenitor's scripture became louder and louder. His strength increased at the same time and he fought Wu Huang to the death. The progenitor exhaled, "No matter how strong the annihilation law is, it can't make up for the difference between him and Wu Huang." He went from the primordial realm to the bitter calamity realm in such a short time. If he had more time to cultivate, the difference wouldn't be so great. Lu Yin said, if he opened the 9 skies and fought with the 9 skies change, he would be able to force Wu Huang to use everything he has. There's no need to fight anymore. Chu Yi frowned. I understand Big Yellow's temper. He has his own plans and now is not the time for him to retreat. He'll fight until his last breath. Lu Yin said indifferently, who said that? We're fighting one-on-one. The ground shattered and the desolate god coughed up blood. Wu Huang's palm landed on the desolate god's body, and even though the blue-red liquid blocked most of the attacks, the remaining force still caused the desolate god to cough up blood. The desolate god endured. He wanted to force Wu Huang to use his full strength in this battle. At this moment, above the boundless border, figures descended one after another. The most familiar one was the toad. The star toad grinned and the gang fight began. In terms of experts, unless the entire spiritualized universe was mobilized, who could compare to Boundless? The myriad beasts border had many experts, but how many of them had reached the primordial realm? Go. The pitchfork shot towards Wu Huang from above. Wu Huang casually pushed aside the pitchfork, and figures appeared one after another to surround him. Chu Yi Lu Tianyi, Celestial Champion, and the Star Toad were all present. Killing intent descended from above Boundless, and the progenitor's gaze made Wu Huang extremely fearful. Wu Huang's gaze sank. You want to fight? Chu Yi smiled. I didn't say that we would definitely fight one-on-one. Of course, if you want to fight one-on-one, you can fight all of us. Wu Huang clenched his fists in fury. Did Boundless really think that it could suppress the myriad beasts border? Aside from the School of Arts, who would dare say that they could bully the myriad beasts border with numbers? The old fellows from the School of Arts did not belong to the School of Arts, but rather came from various powers in the spiritualized universe, including independent cultivators. The myriad beasts border had the most experts. He wanted to fight, but the progenitor's aura continued to descend. The progenitor, Lu Yin, and primordial origin. The existence of these three peak experts made him extremely fearful. The myriad beasts border was in an uproar. Many cultivators roared angrily, Boundless is despicable. They actually besieged the border master. War. The winged butterfly and the nine-tailed fox looked at each other. How did the situation suddenly go out of control? However, Lu Sangtian did not make a move. Were they really going to fight? In the distance at the center of the myriad beasts border, where Wu Huang was in fear. He was imprisoned here and could not escape. He could only watch as Boundless arrived. Seeing that Wu Huang was suppressing the Boundless experts, he heaved a sigh of relief. He did not know what was waiting for him. He only hoped that Wu Huang could defeat Boundless. If he had known that this would happen, he would not have killed Yu Cheng. Who would have thought that Yu Cheng could escape to the 100 Grass region? Who would have thought that two people from the Dayu Villa would be implicated? Ba Lu, a mere spiritual molt of a beast, had caused him to be in such a miserable state. It would be better if everyone from Boundless died. In front of him, the void distorted and a figure walked out. Wu Huang saw the person and narrowed his eyes. You? Countless spiritual molts of the myriad beasts border roared. Wu Huang was besieged. They could not bear it no matter how strong Boundless was. The winged butterfly and nine-tailed fox headed towards Wu Huang. At that moment, Wu Huang appeared in the sky, attracting countless gazes. Wu Huang also saw Wu Huang and his expression changed. Boundless murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Lu Yin was beside Wu Huang. Lu Yin looked down at the myriad beasts border. The people of the Grand Universe Villa cannot die in vain. This guy is called Limitless, and he's the one who killed my people and attracted Limitless to the myriad beasts border. Now I'll take care of him and put an end to this matter. In the myriad beasts border, in the starry sky, all eyes fell on Wu Huang. There was resentment, sympathy, and sorrow. The dignified Wu Huang's bloodline had met such a tragic end. His name would be recorded in history. Wu Huang screamed in despair, Borderlord, save me. Ancestors, save me. Ancestor. Lu Yin allowed Wu Huang to scream for help. Below, Wu Huang was furious. Lu Yin let him go. Lu Yin sneered and looked down. Wu Huang, I'm helping you. Once I take care of him, you and Boundless will have nothing to do with each other. Everything that happened in the past will be trivial. Wu Huang was furious. Killing Wu Huang in front of so many people, where would his face go? Only Lu Yin could hear Elder Yu's voice. Master Lu, this is against my conditions. Why do you have to do this? Lu Yin pretended not to hear him and waved his hand. Wu Huang's head flew up and slowly fell to the ground under everyone's stunned gazes. Wu Huang was just a nobody. His death was nothing, but Lu Yin had killed him in front of so many people. This was not giving Wu Huang any face. Was he going to start a war with Wu Huang now? Wu Huang's gaze was piercingly cold, filled with malevolence and savagery. His berserk aura soared into the sky. Lu Yin looked down from above. Above Wu Huang, Primogenitor's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at Wu Huang. Wu Huang felt a chill down his spine. He was not afraid, but he knew that both Lu Yin and Primogenitor were top powerhouses who could fight against him. The Star Toad and the Desolate God could not compare to them. He had to be more cautious against these two than against the other Sangtians. Just a little bit more, and he would succeed. But they still wanted to force him. A monstrous battle intent surged out. All the beasts in the myriad beasts border roared, wanting to fight to the death with Wu Huang. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3587. The two mountain lords, Winged Butterfly and Nine-Tailed Fox, released powerful auras. They were both spiritual primes, and there were many other mountain lords below them. There were no less than 10 sequence law adepts. This was the foundation of the myriad beasts border. It was far more powerful than the Chamber of Commerce, Intent Realm, and Heaven's Hand. After all, almost half of the spiritualized universe's spiritualized powerhouses had gathered there. If not for Big Goldwing Wuxia being captured and Death of the Three Heads dying, the myriad beasts border would have been even more powerful. Just as everyone thought that the war was about to begin, Wu Huang's fighting spirit suddenly dissipated. The skies of the myriad beasts border calmed down. Everyone looked at Wu Huang in confusion. The sudden calmness extinguished the fighting spirit of the myriad beasts border's cultivators. Wu Huang's gaze was gloomy as he stared at Lu Yin. All grudges will be decided in the Battle of Fu River Origin. Lu Yin's lips curled up. That's what I meant too. The myriad beasts border has targeted my Dayu Villa many times. They must pay the price. With that he returned to Wu Huang. The desolate god Victor Celestial and the other powerhouses flew towards Wu Huang. The cultivators of the myriad beasts border had yet to react. They stopped fighting just like that? Nine-Tailed Fox stared at Wu Huang in shock. Was this still the domineering and fearless Wu Huang? How could he tolerate this? They were clearly about to fight when Wu Huang forced them to hand over Wuji. The fighting spirit just now was not fake. Why did he suddenly stop? No one could figure it out. The spiritualized universe's people knew Wu Huang too well. He could challenge Yu Sang-Tian without a word. Wu Huang had been called the strongest of the 7 great Sang-Tians after his battle with the 3 great Sang-Tians. With such power, the myriad beasts border had 7 mountain lords. Even the spiritualized beasts who did not join the myriad beasts border respected him. Many spiritualized beasts wanted to join the myriad beasts border and become its vassals. Such a peerless emperor had actually given up. Was Lu Sang-Tian really that terrifying? So powerful that even Wu Huang did not dare to attack? Nine-Tailed Fox and the others could not understand. Outside the myriad beasts border, the spectating cultivators could not either. When the news spread, the entire spiritualized universe would not understand. What was Wu Huang worried about? The myriad beasts border was silent. They could only watch Wu Huang turn. No one could stop him. Yi Dai's expression was gloomy. If Wu Jiang was allowed to leave, how would the 10,000 beasts border survive in the spiritualized universe? However, the ruler of 10,000 beasts border was Sovereign Wu. If Sovereign Wu did not stop them, they would be even more powerless. Wu Huang stared at Wu Jiang. No one knew what he was thinking. Just as Wu Jiang was about to leave, a rumbling sound came from a corner of the 10,000 beasts border. The old salamander came out and shouted, "Wu Jiang cannot leave." Everyone looked at the old salamander. Nine-Tailed Fox, Winged Butterfly, and the others hurriedly looked over. He had come out of seclusion. Had he broken through? Wu Huang slowly turned his head and looked at the old salamander. Limitless stopped, and Lu Yin stood at the bow, looking into the distance with a calm expression. Beside him, the progenitor and the other powerhouses looked at the old salamander. The old salamander leaned on his walking stick. He looked old and his eyes were gloomy. He walked forward step by step and stared at Wu Jiang. "You came to my 10,000 beasts border, besieged the border lord and killed countless people. If you just leave like this, how will my 10,000 beasts border survive in the future? How are we going to explain this to the entire spiritualized universe?" Countless cultivators in the 10,000 beasts border roared again. They were not afraid of death and they only wanted to fight for their dignity. Why should they retreat? Wu Jiang could not leave. Zhan Wu Jiang. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Zhan Wu Jiang. Zhan Wu Jiang. Waves of voices swept through the 10,000 beasts border and into outer space. They formed a violent battle intent that carried the wills of countless cultivators and pressed down on Wu Jiang. Xiao Qin sighed. Since when did Wu Jiang become a villain? Lu Yin smiled. This is a good thing. It's better than only being able to pass down the responsibility to Wu Jiang. I like this feeling. Heavenly Sovereign Battlemaster gripped his golden staff tightly. When I blocked the entrance to the Calamity region, everyone said that I was tragic. How could I not want to be tragic for the Eternals? To put it nicely, it's tragic, but to put it bluntly, it's a last-ditch struggle. Immemorial City has always been in a last-ditch struggle. This feeling is too familiar, Chui said. So Wang Tian laughed. They're the ones in a last-ditch struggle. Lu Qianni looked down at the 10,000 beasts border. I hope it'll always be them. Lu Yin placed his hands behind his back and looked into the distance. He let out a loud voice that suppressed the entire 10,000 beasts border. Old salamander, you ran away from the battle in the abyss of space. Now you're here to fight me again? The old salamander stood at the peak and looked at Wu Jiang. This battle does not belong to me. It belongs to the 10,000 beasts border. You've trampled on their dignity. None of the beasts will agree. You've got guts. I'm right here. You can keep me here if you have the ability. Lu Yin did not care. His tone was full of mockery, which infuriated the 10,000 beasts border. The old salamander spoke up. I can fight. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. However, Border Lord is Wu Huang. I cannot ignore the rules. He then looked at Wu Huang. Border Lord, what do you say about this battle? Winged Butterfly, Nine-Tailed Fox, and the other mountain masters, as well as the countless cultivators in the 10,000 beasts border, all looked at Wu Huang. They could not retreat. Wu Huang should not retreat. He would rather die in this battle. This was Wu Huang. Wu Huang faced the old salamander. You've lived for so long, but you've never stood out. The 10,000 beasts border is just a place for you to retire and replace the Gate of Arts. Why do you want to stand out now? The old salamander smashed his walking stick on the ground, causing the peak to crack. The 10,000 beasts border is like the mountain beneath your feet. Once there's a crack, it can never be repaired. The 10,000 beasts border was once a holy land for beast-shaped spirit molts. Not only did it gather beast-shaped spirit molts, but it also represented the last breath of beast-shaped spirit molts. This breath cannot be retreated. If it is retreated, will there still be any beast-shaped spirit molts in the spiritualized universe in the future? Border Lord, you represent all beast-shaped spirit molts since ancient times. You're known as the strongest. If you retreat, no one will choose to shed their beast-shaped spirit molts. I've lived for so long and I still want to live. However, I can live because of my beast-shaped spirit molts and the 10,000 beasts border. If I don't have these, then what's the point of living? The earth trembled. The old salamander's words stirred up more and more beast-shaped spirit molts. They could not help but reveal their beast-shaped spirit molts. Border Lord, why are you retreating? The old salamander shouted as he stared at Wu Huang. Why are you postponing the battle with Lu Sangtian until after the day of the sacrifice? Can't you do it now? We'll fight for the 10,000 beasts border's dignity and kill Lu Sangtian. Wu Huang will have no leader. They are all from the Tianyuan universe. They are enemies. Winged Butterfly shouted, Border Lord, it's time to fight Lu Sangtian. Nine-Tailed Fox could not help but say, Border Lord, please fight. Countless beast-shaped spirit molts shouted, Border Lord, please fight. Border Lord, please fight. Outside the starry sky, many cultivators were puzzled. Wu Huang is not right today. First he was forced by Wu Huang. Now he's being forced by the 10,000 beasts border. It seems like everyone is forcing him. I feel it too. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Something like this has never happened before. With Wu Huang's temper, he would not allow Wu Huang to leave. Strange. Something feels wrong. Above Wu Huang, Lu Yin sighed. People say that the older you get, the closer you are to a demon. It's true. Old salamander, what's your goal? To replace Wu Huang in Sangtian's position? Why didn't you fight for it before? Lu Yin's words stunned everyone. What did he mean? What did this have to do with Sangtian's position? How could it be related to that? The old salamander frowned. I don't understand what Lu Sangtian means, but today, no matter what Lu Sangtian says, Wu Huang cannot leave so easily. Border Lord, let's fight. Whether we win or lose, the 10,000 beasts border will have no regrets. I believe that Border Lord's strength is enough to defeat Lu Sangtian. Wu Huang spoke. His voice was terrifyingly calm. I didn't expect it to be you, old salamander. The old salamander looked at Wu Huang. Border Lord, please fight. Lu Yin looked at the old salamander. You were the one who spread the rumor that Beyond Sky wants to kill Wu Huang after the day of the sacrifice spirit. Everyone looked at the old salamander in surprise. This rumor came from the 10,000 beasts border? Wu Huang said in a low voice, you were also behind the Yueqing incident. Nine-Tailed Fox and the others looked at the old salamander in confusion. The old salamander shouted, Border Lord, if you don't want to fight, then back down. I'm willing to fight to the death for the 10,000 beasts border, but to accuse me with such despicable actions, it's not Sangtian's doing. You and Lu Sangtian slandered me at the same time. Did you reach some conditions? It's as if you could have started the fight just now, but you suddenly stopped. Everyone was confused and looked at Wu Huang. You were the one who issued the order. Rumor has it that the Yueqing incident seemed to be Wu Huang's doing, but in fact you were the one behind it from the beginning. Your purpose was to lure Wu Huang here and force me to fight with Lu Sangtian. If I win, then so be it. If I lose, you can replace me as Sangtian because the beast form spiritual molt cannot be without Sangtian. This is the rule. Other than me, only you are qualified to replace Sangtian. Even if you lost once, I believe that you must have a reason to reverse the consequences of that failure. The reason why you fought in the Battle of the Abyss was to test Lu Sangtian, and not because you promised me to help the golden-winged Great Golden Wings fight for Sangtian's position. If Lu Sangtian did not appear, the golden-winged Great Golden Wings would not be able to succeed Sangtian because you will be the next Sangtian. Wu Huang's voice resounded through the 10,000 beasts border's starry sky, as if a layer of clouds had been lifted. Winged Butterfly, Nine-Tailed Fox and the others were even more confused. It sounded reasonable, but it was based on the fact that the old salamander really wanted to fight for Sangtian's position. But did the old salamander really want to fight for Sangtian's position? The old salamander laughed bitterly. Wu Huang, is that what you think, or have you been deceived by others? If I wanted to fight for Sangtian's position, I wouldn't have waited until now. Wu Huang's aura changed. That's because I've always been here. You have no confidence in defeating me, so you can only wait. Wait until the end of my lifespan? Then what's the use of Sangtian's position? The old salamander shouted. Wu Huang could not explain it, and this was what he was most confused about. Why did the old salamander want to fight for Sangtian's position? If he wanted to fight for it, he would have done so long ago. Now that he was so old and his lifespan was almost up, what was the point of letting him become Sangtian? The old salamander sighed. I've lived for so long, and even Master Su is open-minded. I once said that I won't fight for Sangtian's position. What's the use of a mere Sangtian's position to me? End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3588. After a pause, the old salamander looked deeply at Emperor Wu. So what if I become Emperor Sangtian? It's not that easy to restart the consciousness universe in the Tianyuan universe. Otherwise, I wouldn't have waited until now. Even if I can't become Emperor Sangtian, once the two universes restart, I'll still be qualified to step in and obtain the opportunity to break through to immortality. Why must I set my sights on the Emperor Sangtian's position? Border Lord, your guess is too ridiculous. Emperor Wu couldn't defend himself. In fact, the reason why he didn't start the battle was because Elder Yu wanted him to slow down and force out the mastermind. He believed it, otherwise he would have started the battle. When the old salamander walked out, Elder Yu told Emperor Wu about his guess. Instead of saying that it came from Emperor Wu, it was more accurate to say that it came from Elder Yu. However, the old salamander's words were impeccable. Not to mention Emperor Wu and Elder Yu, even Lu Yin couldn't explain it. He and Elder Yu both felt that there was someone behind the scenes doing something, but they couldn't see through it. According to Elder Yu's idea, they should follow the agreement and let both sides step down. They could slowly find the mastermind. However, Elder Yu didn't know that Lu Yin suddenly changed his plan and killed Emperor Wu in front of everyone, intensifying the conflict. Indeed, this had forced the old salamander out, but now the old salamander's words made Elder Yu unconfident. He was smart, but he wasn't omniscient. The old salamander was right. Why would he want the Emperor Sangtian's position? It was meaningless. Without a motive, how could he act? The process and conclusion seemed to be correct, but the only thing missing was the motive. The process and conclusion could be used on the old salamander and others, but they didn't point to the old salamander. Emperor Wu was willing to say those words and believe Elder Yu because the old salamander's temperament was too different. He understood the old salamander. It would be normal for anyone to stand out, but the old salamander was abnormal. However, he couldn't refute the old salamander's words. He couldn't be sure of everything. Clap, 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 clap above Wu Jiang, Lu Yin clapped and praised. Well said, no one can refute your words. Sometimes, age is the greatest weapon. My lifespan is approaching, so I don't care about the Emperor Sangtian's position. The old salamander looked at Lu Yin. Does Lu Sangtian think that I'm wrong? Lu Yin said, yes, how is it wrong? You're absolutely right, there's no way to refute it. But he looked deeply at the old salamander and said, Why did you do this? What does it have to do with me? Do you need to explain your motives and whether you care about Xianxia's position? You did it. Only you know the reason. What I want to do is to find you. That's all. The old salamander laughed heartily. Lu Xianxian truly is the lord of the Tianyuan universe. Only you can say such overbearing words. There's no reason at all, yet you insist on pushing this matter onto this old man. Could it be that you think this old man has nothing better to do and decided to play around? Or do you think my 10,000 beast boarder has no one? Can I be humiliated by you without restraint? Lu Yin slowly raised a hand and tapped the void, causing ripples to spread out across the entire myriad beast border. Emperor Wuhuang looked at Lu Yin and touched the ripples. It wasn't an offensive power, so he allowed the ripples to continue. He didn't want to be used, be it by Mie Wuhuang or the old salamander. Plus, he had yet to successfully cultivate his power, which was why he had resisted the urge to attack. However, that didn't mean that he would allow Lu Yin to attack the myriad beast border as he pleased. If Lu Yin made a move against the myriad beast border, he would have to take action as well. The ripples continued to spread. They swept past winged butterfly, nine-tailed fox, the old salamander, and the other cultivators. The old salamander was uneasy and looked at Emperor Wuhuang. Border Lord, do you want to fight? Emperor Wuhuang was silent. Lu Yin's voice fell. First. In the myriad beasts border, far away from the old salamander, there was a small, skinny man hiding in a corner of a mountain. When the ripples spread out, his body shone brightly, trapping him in place. He was confused, terrified, and uneasy. The old salamander looked over and narrowed his eyes. He suddenly raised his walking stick and slammed it into the man shimmering with light. The walking stick was restrained by the light and couldn't move an inch. Lu Yin shouted, "Don't worry, old man. This is the first one to help you spread rumors about beyond heaven. There are more than 10 in the myriad beasts border. Look, I found the second one." As soon as he finished speaking, a seductive woman shone brightly. The old salamander's expression changed, and his walking stick couldn't move an inch. He looked at Lu Yin. "Are you trying to frame me?" Lu Yin didn't care. The third one. Winged butterfly, nine-tailed fox, and the others looked at the old salamander strangely. The old salamander's attack was too decisive and heavy. It was more like he wanted to silence them. If Lu Xianxian wasn't confident, he wouldn't have pointed them out one by one. At this moment, the old salamander felt like he had seen a ghost. How could this person find them? These people who spread the rumors were his trusted aides, and they were all weak. They didn't know each other and only listened to him. How could they be found? Even Heaven's Hand couldn't find them, let alone Lu Xianxian. How did this person find them? The path of karma was more profound the more one cultivated. When Star Toad, Desolate God, and the others were fighting Emperor Wuhuang, Lu Yin used the karma spiral to penetrate the bodies of the cultivators in the myriad beasts border. This was one of the reasons why he agreed to Elder Yu's conditions. The myriad beasts border was huge and there were many cultivators. No matter how fast the karma spiral was, it couldn't penetrate every cultivator in a short time. It needed time. This was why Star Toad and Desolate God fought Emperor Wuhuang. Elder Yu wanted to slowly find out who was behind this, but Lu Yin couldn't agree. He had to find out who was plotting against him as soon as possible. Before this, 8 Willows and Yao had been killed and had tricked him once. They had lured him to Bai City in the Grand Entirety region and forced him out of Jikong domain. Although the relationship between the Chamber of Commerce, the Gate of Arts, and the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce hadn't suffered any losses, what Lu Yin wanted to do had been fruitless. Now that the mastermind had acted again, he had to find out who it was. Yushu hadn't fled to 100 Grass domain on his own. He had been forced there. The old salamander had forced Yushu to 100 Grass domain, which had led to limitless killing Yu Cheng. Lu Yin had no choice but to find trouble with Emperor Wuhuang and force him to fight while he reaped the benefits. It would be ridiculous if he let the old man succeed. After all, Lu Yin had mastered the path of karma, which was different from others. If it weren't for the path of karma, he wouldn't have been able to do anything to the old salamander. This old man's scheming was definitely not inferior to Elder Yu's. It was only now that Lu Yin realized that 8 Willows and Yao's deaths hadn't been collateral damage, but rather something the old salamander had done on purpose. The old salamander had wanted to force Emperor Wuhuang to fight Lu Yin after he returned and help him succeed. Being lured to the Grand Entirety region was just a side detail of the old salamander's plan, and it didn't affect the old salamander's overall plan. Even so, this side detail had been enough to trick Lu Yin. Moreover, Lu Yin was also very curious as to why the old salamander had obtained Sang Tian's position. He had some guesses, but he needed the old salamander to confirm them. 9. These are the ones who spread the rumors. The next one is the one who's been keeping an eye on Limitless. With that, a ripple surrounded a cultivator that flickered with light. In the surroundings, the cultivators from the myriad beasts' borders stared blankly at the woman who had been circled. This woman was Wu Ji's most beloved maid. The old salamander's eyes narrowed once more. He knew everything and had investigated everything. Impossible, how could he have done such a thing? Lu Yin's lips curled up as he looked down from above. This woman knows everything about limitless cooperation with Yu Cheng, and she's one of your people. Yu Cheng fled to the 100 Herb territory because you sent people to force him into a corner. He had no choice but to rely on the Dayu Villa. Unfortunately, he didn't join the Dayu Villa, which is why you killed 8 willows and Yao. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to drag me into this. Hiding your aura, hiding from Limitless, and killing people with brute force. Old man, I'm not wrong, right? You're the one who did it. The old salamander stared at Lu Yin. You want to frame me just by circling a few people? Lu Yin was about to speak when a rumble came from afar, causing the mountains to sway. Everyone looked over. That's Mountain Lord Man Kuei's territory. Why is it shaking? Could it be that Mountain Lord Man Kuei is still alive? That can't be. Boom. There was a loud rumble as the mountains rumbled. Shockwaves surged into the sky, shattering the void. Then an angry roar resounded throughout the myriad beasts' border. Who dares disturb my slumber? Sharp claws pierced through the sky, connecting heaven and earth. What appeared before everyone's eyes was a giant monster that crawled out of the mountain range. Turbulent shockwaves swept through the myriad beasts' border, and terrifying power continued to pile up, causing the stars to sway. Nine-tailed Fox was shocked. Senior Man Kuei is still alive? How unexpected. Winged Butterfly sighed. That's great. Of the 7 mountain lords of the myriad beasts' border, 2 had crossed Kuei. One was the old salamander and the other was Man Kuei. The old salamander was the longest living existence in the spiritualized universe, and he had even surpassed Yu Sang Tian. Although Man Kuei had not lived as long as the old salamander, he was about the same age as Emperor Wu. He had even fought with Emperor Wu for the position of border lord of the myriad beasts' border. A long time ago, Man Kuei had gone into seclusion and had not come out since. There were rumors in the outside world that he had died, and the Zhan family of the Door of Techniques had sent people to investigate. If Man Kuei was nearing the end of his lifespan, they wanted to bring him to the Door of Techniques, but Emperor Wu had stopped them. The cultivators of the myriad beasts' border did not have to go to the Door of Techniques when their lifespan was nearing its end. This was not a rule but a confidence. But now, no one had expected that Man Kuei was still alive, and he had crawled out with terrifying power. His aura was just as imposing as it had been in the past. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. What he feared the most about the spiritualized universe was Yu Sang Tian's unfathomable strength, and he could not see through his foundation. After all, the spiritualized universe had been developing for a longer period of time than the Tianyuan universe. In addition, there was the Supreme Extreme, which was a unified cultivation method that had created an unprecedented era. There was also the beast-shaped spiritual molting, which was a cultivation method that was completely different from normal people's. As a result, no one knew how many undying old fellows existed in the spiritualized universe. One was the Door of Techniques and the other was the myriad beasts' border. They represented the spiritualized universe's foundation. Lu Yin was not surprised by Man Kuei's appearance, but his sudden appearance had disrupted his plans. Man Kuei crawled out of the mountain range and appeared in front of everyone. His gray body was covered in scars, and he was even crazier than Emperor Wu in battle. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3589. Who disturbed my slumber? Where did that power come from? Man Kuei's voice shook the world. The old salamander sighed. Old friend, it's good that you're alive. The 10,000 beasts border has been underestimated. Man Kuei's aura continued to surge as he stared at Limitless. You dare to provoke the 10,000 beasts border? Die. The old salamander's expression sank. Lu Sangtan, no matter what you say, you will not change the humiliation of the 10,000 beasts border. Today, Limitless will not leave easily. Lu Yin did not care. If the 10,000 beasts border really wants to go to war, we can accompany you. After all, the mastermind has already been found. Even if the 10,000 beasts border does not take care of it, I will. Limitless, what do you think? Everyone looked at Limitless once more. Man Kuei's gaze was ferocious as he stared at Limitless. He sounded dissatisfied. You see, you've changed? Limitless remained calm and no one knew what he was thinking. Man Kuei continued, the current you is not worthy of being called Limitless. It's time for the 10,000 beasts border lord to change. Countless cultivators in the 10,000 beasts border were shocked. Man Kuei actually wanted to challenge the border lord's position? In outer space, many cultivators were similarly stunned. This man Kuei is very confident. Could it be that he has not died after so many years and has even broken through? That shouldn't be the case. Man Kuei's aura is still the same as before. He has not broken through. I wonder what Limitless will do. Limitless should be telling the truth. Lu Sengtian has already found evidence, but Man Kuei destroyed it. No wonder he's forcing Limitless to fight today. The old salamander wants to force Limitless to fight for Lu Sangtian's position. Now that Man Kuei has appeared, there's another competitor. It doesn't make sense. Why would the old salamander want Lu Sangtian? It doesn't make sense. That's right. Unless he's helping someone else fight for it. In the entire spiritualized universe, aside from himself and a few spiritualized beasts, no one else is qualified. Even Man Kuei is not qualified. Could it be Annihilation Limitless? Annihilation Limitless challenge is related to him? It's getting stranger. Limitless stood calmly on the shattered ground. Ever since Lu Yin had circled out that group of cultivators, he had become abnormally calm. Limitless was limitless was the limitless was limitless. At that moment they were all waiting for Wu Huang's response. A moment before, when Wu Jiang wanted to leave, Emperor Wu didn't stop him because he wanted to force the old salamander to come out. Everybody understood that Emperor Wu didn't want to fight against Wu Jiang, and he wasn't afraid of Wu Jiang either. What was he going to do now? Whether or not the old salamander was really the mastermind, Man Kuei's provocation and Wu Jiang's disregard all fell on Wu Huang. Especially at this moment, Man Kuei's words made the truth no longer important. They had lifted Wu Huang up and forced him to fight Wu Jiang. What would he do? Lu Yin was curious as well, but it did not matter to him whether he fought or not. The old salamander would not be able to escape, as the entire limitless frontier was watching him. He was someone who had to be killed, and the old salamander's only chance at survival was to force the myriad beasts border to go to war with the limitless frontier, which would lead to the greatest battle in the spiritualized universe. Emperor Wu slowly raised his head and looked at the starry sky. He didn't look at anyone. He raised his foot and stomped down. The ground shook and cracked with him as the center. The entire 10,000 beasts border was rising and falling. The 10,000 beasts border was the largest of the 36 filaments. It was vast and boundless, and there were countless small worlds within. At this moment, the entire 10,000 beasts border was crushed by Emperor Wu's stomp. An earth-shattering power surged out from his body, transforming into a beam of light that pierced through the heavens. With a whoosh, the power spread out and pushed through the heavens. Emperor Wu's body grew infinitely taller, and behind him, a black shadow appeared like an abyss that devoured everything. On his face, a dark red vertical line suddenly shot out streaks of red light that pierced towards various locations in the 10,000 beasts border. Each streak of red light pierced deeply into the ground, as if it wanted to pierce through the entire 10,000 beasts border. The old salamander, Man Kuei, winged butterfly, nine-tailed fox, and the other mountain masters did not know what Emperor Wu was trying to do. Their bodies trembled along with the earth, the eruption of volcanoes, and the collapse of the heavens. They felt Emperor Wu's indescribably terrifying aura, as if a monster was lying in the heavens, overlooking the entire 10,000 beasts border. It was completely different from when he had fought the desolate god, as if he had become a completely different person. Wu Jiang swayed and Lu Yin stared down. Emperor Wu's aura was terrifying and boundless, and it gave him a suffocating feeling. It was oppressive and stifling, and Lu Yin wanted to break this feeling. There was a low growl from Emperor Wu's body, and it turned into a sound wave that surged into the heavens. At that moment, where the red light had pierced, various auras shot up into the sky. There were auras of sequence laws, primordial realms, and even those of crossing calamity. They rose up from the ground of the 10,000 beasts border, connecting the heavens and the earth. It was as if the heavens and earth had been turned upside down, and the stars had entered the sea, embellishing the darkness. The old salamander was stunned. These auras? Man Kuei was shocked. They're not dead? None of them are dead? Winged butterfly and nine-tailed fox exchanged glances. They could feel the auras of the former mountain masters from the underground. They were actually not dead? How was this possible? Those mountain masters should have clearly died. The old salamander did not know this. He looked down at the familiar auras. Many of these powerhouses that he had thought were dead were actually still alive. Although none of them had lived as long as he had, why were they still alive? They should have been dead. Luin exhaled. He had finally seen the 10,000 Beasts border's true foundation. As expected, a group of old fellows had been left behind at the gathering place of the spirit slayers. Although none of them were particularly powerful, these old fellows undoubtedly had a great influence on the current 10,000 Beasts border. They were the ancestors, fathers, and mentors of many cultivators. Emperor Wu shook the ground and revealed the 10,000 Beasts border's greatest secret. I am Emperor Wu, the master of the 10,000 Beasts border. I was once and I am still one. The ancient powerhouses that exist beneath the ground have fought for me. They trusted me and buried themselves for me, waiting for me to awaken and continue fighting. Ask them, do they acknowledge you or me? Is the title of Emperor Wu something you can abolish just because you want to? Emperor Wu suddenly raised his head. A third of the spirit slayers in the spiritualized universe have not joined the 10,000 Beasts border, but that does not mean they will not listen to me. I am Emperor Wu, the king of the spirit slayers. Only I can lead the spirit slayers to rise. In the heavens above and the earth below, only I am Emperor Wu. On the ground, roars echoed, stirring the blood of countless cultivators in the 10,000 Beasts border. They were so excited that they knelt down. Similar roars came from beyond the stars. They all submitted to Emperor Wu. Only Emperor Wu could lead the spirit slayers to spiritualize. At this moment, Emperor Wu's aura was so powerful that it shocked everyone, including the old salamander and Man Kuei. The old salamander stared at Emperor Wu. Absolute power was always the law of the cultivation world. As long as Emperor Wu was the strongest, no matter what he did, he was always right. No one could replace him unless he could surpass Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu had absolute control over the spirit slayers. After so many years, there were very few powerhouses in this generation of 10,000 Beasts border. They felt Emperor Wu's true aura. At this moment, they felt that he was the true master of the 10,000 Beasts border. No one could replace him. The spirit slayers enjoyed some of the benefits of the astral beasts, but they also bore the characteristics of the astral beasts that were carved into their bones. Emperor Wu did not need to do anything. He only needed to be invincible. He looked at the old salamander. Tell me clearly. 10,000 Beasts border does not allow traitors. The old salamander's face sank. It was now his turn to be speechless. Man Kuei slammed his claws into the ground, wanting to destroy Emperor Wu's aura. However, Emperor Wu's body was no smaller than his, and when he turned around, the red color made him feel like he had fallen into hell. Even someone as arrogant as Man Kuei subconsciously took a step back, recalling how Emperor Wu had almost killed him. Luin praised, "Can we continue now?" Emperor Wu looked at Luin. "Continue." Luin pointed. He was the one who led Yu Cheng to the 100 Herbs region. A spirit slayer was circled out, his body glowing with a dazzling light. This cultivator's face was deathly pale, and he was extremely terrified. He had wanted to escape and tear through the void, but he could no longer do so. He was the one who forced Yu Shu to go to the 100 Herbs region. Another cultivator was circled out. The old salamander had given the outside world the impression that he was just waiting to die. In order to not be seen through, he had recruited people from the 10,000 Beasts border. It was close and convenient, and the 10,000 Beasts border itself rejected outsiders. But now Luin had wiped them all out. The old salamander's expression sank and he smiled bitterly. It seems that Lu Sangtian and the Border Lord are working together to put on a show. Lu Sangtian helped the Border Lord get rid of us old fellows, so is he going to let go of his grudges and give up on the agreed battle? Fabricating lies, Border Lord. It seems like you won't get anything, but I know that you want to work with the Tianyuan universe to kill Yu Sangtian. The 10,000 Beasts border was in an uproar. In outer space, many onlookers were in an uproar. Kill Yu Sangtian? Was he crazy? Emperor Wu wanted to work with the Tianyuan universe to kill Yu Sangtian? Luin raised his brows. This old salamander had changed the topic after seeing that the truth had been exposed. Needless to say, this explanation was even more believable than Lu Yin's revelation of the old salamander. After all, the old salamander wanted to fight for Yu Tian's position and frame Emperor Wu. There was no motive and no one could explain it, including Lu Yin. However, the Tianyuan universe and Emperor Wu working together to kill Yu Tian was completely acceptable. Yu Tian had always been suppressing spirit slayers, and Emperor Wu's greatest wish was to defeat Yu Tian. Everyone was at a loss once again. What was the truth? It was getting harder and harder to understand. The old salamander's voice rang out. The reason why the Border Lord wants to work with outsiders to deal with us is because I oppose the Border Lord against Yu Tian. Although Yu Tian is Spirit Slayer in human form, he has led the spiritualized universe to this day. He has suppressed the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe. If we lose Yu Tian, how can the Tianyuan universe be contained? I didn't want to make this matter clear, but now that things have come to this, I can only say it. The spiritualized universe cannot. Above Wu Jiang old Tao sighed. What a righteous old salamander. He has turned the situation around and molded himself into a spiritualized universe that is willing to fight Emperor Wu and the Tianyuan universe to the death. I have to say that this old fellow is really sinister. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3590. Looking at the old salamander on the ground, the ancestor sighed. If I had half of his shrewdness, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Chui rolled his eyes. Master, it's enough if you have 1/3 of his shrewdness. You'll never be able to overturn the heavens. The origami nodded in agreement. The primogenitor was speechless. Save me some face. On the ground, everyone was waiting for Emperor Wu Huang to speak. The old salamander had revealed that he had collaborated with the Tianyuan cosmos to kill Yu Tian. This was a huge blow. Once it was confirmed, it would be difficult for Emperor Wu Huang to gain a foothold. The Tianyuan universe was the enemy. The sky beyond sky and Yu Sky had their reasons for tolerating them. However, Emperor Wu Huang was a spiritualized universe. If he cooperated with the Tianyuan universe, he would be a traitor. These were two different concepts. Wu Huang faced the old salamander. I want to kill Yu Tian? The old salamander looked at Wu Huang. That's right. Emperor Wu admitted. The old salamander's face changed. He had said that to confuse the public. Did Emperor Wu Huang admit it? The others didn't expect Wu Huang to admit it so straightforwardly. Lu Yin raised a brow. Did this guy really want to kill Yu Tian? A peerless emperor's aura suppressed the 10,000 beasts border, causing heaven's expression to change. To kill Yu Tian, I will fight him fair and square. I will not cooperate with others. You will never succeed Yu Tian with your schemes. The old salamander was about to speak. Lu Yin's voice rang out, you've made up stories that don't exist and the others believe you. Old man, Emperor Wu Huang has already confirmed that you're the mastermind. Who's lighter? Which is more important? The old salamander's pupils constricted, and a fearful expression appeared on his face. Emperor Wu Huang was suppressing the myriad beast territory. So what if he made everyone believe that Emperor Wu Huang had joined forces with the Tianyuan universe to kill Yu Tian? Even if Emperor Wu Huang was a traitor, what would happen to him was a matter for the future. Now, he deliberately said this to make Emperor Wu Huang believe that he was the one behind the scenes. Previously Wu Huang might not have been sure, but now he was sure. Otherwise, why would he make up such a lie? The old salamander had schemed against Emperor Wu and wanted to take over Sang Tian's position. However, he wasn't Sang Tian and wasn't as overbearing as Emperor Wu and Lu Yin. For that kind of person, was it important to explain? It was enough to know who the enemy was and where they were. Lu Yin's goal would be achieved as soon as Emperor Wu confirmed it. This was a tacit understanding between the two of them. Without hesitation, Wu Huang's indomitable figure stepped on the old salamander. Winged butterfly and nine-tailed fox hurriedly retreated. At this moment, Wu Huang's might was unparalleled and no one dared to challenge him. His target was the old salamander. The old salamander shouted, the 10,000 beasts border is united against the outside world, yet you are helping an outsider against your own people. You are not fit to be called the peerless emperor, and you are not fit to lead the spiritual molting of beasts. The boundless emperor stomped down, shattering the earth and shaking the 10,000 beasts border once again. Underground, many powerful auras locked onto the old salamander, ready to attack at any moment. Who dares to touch the 10,000 beasts border? Today I'll kill them. You want to steal Sang Tian's position? Come, let's fight. If you win, you'll be the supreme emperor. The old salamander kept retreating. In front of him, A sharp claw stretched out from Man Kuei. He was actually attacking Sovereign Wuhuang at this moment. It was no wonder that Man Kuei had appeared at such a perfect time to interrupt the people he had circled. It turned out that Man Kuei had joined forces with the old man. This old fellow was advancing step by step, and his eloquence was not below his strength. If he did not meet people like Wu Huang and himself who did not need to reason as long as he wanted to debate with him, he would not be able to do so. Led into a ditch. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong opponent. Keep an eye on that old fellow. Don't even think about escaping. Lu Yin instructed the experts on the boundless border. He believed that the old salamander definitely had a backup plan, and such a person would definitely be prepared to face failure. Even if the possibility of failure was 1 in 10,000, he would still leave a way out for himself. Just like the little salamander, who was not even in the 10,000 beasts border at this moment. Bang! Man Kuei and Sovereign Wuhuang were both colossi, and they stood tall in the 10,000 beasts border as they clashed. The roaring shockwaves from the collision caused countless cultivators to be unable to raise their heads, not even daring to look. Sovereign Wuhuang grabbed Man Kuei's claws tightly. Man Kuei had 6 claws and Sovereign Wuhuang grabbed 2 of them while the other 4 viciously swatted at him. With 2 cracking sounds, 2 of Man Kuei's claws were instantly torn apart, causing green blood to splatter onto the ground. Sovereign Wuhuang used his unparalleled strength to instantly tear apart all 6 of Man Kuei's arms. Man Kuei howled and charged at Sovereign Wuhuang. His strength was definitely at the peak of biological strength, and strange will seals constantly flickered around his body, trapping him and Sovereign Wuhuang within. His head pierced through Sovereign Wuhuang, and Man Kuei disappeared within the wheel seals. Sovereign Wuhuang punched at the wheel seals, causing them to tremble but not shatter. Man Kuei turned around and his 6 arms regrew, overlapping with each other to form a strange posture. 6 heavenly wheels annihilation. All sounds turned to nothingness, annihilation. The wheel seals suddenly turned red and imprinted themselves into Sovereign Wuhuang's body. Immediately after, the wheel seals spread out like giant pythons slithering within Sovereign Wuhuang's body. It was a shocking sight. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. What a vicious battle technique. Transferring one's strength into the enemy's body through battle techniques and releasing it within the enemy's body. The wheel seals that spread out were equivalent to one's own clones. This was an avatar in the form of a battle technique, and even Sovereign Wuhuang couldn't break free from it immediately. An avatar wasn't just one's own body, but also a battle technique. It was similar to Lu Yin using his consciousness to open the 9 skies. Lu Yin had never thought that his talent was unique, nor did he think that his wisdom was unrivaled. What he could think of, others could think of, and what he could do, others would be able to do in the future as well. But he hadn't expected to see the method that he had painstakingly thought of appear on another creature so quickly. As expected of a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity, he hadn't lived for so long in vain. Sovereign Wuhuang's defense was unparalleled. His sawtooth blade was a soft attack, but his defense was the hardest. However, these wheel seals were soft. Only the softest could break through the hardest. Sovereign Wuhuang bent his legs and placed his right hand on the ground. He looked up at Man Kuei. You pretended to be dead for so many years just to create this technique to deal with me. Man Kuei was satisfied. You can say that. If I defeat you, I'll become the myriad beast border master, and that's enough for me to take the position of Sang Tian. Lu Yin's voice rang out. The old salamander schemed so hard against Sovereign Wuhuang just for you? Man Kuei looked at Lu Yin. I haven't appeared for many years and the world has changed. Even people from the Tianyuan universe can come to my spiritualized universe. How laughable. Once I defeat Qi, you'll be next. Lu Yin laughed. Above Limitless, the progenitor laughed. The desolate god, Qi, celestial champion, and the rest all laughed. All of them were laughing so hard that it was hilarious. In the myriad beast border, countless spiritualized beasts watched in a daze. In outer space, the spectating cultivators were speechless. Lu Yin wasn't Sovereign Wuhuang. He was an opponent that even Sovereign Wuhuang wasn't confident in defeating. He had no choice but to postpone the battle until after the tribute spirit. Man Kuei, after so many years, he had created a ruthless technique to deal with Sovereign Wuhuang, but he couldn't create another technique to deal with Lu Yin, especially since everyone knew that Lu Sang Tian had no weaknesses. Whether it was his physical strength, battle techniques, spirit, consciousness, concept, or battle techniques, he was so terrifying that it made others tremble. He was especially proficient in the time domain. Only someone like Sovereign Wu Huang who had an unparalleled defense could fight him. Otherwise, one would have to reach xianxia's level. Even if Man Kuei could defeat Sovereign Wu Huang, his chances of victory against Lu Yin were minuscule. Moreover, he hadn't defeated Sovereign Wu Huang yet. Sovereign Wu Huang's lips curled up. A long time ago you said that you're very similar to me. We're the same type. Man Kuei looked at Sovereign Wu Huang. That's right. So if you can become Sovereign Wu Huang, I can too, as long as I defeat you. Sovereign Wu Huang slowly stood up, allowing the Luan seals to disperse the power in his body, enduring the pain. Wrong, I'm smarter than you. You've been tricked by that old man, idiot. As he spoke, his hand pierced into his body. Under countless shocked gazes, he tore his body apart, grabbing the scattered power out of the Luan seals, crushing it. Then he tore his body apart, grabbing the python-like power out of the Luan seals. Even though his body was covered in blood, his expression didn't change. This scene made Man Kuei's scalp go numb. He had tried his best to create a soft attack similar to the Sawtooth Blade, and the inspiration for this battle technique came from Sovereign Wu Huang's Sawtooth Blade. He had been easily defeated by the Sawtooth Blade before. He didn't expect Sovereign Wu Huang to be so ruthless, shattering himself. Man Kuei's gaze was ferocious. Once again, Luan seals appeared around Sovereign Wu Huang, using self-injury to break. Let's see how many more times you can take. Sovereign Wu Huang was cold and arrogant. On the surface of his body, the originally bloody body recovered visibly, turning black. At the same time, he raised his hand and punched out. The Luan seals that could defend against Sovereign Wu Huang's power were shattered by the punch. Man Kuei spat out a mouthful of blood. This power wasn't something he could use as he wished. At this moment, the Luan seals were much weaker than the first time he used them. Sovereign Wu Huang's power was much stronger than before. He looked at Sovereign Wu Huang blankly. Your power? Sovereign Wu Huang took a step forward, raising his hand to grab Man Kuei. Man Kuei was grabbed by the neck and lifted up easily. Who do you think you are? You spent so many years just to deal with me. I don't even need to think about how to deal with you. My power is not something you can understand, trash. Boom. Sovereign Wu Huang smashed Man Kuei to the ground, his head cracked open and Man Kuei coughed out blood. Sovereign Wu Huang raised his foot again and stomped down, crushing Man Kuei's body. One stomp after another shook the 10,000 beasts border. Under his feet, the green liquid continued to spread, forming a lake. The huge Man Kuei, an expert who had crossed bitter adversity, was crushed by Sovereign Wu Huang. This was Sovereign Wu Huang, cruel and domineering. Everyone was silent as they watched the scene unfold. Above Limitless, the desolate god's expression was solemn. Sovereign Wu Huang had been holding back against them because he was worried about Lu Yin. Otherwise, the desolate god would have died long ago without being able to break through. There was still a huge gap between the current him and Sovereign Wu Huang. The star toad was speechless and sucked in a breath of cold air. This was too cruel, too terrifying, and too much of a scam. It would never provoke such a monster in the future. Man Kuei's defense, power, and battle techniques were all worthy of the bitter adversity realm. His Luan seals could injure Sovereign Wu Huang and kill an ordinary expert who had crossed bitter adversity, such as Mr. Li. But against Sovereign Wu Huang he was trampled to death. This was overwhelming power. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3591. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. He was becoming more and more interested in Sovereign's strength, which definitely surpassed the limits of a living being. But where were his limits? Was he weaker than Lu Yin, the same as him, or had he surpassed Lu Yin and reached the level of eternity when using the freedom technique? Even with such strength, Sovereign had still pushed back the date of the final battle to the day of the tribute spirit. Not only was he afraid of Lu Yin's strength, but he also had other plans. Outside of space, everyone watched as Man Kuei was trampled to death. Everyone had assumed that he was dead, but now he was truly dead. From start to finish, the old salamander had not interfered and had only watched coldly. Man Kuei was his pawn. He always knew that Man Kuei wasn't dead and was studying Sovereign Wu's weakness. He wanted to defeat Sovereign Wu after he came out of seclusion. That was why he found Man Kuei and reached an agreement with him. He wanted Man Kuei to help him scheme against Sovereign Wu and eventually let Man Kuei replace Sovereign Wu's position. Would he really let Man Kuei replace Sovereign? Of course not. The old salamander didn't care about Man Kuei at all. Even Sovereign was more suitable than Man Kuei, but Man Kuei was brainless and had decent strength. He was also confident that he could defeat Sovereign, so such a person was too suitable to be used. If Lu Yin hadn't seen through his transmigration and circled out those people, the old salamander and Man Kuei would have been enough to force Sovereign into a final battle with Lu Yin. Even if Sovereign won, Man Kuei would have taken the opportunity to defeat Sovereign. What the old salamander needed to do was wrap things up and replace Sovereign with the support of the myriad beasts in the myriad beasts border, suppress Man Kuei, and become xianxia. The reason why those people who worked for him were still in the 10,000 beast border was to slander Man Kuei and push all the blame onto him so that he could take control of the 10,000 beast border. Many things had already been thought out and everything was perfect. But Lu Yin had somehow managed to get Sovereign to cooperate with him and force him to show himself. He had even circled out those people and restored the situation, causing the situation to spiral out of control. The old salamander's gaze turned cold. Now that he had lost the brainless idiot Man Kuei, his plan had completely failed. Even if he could defeat Sovereign, he would only be able to force Sovereign to lose his position. Lu Xianxia would definitely avenge the 8 willows and Yao and then attack him, making it impossible for him to become Xianxia. What he needed to do now was to leave and plan again. The green blood continued to spread as Man Kuei's huge body was crushed. All the cultivators in the 10,000 beast border were reminded of the terror of the Supreme Emperor. At this moment, even if Emperor Wu Huang announced that he was joining forces with the Tianyuan cosmos, they wouldn't dare to object, let alone allowing Wu Jiang to leave. Nine-tailed Fox's face turned pale. Thinking about how she had always been impudent in front of Wu Huang, she felt chills all over her body. Would she be skinned alive? Wu Huang walked out of the deep pit. The ground was filled with green blood, forming a lake. That was Man Kuei's blood. Man Kuei, the powerful beast-shaped spiritual molting that had crossed Ku adversity, would forever remain there. Wu Huang walked out step by step, staring at the old salamander. Winged butterfly and nine-tailed fox subconsciously distanced themselves from the old salamander. Now no one dared to oppose Wu Huang. Xianxia represented the strongest of the human-shaped spirit molting. No emperor represented the strongest of the beast-shaped spirit molting. The old salamander had wanted to leave long ago, but there were murderous intents staring at him from the boundless sea. If he moved, there would be experts attacking him. He couldn't move at all. Even though leaving would be the wisest choice. Emperor Wu Huang walked towards the old salamander, his huge body connecting the sky and the earth. Every step he took shook the earth and brought about a terrifying pressure. He was bigger than a mountain and taller than the sky. The old salamander raised his head and watched Emperor Wu Huang approach. The myriad beasts border has lost enough powerhouses. Goldwing and Right Summer have been captured by Lu Xianxia, and Man Kuei has been trampled to death. You are wasting the resources of the myriad beasts border. Emperor Wu Huang's voice fell. I am the master of the myriad beasts border. He then stepped towards the old salamander. Lu Yin watched this scene. The old salamander was definitely not Emperor Wu Huang's match based on his strength in the spatial abyss. But was that really the old salamander's strength? If so, how could he scheme against Emperor Wu Huang? Such a shrewd person would not leave his future to someone else. The only possibility for his scheme to succeed was for Emperor Wu Huang to lose to Lu Yin. That would be too laughable. Even if he succeeded, he had already lost to Lu Yin once. It would be difficult for him to replace Emperor Wu Huang. A shadow loomed over the old salamander. Man Kuei, who had helped him block Emperor Wu Huang, was already dead. At this moment he was alone. The old salamander sighed helplessly. This was the worst-case scenario that he had predicted, but even in this situation he could at least see Emperor Wu Huang's limits. However, he could not see Emperor Wu Huang's limits, just like how he could not see Lu Xianxia's limits during the spatial abyss battle. They were indeed the same type of people. He did not know if his own limits could be withstood. The old salamander raised his walking stick and enlarged it infinitely, turning into a towering tree that blocked Emperor Wu Huang's foot. Emperor Wu Huang exerted strength, and the black color of his body deepened. This was his innate gift, hardening. It was a very ordinary innate gift, but Emperor Wu Huang had cultivated it to the limit, reaching an unimaginable level of defense. Crack. The walking stick cracked and the old salamander leaped up. His body expanded rapidly as he transformed into his beast form, spirit molting salamander, and fiercely attacked. Emperor Wu Huang grabbed the old salamander and tore it apart, splitting the old salamander's body into two. This way he could not kill the old salamander. The old salamander had the perfect spiritualization innate gift of rebirth. Lu Yin had seen it before. Emperor Wu Huang tore the old salamander's body apart again, wanting to tear it to shreds. Even an innate gift had its limits. At that moment, the old salamander's body that had been torn apart started to wither. In the distance, the old salamander reappeared. His perfect rebirth once again demonstrated how difficult it was to kill. As long as there was a trace of flesh left, he could be reborn. Emperor Wu Huang casually flung the old salamander's withered body away and exerted strength into his foot, shattering the walking stick. He then kicked out at the old salamander. At the same time, the void shattered like a mirror, and the ripples that spread out tore through the skies of the myriad beasts' border, causing the entire border to experience an apocalyptic disaster. The old salamander did not dodge and instead charged towards Emperor Wu Huang. He met Emperor Wu Huang's kick head-on and struck out with both hands. The earth-shattering collision that Emperor Wu Huang had expected did not happen. Although Emperor Wu Huang's kick seemed powerful, it completely dissipated at the very last moment. Instead, he was forced back a step by the old salamander, and a cube appeared from his body. This was the old salamander's innate gift, simultaneous strike. Attacking the cube was the same as attacking the enemy. In the distance, Lu Yin raised his brows. The 8 hands of Sealing Gate had reached the deified realm and possessed great power. At this moment, a lock had appeared in Emperor Wu Huang's body, sealing his power. He had also been sealed by the old salamander before. Lu Yin knew that he had cultivated many different powers, so it was fine if 1 or 2 of them were sealed. However, Emperor Wu Huang was different. His power was his strongest attack, and having his power sealed was like having no teeth. The old salamander's palm landed on the cube. On the other side, Emperor Wu Huang's gaze was piercingly cold. The 8 hands of Sealing Gate's particles had reached the deified realm and were comparable to the foundation of a sequence. It was not something that could be easily erased by loss. It would take time, and the old salamander obviously would not give him that much time. Trying to defeat him with simultaneous strike? How laughable. Emperor Wu Huang was best at defense, and he was known to have an unparalleled defense. No matter how the old salamander attacked, the cube was constantly bombarded. Emperor Wu Huang himself was not affected at all, and he was dispelling the particles in his body. Soon. The old salamander's face turned ugly. It was indeed ineffective. Even if Emperor Wu Huang's attacks were completely suppressed, there was nothing he could do about Emperor Wu Huang's unbreakable defense. At this moment, it was difficult for Emperor Wu Huang to stop him from escaping. However, the old salamander was still wary of Wu Jiang Lu Sangtian, and the vague threat that existed above Wu Jiang. There was also a top fighter who was comparable to Lu Sangtian. As the old salamander attacked the cube, he thought about how to leave. The shadow loomed over him again. The old salamander looked up and saw Emperor Wu Huang's hand fall. He had already dispelled the particles and his power had been restored. The old salamander was slammed to the ground and coughed up blood. Emperor Wu Huang took the opportunity to punch the ground, but the moment he landed, his power was sealed again. Using the power of Emperor Wu Huang's punch, the shadow covered the old salamander. The old salamander hurriedly tore through the void and tried to escape. He had deliberately endured that palm in order to be at a disadvantage and use Emperor Wu Huang's attack to cover up the fact that he wanted to escape. However, he had forgotten that Lu Yin had already created ripples of power throughout the entire myriad beast territory. The moment the old salamander tore through the void, Lu Yin had attacked and distorted the void, making it difficult for the old salamander to escape. Above the old salamander's head, Emperor Wu Huang's fist slammed into the old salamander's body. The old salamander was smashed deep into the ground and he felt dizzy. How was this possible? Emperor Wu Huang's power should have been sealed. The power of his punch should not have been able to hurt him. The old salamander was stunned, and his body was almost crushed. Emperor Wu Huang sneered. Emperor Wu Huang had sealed him once, and now he wanted to seal him a second time? He was Emperor Wu Huang. Above Wu Huang, Alpha was shocked. He cut off his arm to separate it from his own power, but his arm still retains the power of his punch. This person's fighting talent is very high. Emperor Wu Huang had only been sealed once, but he had already found a way to deal with it. Emperor Wu Huang was a deified that the old salamander was proud of. Not even Lu Yin had expected to fight him in such a way. Facing Emperor Wu Huang's attack, the old salamander had to seal Emperor Wu Huang's power before he attacked. Otherwise, when Emperor Wu Huang attacked, the old salamander's 8 hands of closing door would be useless. Emperor Wu Huang wasn't using his own power to attack. He was using inertia to attack. Even if inertia prevented him from increasing his power, the old salamander was still unable to breathe. It took the old salamander a while to recover. He wanted to rush out of the ground, but his head was hit again. He was pressed down again. The same thing happened again. First, Man Kuei was stomped to death by Emperor Wu Huang. Now it was the old salamander's turn. Nine-tailed fox felt a chill. The old salamander's defense was not as good as Man Kuei's. Although Man Kuei had been stomped to death and broken into pieces, there was still a body left. The old salamander would be crushed to a pulp. Winged Butterfly was scared too. Emperor Wu Huang was the strongest beast spirit mold. No one could replace him. The ground shook and the power spread through the cracks in the ground. Emperor Wu Huang was going to punch the old salamander to death. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3592. The old salamander wasn't easy to kill, but even if he was smashed to a pulp, he wouldn't be able to be reborn. He understood Wu Huang and Wu Huang understood him as well. Both in and out of space, everyone watched quietly. The old salamander was dead for sure, this antique from the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin frowned. How could he die so easily? Unlike this old fellow's shrewdness. Suddenly, a strange aura emerged from the ground. It was unfamiliar yet powerful. The moment the chi appeared, Emperor Wu Huang subconsciously stopped. His face was filled with fear and disbelief as he looked down at the ground. In the myriad beast territory, all the spiritualized beasts felt a chill run down their spines. The winged butterfly and nine-tailed fox exchanged glances. They had cultivated spiritualized beasts and had gained the intuition of astral beasts. This aura was strange and frightening. Above Boundless, the star toad grew nervous. What was this aura? The desolate god growled and cautiously blocked the progenitor. Lu Yin stood high in the sky and stared down. A chill enveloped him. The old salamander had indeed hidden his strength. Under everyone's gazes, the earth wriggled and then split open. A giant creature soared into the sky and let out a world-shaking roar. It resounded through the starry sky and spread in all directions, bringing thunderous explosions to countless creatures that heard it. It also carried an indescribable might. Lu Yin stared blankly at the creature that had emerged from the ground and was heading towards the heavens. Primal chaos? Above Boundless, the progenitor and the rest were stunned as they stared into the distance. Primal chaos? No one had expected to see primal chaos in the spiritualized universe. This creature's appearance was exactly the same as primal chaos. The progenitor's eyes flickered. How was this possible? The old salamander was primal chaos? Primal chaos was clearly a creature from the Xuanhuan universe, so how could he be in the spiritualized universe? Primal chaos had existed for even longer than the progenitor and eternity. He was a creature from the Xuanhuan universe's previous era. But how long had the old salamander existed? He had even surpassed xianxia, who had existed for an incomparably long time and had cultivated to the peak of Kuei. Perhaps xianxia and the eternity were from the same era, but the old salamander had lived longer than xianxia. Could he really be primal chaos? Primal chaos from the Xuanhuan universe? The spiritualized cultivators were shocked by the old salamander's strength, while the Xuanhuan universe cultivators were shocked by his appearance. Hanji was very special in the Xuanhuan cosmos. He was once believed to have broken through to eternal life. Why was he here? Lu Yin appeared above Boundless. Senior, could it be chaos? Primogenitor shook his head. I don't know. Underground, the old salamander flew out, its body winding through the starry sky. It looked down at Wu Huang and roared. Then it slashed down with its claw. The old salamander now was completely different from before. Wu Huang grinned, laughing maniacally. Old bastard, this is your real beast form, you've been hiding it all this time. Then he raised his hand, clashing with the old salamander's claws. The two colossal beings grabbed each other tightly. Their power vibrated and spread, distorting everything that was visible to the naked eye. This was a phenomenon that could only occur when one's power reached a certain level. It was truly capable of shaking the starry sky. This was the first time the old salamander had faced Han Wu Huang head-on in terms of strength. This was something even Man Kuei could not do. Desolate God had once suppressed sovereign Wu Huang in terms of power, but it was not sovereign Wu Huang at this moment. At this moment, the power of the Supreme Emperor had exceeded the limits of a living being's power. The origami would not be able to surpass it unless they opened the nine skies and performed the nine skies change. What can the changes of the nine heavens bring Huang? No one knew how much of a transformation a god could bring. The old salamander's other two claws clawed at Sovereign Wu Huang's face, but Sovereign Wu Huang's hands were tightly gripped. He could only kick the old salamander. This kick landed squarely on the old salamander's body, producing a dull thud. The old salamander's defense was beyond Sovereign Wu Huang's expectations. Despite its slender body, it was actually so resistant. The old salamander's claws tore apart Sovereign Wu Huang's face, causing blood to spill out. 10 claws pierced deep into Sovereign Wu Huang's body. Sovereign Wu Huang kicked out again, but this time not only was it useless, but his arms were also bent by the old salamander. At this moment, the old salamander used the 8 hands of sealing door to lock Sovereign Wu Huang's strength. Sovereign Wu Huang retreated several steps, his face, chest, back and arms all torn apart. Blood dripped everywhere and he looked extremely miserable. Every step he took left a trail of blood on the ground. Everyone watched in shock. The old salamander had actually defeated Sovereign Wu Huang in a head-on confrontation. Lu Yin sighed. That was more like it. This was the old salamander's final plan and his strength. All of his schemes were built on his own strength. Otherwise, no matter how much strength he borrowed, he would not be able to achieve anything in the end. The old salamander's combat strength and the number of years he had lived were all on par with Hun Ji. Was he really Hun Ji? Walking out of Wu Jiang, Lu Yin instantly appeared not far away from the old salamander. Who are you? The old salamander stared at Lu Yin. The great Lu Sangtian wants to team up with Sovereign Wu Huang to fight me? Lu Yin's face darkened. I'm asking you, who are you? I'm the old salamander. Who else could I be? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He stepped backward, parallel to time, and approached the old salamander. He raised his hand and punched out. The old salamander roared and stepped out with 5 claws, clashing with Lu Yin. Bang! A loud noise was heard and countless people covered their ears and retreated in shock. Endless cracks spread from the collision, shattering the void and turning the world upside down. Lu Yin's arms spread with Palm Realm battle force, and infinite power flowed. He unleashed a punch that surpassed the limits of a living being, but it was blocked by the old salamander. Just like the battle between the old salamander and Sovereign Wu Huang, they both had the ability to surpass the limits of a living being. The old salamander's eyes flashed fiercely. Lu Yin was clearly a human, but his strength was on par with his. This person was too strong. If he was allowed to develop, he would definitely become the next Yu Sangtian. As he thought about this, he clawed at Lu Yin with his right claw. Lu Yin's body was very small and could not be compared to the old salamander. Even the old salamander's claw was as big as a mountain. When the right claw attacked, the sequence particles of the gate sealing 8 hands entered Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin's strength was also locked. The old salamander closed his claws and wanted to crush Lu Yin. However, the claws stopped halfway. It was not that the old salamander did not want to close them, but that he could not. Lu Yin released the starry sky in his heart and dominated the world. The karma heavenly Tao was not something that could be suppressed by strength. The old salamander was not Yu Sangtian, so he could not do it. In the starry sky in his heart, the ancient sword slashed at the old salamander. The old salamander's body did not dodge and he took the attack head-on. He was confident in his current body's defenses. Lu Yin's karma spiral whistled out from his fingertip and rushed towards the old salamander. He wanted to see if this old man was Hun Ji. The old salamander sensed something and shrank his body to avoid it. He looked at Lu Yin in shock, but he could not see the power that made his hair stand on end. Lu Yin waved his hand and the karma spiral followed. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside his ear. Be careful. Lu Yin turned around and unleashed the great sky-split disc with his consciousness. Behind him, Emperor Supreme's sawtooth blade slashed down and slashed at the disc, causing a screeching sound to ring out. The sawtooth blade was a soft attack while the great sky-split disc was a consciousness attack. It also did not have a physical body, so it perfectly blocked the sawtooth blade. Scram! It's mine. Emperor Supreme roared, and the sawtooth blade slashed down, splitting the great sky-split disc apart and heading towards Lu Yin and the old salamander. Lu Yin frowned. He wanted to find out the old salamander's identity, not interfere in this battle. As long as Emperor Supreme suppressed the old salamander, the result would be the same, and the old salamander would pay the price for his actions. However, seeing that Emperor Supreme had been injured, Lu Yin could not wait any longer. If the old salamander really was Hun Ji, then why had he come to the spiritualized universe? Did Yu Sangtian know? Lu Yin could not sense any aura from the old salamander that did not belong to this universe. Could this also be Yu Sangtian's doing? If Yu Sangtian interfered, then Lu Yin and Emperor Supreme might not be able to stop him. This was why Lu Yin had been so anxious to act. He had not expected Emperor Supreme to disregard everything and attack him as well. Lu Yin dodged the sawtooth blade and raised Emperor Supreme to slash at the old salamander, completely ignoring him. The old salamander endured the ancient sword's attack and hurriedly dodged the sawtooth blade. Soft attacks like the sawtooth blade were very strange. Emperor Supreme relied on the sawtooth blade's horizontal slashes to force the old salamander to dodge continuously. However, the old salamander could not dodge for long. The sawtooth blade's slashes seemed random, but they followed the heart of the salamander. It was like Mr. Lee's sword of calligraphy wild grass. There was only one sawtooth blade, but the slashes kept increasing until they covered the sky and landed on the old salamander's body. In an instant, dozens of bloody wounds appeared. The old salamander's 4 claws grabbed at Emperor Supreme, 2 of them grabbing at Emperor Supreme's arm in an attempt to stop the sawtooth blade. Emperor Supreme's blade rotated and slashed at the old salamander's claws, almost severing them. The old salamander howled in agony as the other 2 claws pierced into Emperor Supreme's body and tore apart his flesh. The land was dyed red. The myriad beast territory had never experienced such a desperate battle before. First, there was the star toad, then the wilderness god fought Emperor Supreme, then Emperor Supreme stomped barbarian Kuei to death. Right after that, the old salamander revealed his true form. This battle was even more desperate than Jinyuan's. Emperor Supreme grinned and pressed his sawtooth blade down, slashing into the old salamander's claws and severing almost half of them. The old salamander quickly tried to pull back the other 2 claws, but they were held back by Emperor Supreme's body and could not move. He had purposely let the old salamander tear his body apart so that he could use his muscles to suppress the claws. "Old man, how many more blades can you block?" The old salamander stared at Emperor Supreme. "Let's see if your lifeless destruction or my perfect rebirth is stronger." After that, the old salamander allowed his claws to be severed. Blood flowed from his bones as they pierced through the sawtooth blade and pierced towards Emperor Supreme's head. The eerie white bones tore through the old salamander's flesh and pierced through Emperor Supreme's neck. One of them pierced through Emperor Supreme's eyes. Emperor Supreme waved his sawtooth blade and slashed into the old salamander's body, splitting it into 2 again. This scene left everyone speechless. Only the old salamander and Emperor Supreme could use such an unconventional method of killing. It was as barbaric as the astral beasts, but it also contained great power. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he took a step forward, appearing between the old salamander and Emperor Supreme. He kicked out and his body split into 2. One kicking towards Emperor Supreme and the other towards the old salamander. "Get lost." Thump, thump. It was only 1 kick, but it was 2 kicking both Emperor Supreme and the old salamander away at the same time. A deep footprint could be seen on Emperor Supreme's forehead and the old salamander's face. Lu Yin's kick had not been gentle, and the old salamander's vision was blurred. Lu Yin aimed one hand at Emperor Supreme and Kanyang. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3593. Emperor Wu Huang was about to counterattack, but Setting Sun's martial art caused his mind to go blank. At the same time, Lu Yin raised his hand and slammed it down on the old salamander. Earth in the sky, overturning sky palm. The old salamander roared, but his body was pressed down by the mortal realm and slammed into the ground. He couldn't even make a sound before being blocked. Lu Yin landed on the mortal realm and stared at the old salamander. "If you don't want to talk, I'll make you wish you were dead." The old salamander looked up, his severed claws quickly recovering. "This old one is a 5-clawed Tianhu." The claws pierced through the land and reached for Lu Yin. Behind Lu Yin, Emperor Wu Huang was enraged and slashed out with his sawtooth blade. His cosmic realm consciousness howled, still using the great sky-split disc. Even though Lu Yin was prepared for Emperor Wu Huang's sudden attack and the disc was much clearer than before, it still couldn't block the sawtooth blade. His consciousness had opened the 9 heavens, but it couldn't reach the cosmic realm in battle. Naturally, he couldn't block Emperor Wu Huang's sawtooth blade. The sawtooth blade tore through the great sky-split disc and cut a huge hole in the ground. Emperor Wu Huang gripped the sawtooth blade tightly. This person's consciousness wasn't as strong as the rumors said. Winged Butterfly and the rest of the cultivators from the myriad beast border kept retreating, worried that the border wouldn't be able to withstand the battle and would be torn apart. Above Boundless, Progenitor walked out. It was time to take action and capture the old salamander. His identity was important. On the other side, Elder Yu walked out to capture the old salamander as well. The old salamander's spirit molting state was extremely special, and he must have kept it a secret for so long. Every additional powerful beast-shaped spirit molting state was a kind of improvement to the spiritualized universe. Many pairs of eyes looked at the old salamander that was crushed under the ground of the 10,000 beasts border. Just as progenitor was about to walk out, a figure appeared in the sky. His eyes narrowed. Xianxia? In the distance, Elder Yu's expression changed. Xianxia? On the ground, Lu Yin evaded the sawtooth blade and saw Xianxia looking down from above. As expected, he'd been lured out. This was troublesome. Xianxia? The old salamander blurted out. Emperor Wuhuang looked up. Why was he here? Suddenly, progenitor shouted, No, dreamland. Not good. It's Xianxia. He hurriedly looked underground and saw a door dragging the old salamander away. Is that the Thousand Gates flygate? Lu Yin quickly, but it was too late. Qianmen Faidu had not torn through the void to take the old salamander away. Instead, he had been using his door. This door was rather mystical, and when Lu Yin had wanted to kill Qianmen Faidu, all he had done was break his mouth. Qianmen Faidu should be a secret disciple of the Zhikong domain, and he should be helping Elder Yu. But why Xianxia? Xianxia was currently with the Eternal. The Zhikong domain, the Thousand Gates crossing, the Dreamland Sky, and the Eternal Sky. Were they related? Lu Yin looked at foolish old man in the distance. At this time old Yu, Wu Huang and the others finally reacted, but they couldn't see the old salamander. They didn't even see Qianmen Faidu make a move. In the entirety of the myriad beasts territory, only Lu Yin and the progenitor were able to see the door. Lu Yin frowned as he looked at Elder Yu's bewildered gaze. What exactly is the relationship between them? Was Thousand Gates Fairy helping the wisdom domain or the eternity? Meng Sang, you're courting death. Emperor Wu Huang rushed out of the myriad beasts border and headed in a certain direction. Lu Yin didn't give chase. Meng Sang's attack represented the eternities. It would be fine if he couldn't catch the old salamander, but if he did, Lu Yin would pity Emperor Wu Huang. Even Xianxia might not be able to find out the eternity's bottom line. Meng Sang was also a troublesome existence. He wasn't ranked at the top of the 7 great Xianxians, but he was good at sneak attacks and escaping. Even if Emperor Wu Huang could find him, he couldn't do anything. The myriad beasts border fell silent as blood flowed like a river. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Yin. Lu Yin soared into the sky and looked around. This battle had torn the myriad beasts border apart. He had avenged the 8 willows and Yao, but he had also drawn out the old salamander. He looked at Old Yu. Old Yu also looked at him. Master Lu, it's over, Old Yu said, referring to the Yuqing incident. Lu Yin stared at him. Why did you appear? Old Yu sighed. I wanted to take the old salamander away. His spiritual molt is very valuable. Lu Yin frowned. Take the old salamander away? Did the Thousand Gates fly away and Meng Sang's actions have anything to do with this old man? The old salamander was astute and Old Yu was the same. The skies of the spiritualized universe were very mysterious. Emperor Wu Huang left to chase after Xianxia. When does Master Lu plan to leave the myriad beasts border? Old Yu asked. Winged butterfly, nine-tailed fox and the others looked at Lu Yin. If possible, they didn't want Wu Huang to leave. Wu Huang had brought humiliation to the myriad beasts border, and even if they wanted to find the old salamander, the myriad beasts border wouldn't have been reasonable if it had been some other power. Now that the myriad beasts border didn't want Wu Huang, it was a sign of weakness. This fact made many cultivators of the myriad beasts border lower their heads. Underground and in the skies, a group of spiritual molts supported Emperor Wu Huang, but so what if he was here? Did he really want to fight Lu Yin now? Emperor Wu Huang's departure was a way for him to step down. He wasn't afraid of Lu Yin, but now wasn't the time for a decisive battle. Lu Yin looked at the myriad beasts border, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. Those cultivators who had participated in the Yuqing incident all exploded without leaving behind a corpse. Nine-tailed fox and winged butterfly looked at each other and walked out. Lu Xianxia, don't you plan to chase after the old salamander? Lu Yin looked at them. A fox and a butterfly? Nine-tailed fox smiled. We've embarrassed ourselves in front of Lu Xianxia. Lu Yin didn't care. The myriad beasts border and my Dayu villa are enemies, and I really want to destroy this land. Winged butterfly frowned, and her expression was vigilant. But Emperor Wu Huang isn't here and I'll be bullying you. After the battle at Fuheyuan, whether or not the myriad beast border can exist will depend on my mood. With that, he disappeared and returned to Wuhuang. Winged Butterfly looked at Wuhuang. This Lu Sangtian was even more domineering than Emperor Wuhuang. They couldn't refute him, and other than Emperor Wuhuang, no one could stop this Lu Sangtian. Wuhuang slowly left, and before he left, Lu Yin said, "Tell Emperor Wuhuang that the battle at Fuheyuan will be more fun for me." Watching Wuhuang slowly disappear into the starry sky, many cultivators in the myriad beast border couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They had finally left. Before this, they hadn't felt the Dayu Villa's will of might and the hand of annihilation, but now they had experienced it more deeply than anyone else. There were too many experts in Wuhuang, and more than 2 or 3 were qualified to join in the siege against Emperor Wuhuang. One was a star toad and the other was a desolate god. After today, the powers of the spiritualized universe would be reshuffled again, and Wuhuang would definitely surpass the myriad beasts border and become an existence second only to the Outland. Although there were many old fellows hidden in the School of Arts, those old fellows didn't belong to the School of Arts, and they were just waiting to die. Elder Yu he also left the myriad beasts border and returned to Jikong domain, along with Lu Yin. He and Elder Yu hadn't fulfilled their conditions yet. Wuhuang returned to 100 Herbs domain. It seems that Emperor Wuhuang's strength didn't pressure Master Lu. Elder Yu sighed. At this moment they were walking through the starry sky towards Jikong domain. Lu Yin was indifferent. There is pressure. I didn't see the limit of Emperor Wuhuang's strength, and if he used the Sealing Sky Array's foundation, there would be no limit. He wouldn't use Sealing Sky against the old salamander since it belongs to all beast-shaped spiritual molts, but it's different for me. Elder Yu was surprised. If that's the case, why did Master Lu provoke Emperor Wuhuang? Lu Yin looked at Elder Yu. What do you think Emperor Wuhuang is suppressing? Elder Yu's gaze was calm. I don't understand what Master Lu means. Lu Yin laughed. It's fine if you don't understand. Elder Yu smiled. Speaking of which, I didn't expect the old salamander to do such a thing. Who would have thought of it? But Master Lu, you should have informed me in advance if you changed your plan so that I could prepare. Prepare for what? To destroy my plan? Master Lu, you don't trust me? What? Elder Yu smiled bitterly. Master Lu and I are on the same page when it comes to the interests of the 3 universes. Master Lu cannot trust me, but you can't not trust me. Lu Yin's tone was calm. Why did the old salamander fight for Sangtian's position? Man Kuei was obviously being used. He wanted to make Sangtian his own. Elder Yu's eyes flashed. For the day of sacrifice. Lu Yin's gaze was deep. You think so too? Elder Yu said, this is the only reason. If it wasn't for the day of sacrifice, he wouldn't have forced Emperor Wuhuang step by step. Before Emperor Wuhuang returned, he set up the Dayu Manor and even helped Emperor Wuhuang by issuing a challenge. When Emperor Wuhuang postponed the battle, he spread the rumor and lured you guys to 10,000 beast border. He was too anxious, that's why he was caught by you. Lu Yin was puzzled. What's so special about the day of sacrifice? That wonder? Maybe. Have you seen it? Elder Yu laughed. I'm not Sangtian, how can I see it? Lu Yin looked at Elder Yu. Is that so? Elder Yu was very serious. Master Lu should trust you Sangtian on this point. In fact, Master Lu should have seen that even if Sangtian were to appear in Jikong domain, it wouldn't mean much to you Sangtian. So why did you Sangtian not allow Jikong domain to have Sangtian's position? It's also because of the day of sacrifice. Lu Yin also thought of it. Elder Yu nodded. On the day of sacrifice you Sangtian and the 7 great Sangtian, except for you Sangtian, can definitely see the wonder. Among the 7 great Sangtian, whoever can see the wonder will be the next you Sangtian. This is a rule passed down since ancient times in the spiritualized universe. Both Old Man Beneath the Stars and the current you Sangtian saw the wonder. Therefore Old Man Beneath the Stars died. Either he becomes you Sangtian or he dies. There is no third choice. Lu Yin stared at Elder Yu. Jikong domain has no record of the wonder? Your history is even older than you Sangtian. Elder Yu sighed. Even the old salamander has lived for so long, but he hasn't seen the wonder. Lu Yin said, the old salamander could have fought for the position of Sangtian long ago. If he wanted to, he could have become Sangtian. Why wait until now? Why take the risk to scheme against Emperor Wuhuang? Elder Yu and Lu Yin looked at each other. This is also the reason why I want to bring the old salamander back to Jikong domain. Today is Labor Day. Thank you brothers for your support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3594. Lu Yin looked deeply at Yu Lao. Yu Lao smiled bitterly. Master Lu, don't look at me like that. The Zhikong region has been around for a long time, and their foresight is a generation ahead. However, they are not omniscient and omnipotent. Just like the old Salamander's plan, if Master Lu and Emperor Wu had not cooperated, he would not have been forced out. Who would have thought that an old man who is nearing the end of his lifespan would fight for the position of Xianxia? Sometimes, the smarter a person is, the more they are confused by appearances. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and silently walked towards the Zhikong region. Yu Lao looked at Lu Yin's back for a while before chasing after him. Master Lu, you still don't believe me? How much do you know about Meng Xiangtian? Lu Yin did not answer and instead asked another question. Yu Lao was not surprised that Lu Yin would ask this question. After all, Meng Xiangtian had interfered and allowed the old salamander to escape. Meng Xiangtian is a spiritual molt beast, but it has never interacted with the 10,000 beast border. It cannot be considered the second Xiangtian. Before this, no one would have thought that Meng Xiangtian would suddenly make a move. In terms of strength, it cannot defeat Emperor Wu, but it is also impossible for Emperor Wu to keep it here. It might be the best at escaping among the 7 great Xiangtians. The ability to enter a dream is much more useful for a sneak attack than a real battle. Lu Yin was curious. Have you ever suspected that Meng Xiangtian might have been planted by Emperor Wu? Otherwise, why would he save Emperor Wu? Yu Lao shook his head. Never. First of all, Emperor Wu is not that kind of person. He is born with a tyrannical nature. He is not shrewd. He would never do something like that. Second of all, Meng Sang was born with the position of Xiangtian. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that it was related to Yu Xiangtian, just like Bao Qi, it was actually arranged by Yu Xiangtian. How could someone arranged by Yu Xiangtian be related to Emperor Wu? Yu Xiangtian is a spiritual molt beast, and Emperor Wu is a spiritual molt beast. Even if they wanted to work together, they would not be able to do so. This is not something they can decide on their own, and it represents the traditions of the entire spiritualized universe. They represent the standpoints of the 2 spiritual molts. This is the cultivation culture of your spiritualized universe, Lu Yin said subconsciously. Yu Lao was startled for a moment before he agreed. That's right. It doesn't depend on a person's willpower. That's the attribute. Master Lu, you've seen through it. Regardless of whether it was business, war, gambling, or social interaction, as long as the target was a human, there would be cultural attributes. When dealing with a person, before completely understanding his personality and methods, the only thing that could be seen through was the cultural attributes of his existence. This was what Xuanhuan had said. In the spiritualized universe, there were 2 major spirit molts, the human-shaped spirit molt and the beast-shaped spirit molt. Before Wu Jiang set off from the Tianyuan universe, Xuanhuan had already determined that the human-shaped spirit molt and the beast-shaped spirit molt would not coexist peacefully. They would definitely compete with each other, but he did not know how intense the competition would be. This was also the reason why Lu Yin had subconsciously separated the myriad beasts border from the Beyond Avalon. He didn't need anyone to tell him their position. He was very sure that Yu Xiangtian and Sovereign Wu weren't working together. Sometimes, no matter how powerful a cultivator was, what he had experienced or was experiencing would be determined by his cultural attributes. Even he himself could not change it. Lu Yin was hostile to the spiritualized universe because this universe was hostile to the Tianyuan universe, and the Tianyuan universe was the cultural attribute of Lu Yin's cultivation, and it could never be changed. If he wanted to clearly see whether the Wisdom Sky Domain and Meng Xiangtian were related, he could use this point. Unfortunately, Lu Yin's understanding of the spiritualized universe was too shallow. Spatial Abyss had not recovered, and it was still the same shattered landscape. Many people visited it every day and they all sighed at the intensity of that battle. Many people analyzed the terrain of Spatial Abyss and tried to deduce the specifics of that battle. Although many people had seen that battle, not every move or technique could be clearly seen. Those who could see it clearly would not have come here, as they were all qualified to watch the battle at the myriad beasts border. As they looked at the many cultivators walking around Spatial Abyss, some of them seemed to have figured out something and shouted excitedly, attracting even more cultivators to survey the terrain. This even attracted murderous intent, as some people were specifically watching to see who could comprehend what. This was the cultivation world. Yu Lao sighed. To them, the terrain after that battle is a gift. Lu Yin thought back to the Daosor sect's ruins, where he had seen progenitor Qin leave behind a palm. Many people had studied the terrain of that palm in hopes of obtaining the inheritance of the 9 clones technique, and they had all experienced this before. Lu Yin turned around and saw that the wisdom sky domain was right in front of him. Even though it was only separated by a single spatial abyss, and it was a shattered spatial abyss, none of the cultivators dared to take a single step into the wisdom sky domain. The difference of a single step was like the difference between heaven and earth, and it was as distant as the distance between heaven and earth. If it was high, it could be climbed. If it was far, it could not be measured. Lu Yin arrived at the edge of the wisdom sky domain and looked ahead. Scroll 15. Yu Lao nodded. Does Master Lu want to give it a try? Of course. All right, I'll wait for Master Lu at the reeds. Yu Lao then walked in and slowly left. His figure gradually disappeared. Lu Yin took a step forward. The wisdom sky domain did not seem to have anything on the surface, and it looked very ordinary. There were only a few people living here, but in reality, there was a source box array. He loved reading books. When Lu Yin stepped onto the withered grass on the ground, everything around him changed. He saw a flourishing dynasty appear in front of him, with a 1,000,000-strong army that intimidated the heavens and the earth. The emperor reigned supreme and beautiful women danced and sang. The world was at peace. From time to time, officials were conferred titles. From time to time there were battles. The rivers and mountains were as beautiful as a painting, and millions of creatures sang praises of the emperor. In the blink of an eye, the flames of war had spread throughout the land. Horses had trampled over the capital, and whales had filled the land. Generals had died in hundreds of battles, and emperors had been buried along with them. Everything had vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a sad song of the yellow earth. Occasionally, one could find poems from the dynasty that reminisced about that flourishing era. How many heroes had there been since ancient times? Lu Yin felt like he was walking through time, and he saw the rise and fall of the dynasty. He saw how short life was, and he felt the joys and sorrows of each generation. Dynasties replaced each other, and heroes throughout the ages left behind only the yellow earth. Carved railings and murals lamented the sorrow of separation. This cup of wine was a toast to the changes that had occurred since ancient times. It was the sorrow of the ages. Lu Yin stood in place with one foot on the withered grass, and he was unable to put his other foot down. The sorrow of the ages. This was scroll 15. There was no strong killing intent, and there wasn't even an offensive technique. Lu Yin stood in place for half a day. This was not an offensive source box array but rather a concept. Lu Yin put his foot down and everything in front of him returned to normal. He took a step forward and appeared in the reeds. Elder Yu had already poured wine and was waiting for him. Lu Yin sat across from Elder Yu and looked at the wine in a daze. He picked it up and drank it in one gulp. Elder Yu poured another cup. Lu Yin still drank it. One cup after another, and soon the entire pot of wine was emptied. When it was the last cup, Elder Yu raised his cup. Master Lu, I'll drink this cup with you. Lu Yin looked at the wine in a daze. Scroll 15, The Sorrow of the Ages. He looked up and stared at Elder Yu. Origin. Elder Yu smiled and raised his cup. Lu Yin raised his cup and they clinked, producing a crisp sound. He drank it all in one gulp. Every master of the Zhikong domain is a heavenly master of spiritual treasures, and every master must leave behind a spiritual treasure array. Could be 1, 2, or even more. This scroll 15 was left behind by the previous master of the Zhikong domain, who was also my master. Elder Yu said. Lu Yin frowned. It was created by the Zhikong domain? Elder Yu laughed. What? You don't believe me? Then, he tapped the cup with his index finger, and the crisp sound turned into ripples that spread to the lake. The lake water boiled, and the drops of water moved as if they were alive, gradually forming a pattern. Tomb of landscape. Lu Yin said in a low voice. Elder Yu nodded. It's a fake tomb of landscape. It's a real spiritual treasure array. Lu Yin looked at Elder Yu. This old man was really a heavenly master of spiritual treasures. It was said that the Master of Su was the #1 heavenly master of spiritual treasures in the spiritualized universe, and this old man in front of him might not be inferior to the Master of Su. The Master of Su's spiritual treasures were the same as Lu Yin's understanding, the orthodox heavenly master of spiritual treasures. However, Scroll 16 and Scroll 15 of the Zhikong domain were quite strange. In Lu Yin's opinion they were unorthodox, but they were very powerful unorthodox. As for the title, it was even more unorthodox to the point that Lu Yin couldn't understand it. Scroll 15 will be given to Master Lu. With Master Lu's ability you are worthy of it. Elder Yu said. Lu Yin accepted it as a condition, but unfortunately he couldn't store it in the starry sky in his heart. This was an existence similar to a concept battle technique, and it wasn't a pure path of slaughter. Is the title also a heavenly master of spiritual treasures? Lu Yin asked. Elder Yu said, I know what Master Lu wants to ask, but Yu Xianxia is guarding against him, so I don't know much about him. If Master Lu is willing, you can go to Yushin Mountain. Lu Yin found it funny. Yu Xianxia will let me in? Elder Yu smiled. If he doesn't let you in, then so be it. But if Master Lu doesn't go, how do you know that Yu Xianxia won't let you in? Lu Yin also smiled. Makes sense. Elder Yu took out a jug of wine and drank with Lu Yin. Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry to leave, so he stayed and chatted with Elder Yu to understand the situation in the spiritualized universe. A few days later, their laughter spread throughout the Zhikong domain. Those who didn't know would think that they were old friends reuniting. Oh right, where is Qianmen Ferry? Lu Yin suddenly asked. One of the reasons he stayed in the Zhikong domain was to see if he could find traces of Meng Sangtian and Qianmen Ferry. He wasn't sure if Qianmen Ferry saving the old salamander had anything to do with the Zhikong domain. Elder Yu felt strange. Why are you asking about him? There's something I need his help with. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Besides, his life is mine. Elder Yu remembered. That's right, his life is yours, but he isn't here. I don't know where he is. You don't know? I don't know. Master Lu knows that he has joined the dark sect. The actions of the Zhikong domain's overt and dark sect are not restricted by the Zhikong domain itself. It depends on their own abilities. Lu Yin asked again, Mr. Li has been captured by me. Who is their protector now? I'm curious. Elder Yu smiled. Master Lu wants to intervene in the battle between the overt and dark sect? Lu Yin stood up. Not really. It doesn't matter. I'll leave now. Elder Yu looked at Lu Yin. Master Lu, the day of sacrifice is coming. Can you tell me if you see something strange? Lu Yin didn't care. Sure. What's the price? Master Lu will be satisfied. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.